While a few friends gamed using the auto-hunting feature, Oh Yu-sung quit the boring game. As they stated the contradiction it had to their lives, he recalled how simultaneously, he had always been auto-hunting. Previously, his girlfriend had asked him to set up his own shop, and he stated that he was saving money to do so someday. He grew frustrated as she stated their inability to travel around, and setting it aside, he started questioning her actions, since she had been cheating on him all along. When she tried to reason, he stated of her unreasonable excuse for their breakup, asking if she was embarrassed to be alongside him. She violently agrees, stating how she was unable to take pride in his unemployed dropout self. He reasons to have never been stingy with her and justifies her ambitions to be pure greed. After a moment, she spoke about how he made her feel selfish and snobby, and when he agreed to the truth, she spilled her drink on his face. Deciding she wasn't capable of the struggles any longer, she leaves him drenched and broken. Inside, he knew her reasons. But he couldn't be honest, and refused to let her see his defeated side. Powerless against the reality. While he drank to ease his pain, a rumble behind caught his attention. As the wall burst throwing them to the ground, he looked at the massive hole before him. Cracks and gates were usually announced beforehand, but this was an exception. He hurried to his companion, but to his horror, a shark ape treaded out of the crack. Leaving behind his friend was impossible, and he decided to stall for time until help arrived. The two glared at each other, as it screamed and charged. Although he landed a strike, it was ineffective. It felt spongy, but it punched at his bare face. He lay sprawled, while the powerful beast looked down at him. It clasped his head, but despite his protests, it did not budge. When he grew determined to live, an auto-hunting button spawned before him, asking him to press it. Regardless of all, he was to live. As it activated, his body grew immobile. As the monster drew his claws, he begged his body to move. He had become a puppet. The body started moving independently. He somehow was now overpowering the monster. He was hunting the beast. The experience was exhilarating. Although hunters were now arriving, it still did not budge to his call. Knocking out the monster was enough, but it now rose and charged at him. He ducked as it tried to grapple him and struck at its exposed ribs and kicked its fishy head. As it fell, he smote it with a kick. As he watched it silently, the auto-hunting switched off. He returned baffled at having defeated a monster. Wondering about the possibilities before him, a jolt ran through his body. His sore muscles gave in as he fell alongside the monster. It was at the city hospital that Oh Yu-sung regained his consciousness. He recalled the unannounced fracture he had survived, while protecting his friend, and against a shark-headed monster. The thought of his friend's wellness forced him to rise, but a voice suggested him to avoid straining his body, and he turned to find Chai Xinyoung from the Special Defense Bureau, to visit the two victims, and deliver the monster relief compensation to him. He took the business card from the agent related to hunters, which he had learned about in his military service. She announced how the government would be compensating every possible fee and relief, but he foremost sought the report on his friend's condition. He read that alongside the compensations, they would also be rewarding his hunting with rewards appropriate for the threat level. The reward of about $431 was cheap, however, they also provided him the ownership of the monster to decide its sale. Furthermore, they had taken the liberty of creating an account on the hunter's market license for the dealings. He curiously asked what price it might fare, and she stated that the carcass of a basic Tier 2 monster was very low for placing one's life on the line, but she still advised him to check the details himself with a confusing smile. He could not fathom her reasons to make it even more confusing, and recalling the auto-hunting, soon spotted it across him. He wondered why the option had been grayed and no longer blue, and decided to find out what price it was faring him for the moment. He was surprised to find that a shark ape that was captured alive, going on for about $517,000. But since the lady had mentioned a carcass, he moved to the section of his listings inquisitively, and was greeted by surprise when he found it was captured alive. The direct implication was that he had bagged a huge amount. After a few days, a man appeared remarking at his grace, for he was the one who had purchased the ape he had listed, for a massive sum of $326,000 roughly. He was back at a riverside drinking a can of soda, for he had luckily found himself 300 million won within a single day. Although he had found the money he once desired, he had lost his reason. The only remaining thing was the auto-hunting feature, and debated if he could now venture out as a hunter. The voice of his ex returned remarking at his uselessness, and he ordered her to leave him in peace, and in determination of earning tons and tons of money, he decided to give it a shot. He was now standing before a punching bag with the gray option, and wondered if it had something to do with his surroundings. Considering the option to assume an enemy for himself, he assumed a stance against his assumed opponent, and fortunately, the feature turned blue. With motives of testing it out right away, he activated the auto-hunting immediately. The attacks that followed were fierce, and each of them was precise in every possible detail. However, the automatic toll that it took on his manual body was proportionate, and the conclusion was that it activated whenever he perceived danger, and shuts off as the target is defeated. To use the surreal ability without any hindrance, he decided to foremost train his body. The story reveals the rules that it readies with danger, and uses techniques possible with his body's prowess, and stopped when either the enemy falls or he ordered it to. It also became inactive if his body reached its limit, and as such, he was to train his physical limits. His body had changed after a few days, and a single punch of his was potent enough to erupt the target bag of his. Content with his physical capabilities, he decided to venture out on his path as a hunter. A hunter was an individual who hunted monsters invading the world through fractures, and as such, the government had set an extreme standard in knowledge, stamina, and even survivability upon recruitment. At the local gym in his locality, people watched Yu Sung batter a punching bag with furious blows. He had thankfully passed the written test on his first attempt, and currently wanted to refrain from using auto-hunting, for it would obliterate the bag. Unaware of when the fortune of auto-hunting might disappear, he was training his body for the worst. On the next day, an instructor was calling the students by their numbers, and Yun Sung was now resolute to find himself the worth of his 4-month-long efforts. He had scored 98 points while the passing was 100, however, his first score had been 63, and with the increment of 35 his body was on par with the shark ape. It motivated him to keep growing, for the rate was excellent, but even more fortunately, the instructor announced that he was placed on a provisional list for the hunter license, which was confusing since he hadn't even passed. Kim Sung-guk greeted them for 4 months, for he was their special class instructor. A prideful guy named Kang Jae-kyun exclaimed at how someone present hadn't even passed, and Yun Sung recognized that it was directed at him. But since the auto-hunting was mysteriously on, he decided to ignore him to concentrate on learning how the auto-hunting worked and become a hunter himself. The special class is constituted of 4 classes: physical training for the mandatory power, survival techniques for cases when traveling beyond the fractures, weapon mastery to utilize anti-monster pieces of equipment, and the final and most important one, delicacy. Sung-guk started by speaking about how lacking solely overpowering a monster was, and further at one of the students' statements, emphasized how important money was. The most attractive part of being a hunter came from the carcasses of monsters. However, making a fair amount from extremely damaged units was very difficult, which was why delicacy gained importance to preserve and learn by practicing. He presented them with an uncanny mannequin, which was an excellent sandbag with considerable recovery and skills, and the variable ranking implied that it also attacked its opponent after a strike. At his call, the excited Kang Jae-kyun, who had scored 135 points, walked up. He stood facing the mannequin, and struck with the motive of defeating it in a single hit. However, his punch had been blocked by the wicked doll, and when it struck back at him, he couldn't help but swear at it in an immediate fit of anger. He hurled it at the ground and stomped as his disqualification was announced, for he had already lost his cause of carcass preservation. Sungguk sought other volunteers for the presentation, and Yunsung requested to give it a shot. Kang was positive the failure could not beat him, but when he was ordered to quieten down, he complied, and threw Yunsung a glare while he was passing by. The protagonist was surprised at its credibility to actually heal itself, even after the colossal damage dealt by Kang. The instructor announced the commencement, and evading the blow the doll dished out, he knocked it out by striking at the back of his neck. All the onlookers were astonished, but the easy monster wasn't something he could use as a reference. He thought of asking for another go while he was being praised by the sensei, for it was the very thing the others were to follow to keep their wealth intact. At a query, the instructor decided to push the rank past Tier 1, which was much to Yunsung's content. Tweaking with the remote, it was upgraded to the 2nd tier, and Yunsung now faced an enemy equivalent of the shark ape. He activated auto-hunting, not for ease, but to remember the movements it used for reference. The speed wasn't anything like the baby shark, however, he too had his auto-hunting complied with his new physique, and with a single sharp punch, he knocked the bot out cold. While the ease he dealt with was surprising for most, it raged the jealousy inside Kang. His skill was appreciated by Sungguk, and before he could continue his answers to the spectators' myriad queries, the instructor requested to meet him after their class. In the staff room, he was offered a cup of tea, and he was stated to have been more than capable of joining the special class regardless of his test score of 98. His balance of all the stats was way too consistent, proving that his training was exceptional, and as such, he was offered an interesting offer that could be beneficial for him. They were celebrating at a restaurant, they being the students who attended the special classes, and one of them asked if Yunsung had decided upon a hunter firm, who employed hunters and parties of them, and they were surprised to learn that he hadn't yet. A while ago, when explaining how beneficial the offer was, Sungguk had elaborated how he had intended to open a hunter agency soon. Having been looking for capable hunters to work with, he had chanced upon Yunsung. Presently, he was scouting him, while disregarding his numeric digits, for without them, his balance of stats and physique already qualified him as a national athlete. Moreover, his precise movements during the class presentation compelled him to decide on to presenting him that offer. Since he was a prospect, for the time being, he was to pass a final test to qualify. But stating how easy that could be, he furnished a folder consisting of all the information required for the final exam. Since a hunter's license was the beginning of riches, the government was strict enough to spike the unexpected difficulties, which even the proctors found problematic. Regardless of his method of acquisition, all of the intel inside it was absolutely accurate, and only the confirmation of Yunsung remained, for the teacher and his hand awaited it eagerly. Yunsung jolted back to reality at his colleagues' call, who were surprised to learn that he had simply been training alone all along. Kang was now furious, for it seemed as if he wanted to create a genius-like appeal for himself. Apologizing for the misunderstanding, he rose from his seat and left. The anger on Kang's jealous face was evident, when he charged at Yunsung and grabbed his collar. Although he was confident that he could easily beat him if he put his mind to it, he was called out by his opponent, who demanded if he really intended to fight him. Although his jealousy against him was understandable considering their age, he ordered him to let go of his collar at once. Kang fell on his back in bitter intimidation, and apologizing to the others for a last time, Yunsung left. When outside, he stared up at the night sky, and recalled the moment when he had gratefully declined the offer presented to him. The disappointed Sungguk asked if he felt that the opportunity of becoming a hunter was easily found, and taking pride in his struggle, Yunsung stated how he intended to seize it with his own capabilities and without being dependent on anyone. But as he shut the door behind him, the seated man smiled. While Yunsung was tracing his steps below the night sky, Sungguk dialed a call to his friend Chong-hoon, and revealed that he had discovered a potential best of the future. Yunsung now had a single month remaining, and had to work on all of his weaknesses. While he was busy determining how he would work his physical power, he found a strange yellow screen beside the auto-hunting feature. It had an arrow, as if a slot. Without a potion or vial to store, he inserted the water bottle in his hand. It was sucked in and displayed on the screen next, and the system mentioned that he could use it by blinking once and staring at it. But when he tried it, it was hurled straight into his throat. Regardless of it, he was excited to try out the endless possibilities. The rules of the slot were simple, for only a single removable item could be placed inside, while they were to be edible and could also be used when using auto-hunting. With the newfound handy bag, he could save time in preparations and eating, besides increasing the power and duration of auto-hunting, for hunger and thirst could now be quenched. A month had passed and it was the hunter license exam. A van rolled in with Kang and a few others, and lastly, Yun Sung. His body had significantly changed since they had last met, and the place was excessively crowded, for besides the participants, there existed the scouts, who disregarded the sizes of their firms when it came to recruitment. Heeding the words, Kang immediately started flexing while Yun Sung excused himself. A premium car drove through as the crowd parted, and Lee Jae-hak emerged from inside it with a girl. Sungkook had not expected Jae-hak's appearance, for he was the best solo hunter in the nation, now accompanying his younger sister, who was now a participant. Her confidence in winning impressed her brother, who wondered if she really had the skill to back it up. She notified him of the weak-looking candidates whom she could easily beat, but while he apologized to Kang and the others, his eyes fell on the stretching Yun Sung, who noticed his gaze. The man immediately disappeared from his position and appeared behind him, and exclaimed before he could even grow surprised. The others moved to notice his approach a moment later, and at his query, Jae-hak spoke about how impressive he looked, and questioned how he had obtained such a body. Before Yun Sung could question his insanity, he awkwardly requested to touch his body while aware of how creepy it sounded. The owner lost the color on his face, and the others, the face to stare at the scene. After a bit more of explanation, he permitted the weird request. He immediately started exclaiming at the well-balanced physique he possessed, and when Sungkook informed him that he was his instructor, Jae-hak apologized, understanding that it must be circumstantial, and he was handed a business card. He praised his body for a last time, and remarked at how he would at least manage a fair ranking with his uncertain skills, before taking off with his sister, who tried her best at stopping the creep. Sungkook informed him that he had always had an eccentric tinge to himself, and the same soon grew serious, and informed his sister that she would have to try harder for the first rank. The participants had geared up in special suits, and the operator announced that they would face off against monsters inside the special field, where they would fight in simulated environments, and be vulnerable to medical injuries all along. Their excitement gained a tinge of concern, but the operator continued, saying that considering how frequent and strong the fractures had grown, she warned them of the few intelligent and powerful monsters inside. They would have to fight each other inside the jungle, for capturing each other alive was the only way to earn points. Their test suits provided the basic and minimum modified protection. Although they could withstand blows to a certain degree, the accumulation of damages would stun the wearer with a shock. The unannounced point was to provide them with the experience of unexpected events, and amidst the resounding commotion, Yun Sung understood how the last survivor of the battle royale emerged as the winner. He was surprised when the auto-hunting activated abruptly and he found the sister of Jae-hak glared at him with hostility. To her, Yun Sung had no chance of winning against her, for he seemed laughable in her regards. They walked through the designated entrance routes, and since each defeated person offered 1 point, he started to devise plans on how people with lots of points would also offer greater points, for only 10 of them would remain as successful. The Zhongli expanse inside was extremely realistic, and the others engaged as the start of the test was announced, but Yun Sung took off toward the denser growth. He was startled to find someone who exclaimed in panic, and before the auto-hunting could even activate properly, he knocked him out cold with a rapid blow. Although he was surprised, it didn't invoke panic inside, for he had fought the shark ape previously. However, even if that was in privacy, this point he had scored wasn't, for a camera traced him. In the scouting lobby, people discussed how unusual the simulation and the candidate levels were. Regardless of the danger, it was fun to watch, for Jae-hak's sister came into their view while against 2 other candidates. She destroyed one's suit with a single strike of a makeshift wooden sword and furthermore, battered the other one in the same violent manner. Li Unseal's blasphemous power in her pure state had already secured the first rank for her, but she had reportedly dealt with an organization to awaken early, and also been trained by her elder Jaehak to fight against a tier 3 without awakening. With such a ridiculous potential, no one was even batting an eye at the others. Sungguk was watching the new student of his away from the mass, and Jaehak arrived applauding how well his basics were. He further reveals how he had pretended to not know him, and greets his senior. Both of them were impressed by the others' candidates and Jaehak was certain that Yunsung was Yunsol's biggest threat. However, when he asked if he was teaching him a secret skill only the two knew about, Sungguk denied answering him. Soon, Jaehak excused himself from the conversation, and the instructor hoped for his student to survive until the last 24 hours, for he would be awaiting the potential he had in store. After 68 of the 72 hours had lapsed, two substitute scouts were certain that Unsol would find herself the first ranking, and when the two reached to greet the ones due to leave, they found them petrified, and grew appalled at what they witnessed firsthand. A few moments ago, the wise Yunsung who had managed to wrap vines around himself, was content with the 17 multi-purpose high-calorie dumplings he had made for himself using the knowledge from his special classes. With his newfound Zhongli armor, and auto-hunting inventory for storing the dumplings, he was confident. His body felt a sudden jolt, and he grew dizzy enough to faint. Ever since he had entered, he had no track of time in his fair share of sleepless hunting and survival. The drowsiness was overwhelmingly strong, but he stashed a calorie dumpling in his mouth, and forced himself to stay awake for it was to either hunt, or to get hunted. He was alarmed as auto-hunting suddenly activated, and as he turned, he evaded a sharp blow dished out by a wooden sword. He had failed to even sense the presence until it activated, and could deduce that she was extremely skilled. Unsol commended his skill to avoid it, and as she lashed out again, he recognized the familiar hostile person he had sensed previously. However, he was elated at the adventurous nature of hers, and called her offense himself. He smiled, which was the last thing she needed, to charge at him in full swing in an attempt to impale him. His ventricular hands were barely helping against the force she portrayed, and he watched as she decided to hand a downward swing, which he intercepted using both of his hands. Although she remarked at him, she was troubled by the veins dissipating her strikes. He hadn't even activated auto-hunting yet, and flinched as she announced her intentions of turning her speed up a notch. He retaliated as she swung, and reached to strike at him again. The fierce exchange was freaking the audience across the screens, who set aside Li Unsol for a while and recalled the name of the other ranked, Oh Yunsung. His durability now felt annoying, and she demanded him to give in to his end already, for the time remaining in his hands, was 20 minutes. Auto-hunting was trying to do something that his useless gear could not cope up with. She spoke about how he could have emerged as the victor if he hadn't chanced upon her, and moved to foremost deal with the protective gear. With just a single sharp blow, the battered vines were now falling apart. He noticed as she disappeared, but recalling Jaehak from a while ago, he recognized the moment she would appear behind him. Although she noticed him noticing her, the powerful strike landed regardless of it. The mind of Oh Yunsung debated if he was really about to lose, and he recalled the time he had asked Sungguk about the dangers that hunters faced in unexpected situations. The instructor spoke about how situations like getting isolated from a team, strong enemies, and lack of rations were a few to count. However, the solution that was the most helpful was endurance. He suggested him to endure a hopeless situation anyhow, for after that, a path was bound to open up. Yunsung now pivoted himself and grabbed the sword, and enduring it with all he could, he fed himself another of the calorie balls. As the owner of the sword watched, her blade was being dealt with foremost. He broke through it with his bare fists, and she watched in disbelief, for to her, he was just gravel on the road. She took pride in herself for being Jaehak's sister, and denying her loss against the gravel, stooped to hurl a punch at him. However, her legs gave in at that moment, for her stamina ran out. Grabbing her hand, Yunsung pulled her in, and threw a punch she could not possibly fend off as a blade user. The emotions on the faces of the audience were variable, but the outcome of the clash was definite. Nonetheless, her survivability was commendable, for the electric stun hadn't appeared, relaying that he had to try harder. But before he could land the final decisive blow, the end of the 72-hour-long exam was announced. Candidates were requested to cease their actions, and as the voice thanked their participation, Yunsung applauded the precise timing they had and gave in to his overbearing exhaustion. The sight was unbelievable for the viewers, who eagerly awaited the announcement of the final scores. They watched as Yunsung was perched at the first rank with more than double the points, and wondered where the monstrous novice had appeared from. The resting room for the candidates was silent with the drained students, but that was disturbed as the scouts bust through the doors and windows. Conflicts broke out to determine the right to speak to Yunsung, and fell silent again when informed that he had already left. They grew furious enough to claim him dead or alive, and took off as the other students remarked at the partiality, but Sol was silent, for all of her prideful claims to prove him inferior had been nullified. The entire establishment was ringing with voices seeking Yunsung, who was busy sleeping in the silence of the restrooms, with a content smile across his face. By the time he awoke, it was already night outside. Before he could find himself a taxi for the ride home, lights flared at his face, and he found Lee Jae-hak emerging out of his car. He called out the name of Lee Eun-sol, who emerged next, with teary eyes and a sad look across her face. Yunsung took his time recognizing the blade wielder, who at her brother's nudge, thanked him while stating how great the learning experience had been for her. She apologized for the rudeness she had displayed against him, and after choking on her shattered pride, ran off to the car while crying. Alongside apologizing on her behalf, Jae-hak was confident that the vast world would help her overcome and grow further. He congratulated Yunsung on passing the exam with flying colors, who imagined how awkward the ride he offered would be. Looking at a flaring notification on the screen of his phone, Yunsung announced that he had a ride for himself, and offered to meet again at some chance. Lee Jae-hak took off in his car. The qualified student asked if his instructor had a ride for him, who questioned his audacity to make him wait after the long wait he had forced upon them. Chuckling at how he had passed the test, he requested the omission and shared a friendly punch with the newfound benefactor, who further claimed to have another round of important discussion with him. Inside the car and on their way home, Yunsung watched in disbelief, for he had received countless offers from considerable groups and firms, including the 2F4T, who were a national hunting team of elites that only the best could enter. After 8 months, Yunsung found himself in a strange position. When Sunguk asked if he had actually considered any, he asked the man to reveal his plans of secrecy already. He apologized for testing him with the offer he had made a while ago, but it was necessary to understand about his personality. Jumping to the matter of concern, Sunguk questioned if he was aware of the concepts of purity and core amongst hunters. In a medical facility and inside the core injection division, Yunsung lay inside a medicated capsule. The first stage of core injection was completed at 40% of the process, and Sunguk was seated outside, clutching his stomach and recalling the past they shared. Yunsung was aware that core was the energy received to become a pro hunter, and purity was the concept of the body before receiving a core. He had learned about it while studying for the exam, and the instructor explained how the superhuman levels could be acquired by 2 methods. Foremost, procure the ingredients necessary for the enhancement and pay for the procedure and inject the core into the body. Secondly, the hunters who had already been through the enhancement could pass their cores down to the next. He was certain that he might have noticed how few of the firms might have offered the same, for the process itself was very expensive even for hunters. As such, the accepted ones were contracted to work for a few years permanently. Yunsung was shocked to learn that Sunguk too had graduated as the top candidate 13 years ago. The famous him had remained active for 9 years before being ruined in a single moment. The reason was a venomous bite when he had let his guard down, and had been too late on receiving the treatment, but everything beside his core had been ruined. He tried his hands and feet at everything he could, but when nothing worked out, he was compelled to retire. Even with the money he had earned previously, he had an urge to help the other juniors proceed, for he was somewhat disappointed in himself for not being able to reach the rank of the strongest, and wanted to find someone he could help accomplish that in his stead. Now, he had found someone he could hand his core over to, and requested Yunsung to take over his dreams as such. Kim Sunguk was called back to reality by the doctor, who announced that the injection was almost completed. He asked him to take a look at the 64% absorption rate, which was far more than usual. It was already the second injection of actual core energy or CE. Sunguk was baffled to learn that he had set it aside, but he explained that it was because he doubted Yunsung's chances of becoming the strongest, for he was aware of how hard Sunguk had worked to develop his core. He tested to find if he was 20% lower than usual, for it would then go to waste, but with his raw absorption rate of 64% meant that he was doubtlessly capable. The stable Yunsung bore a result of 100% in the second test, and at Sunguk's query, the subject stated that he felt oddly calm but heavy. The doctor noted his ridiculous talent to absorb 1300 CE of the 1500, which would have usually taken 10 separate injections. Yunsung was resolute to pay the lifelong debt for his kindness once he became a capable hunter. Sunguk too was intent on training him continuously, and the pair shared a mutual greeting. At the same time, their surroundings shook violently, and the appearance of a fracture was announced by the responsible siren. It was inside a bus named Hunter Shuttle that a few hunters remarked at the top scorer Yunsung, whom they considered to be hunting solo because of his pride. The same novice was learning about the monsters at the site they were to reach, and the list included gray ants of 2 to 3 tier, who were commanded by a centurion ant, which was to be prioritized during battle. The briefing was considerably easy and simple, and a few hours ago at the hospital, where he felt stiff due to the newly administered CE and was required to use it consistently to overcome it. Concluding that he was to use his power to the fullest, Yunsung decided to go all out. The area facing the fracture had blaring alarms. With the advent of monstrous ants, the hunters were desperate to engage in combat. At the sight of Yunsung standing cluelessly, a hunter demanded if he was trying to prove how new was. Neither had he ever used aura previously, nor was the weak-looking knife in his hand any good. He apologized for his inconsiderate thinking, and stating how he needed no weapon, he stanced himself like a sprinter would, and started releasing aura from his feet, took off towards the ants against whom he needed no weapons as per the auto-hunting. He advanced at breakneck speed, and before the others could question his actions, he evaded an ant's blow, and started retaliating against them. He was brazenly beating the 2-tier monsters as the distant others watched. However, the emotion of shock was evident on their faces, for a 3-tier centurion ant had appeared before their newbie. At its command, the gray ants started rushing past Yunsung and towards the men behind. Unable to guess their motives, he faced to turn their commander, while recalling what the briefing had stated about the acid of the centurion ants. With a fluid leap, he perched himself at the top of its head, and tugged at the massive head of the screeching creature. However, with a final effort and outburst of his force, he tore off the head of the monster. The onlookers could not help growing surprised, for disregarding their thoughts about him, he was a monster. The head of the monster dangled from his hand, as the others started to comprehend how a novice could be that capable. Ordering his team to regain their focus, the leader commanded them to seek the gray ants, who were to now start rampaging after their leader's loss. While the others were eager to earn their fair share of credit, Yunsung decided on taking a breather. The hunt felt reasonably easy, and with half of his energy depleted, he felt quite relieved. He noticed as people started to scream and scram, and one of the many was bitten on his neck. The terrifying monster that arose from the rubble wasn't one they were informed about, for the leader, who now resorted to cursing at it, announced that it was a queen ant, which took the crown as a 4-starred monster. Most of the men were focusing on escaping, but the leader announced that they would wait for reinforcements and rescue the others. They shot at their cryptid with their blazing guns, while men ran back and forth with people in tow. Before the sprinter could spot the queen ant beside him, it threw its hands at his back, and before long, the claw pierced its way out of the other side. The queen was using him as a shield while approaching the others, and soon threw it at its teammates. It swooped in by flapping its wings, and attacked the final line of defense. The leader watched as his men were slaughtered, and as the unexpected end of his life approached, but the novice of there leaped in with a kick at its side. His appearance surprised him, and as the monster smashed into a collapsing building, he asked if he was alright. He could not help him despite his command, for he was hell-bent on chasing them away to safety. The queen arose amidst the dissipating smoke, and although he had used auto-hunting to strike at its head, it was hard like iron. Its anger was evident from its screech at him, and at the stubborn leader's query, he announced his intentions of fighting against it. He tried to emphasize how different it was to a Tier 3, and although his concern against fighting it was reasonable, Yunsung stated how the monster would not allow their escape, much less alongside the injured others. As such, he requested his senior to escape, for he was resolute to try to stop it, and wondered how exhilarating it would be to win against a 4th-tier beast. His decision felt plenty crazed to the leader, but since they had no other options to resort to, and conveyed his agreement to his idea. As he distanced himself, Yunsung glared at the monster before him. It let out a high-pitched scream, and stancing himself in an automated expertise, Yunsung called out the monster. It followed without a moment's delay, and he enveloped his fist with a newfound aura. The collision was considerable, but not enough to stop the exchange that followed next. Yunsung backed off as it hurled a fierce blow at him, but was specifically concerned since his strikes failed to pierce its armor. He was forced away with an insectal kick that he had but barely avoided taking damage from, because of the auto-hunting, and was needed to do something before his core energy depleted. He found his chance as the queen moved with a wide motion, and landed a furious flurry of blows all over the 4-starred. However, it caught on to his fists, and as it resorted to using its third hand, Yunsung had no choice but to kick it away with his leg. By the time he managed to force it away, he had already depleted the remaining half of his halved energy, and realized the potential of a 4-tier. Regardless of its acute attacks, its defenses were impenetrable, and with some bare energy left in his body, he had no choice but to manage a quick ending for it somehow. Back at the evacuation camp, the previous team discussed how desperate they were for reinforcements, but they could not go in themselves yet, for they would only increase the number of casualties. They could not move without high-level hunters, for the queen wasn't anything compared to a centurion ant, for alongside its other powers, its major capability was to fly, while humans could not. Yunsung could sense that it was now growing serious, and jumped away as it flew at him violently. He watched as it flew back and caught his 2 hands with his own, but because of its jaws his neck was vulnerable, and before he could ensure his grip on the monster, it kicked him simultaneously and took off. He was now dependent on auto-hunting to simply survive against the annoyance, but its insane agility was the problem. He watched the stance change option he had, and considered any probable solutions it could offer him by blinking. Placing his trust in his trusty partner once again, he decided on the option of stance change. It turned to activate assault mode. His body jolted as energy was concentrated in his core, and he could tell that all the energy across his entire body was converging. His fist had a blasphemously huge share of it all, and as he witnessed, it took the form of a blade. The monster was alarmed at what followed, since it was decapitated with a single blow of it. His body automatically halted as his opponent fell dead, and he stared back at its corpse, for he had emerged victorious. As cliché as it was, resounded the voice of hurrying hunters, who spotted the figure of Yunsung, and were baffled to find the corpse of the queen ant before him. The possibility of a slim chance they had considered had turned into reality, and instead of being supportive, the others started questioning the absurd occurrence, to their leader's shock. A team of men announcing that it indeed had been Yunsung, which could be confirmed through the body cam on his special suit, and when demanded for their identities, the name of QR gained light as Yunsung turned. A few days later at the gym, Kim Sung-guk appeared, questioning how he had transitioned to strength training after developing his core, and he brazenly disclosed how bored he felt otherwise. He recalled the ability assault form that made use of all his remaining aura in a single go, but since it was in a predicament, he could only turn to train his body more and more. Before he could venture further into his world of thoughts, Sunguk proposed to discuss the results of his hunt. He considered revealing his benefactor about his auto-hunting capability, but his thoughts were guessed by him before he could voice them. He understood his reasons to keep his secrets, be it whatever imaginable or otherwise, for his secrets weren't something he accounted for while considering him as his successor, for even luck was a skill a few like him had chanced upon. As such, the significance for him lay in what was inside, for without it, even one's luck was bound to fail. Sunguk apologized in case he had ended up incompatible with the core, and moved to announce that he had scored 65 Tier 2 monsters alongside one each of 3 and 4, which amounted to a total compensation of about $42,000, and the glands the 66 ants possessed was up for sale separately. He also handed him a list of something he hadn't put on auction, and Yunsung was very elated to find it in his possession. It was ceased as Sunguk notified him that it was time for his meeting, and when he answered his mysterious call, he further conveyed to Yunsung that the CEO of the QR company, Yoon Kangchul, had come to meet him back at the hospital previously too. It was 12 years ago in the southernmost border of the country of Korea, that the then unranked but now 6th-tier monster Karkadon had spawned. To deal with the equivalent of a natural disaster, an assault team was formed by one hunter to rise as the best. His achievement was the 5th greatest in the world and 1st in Asia. He was rewarded with the highest rank of Platinum, and had then formed the largest firm of South Korea, the QR Corporation, with himself as its director. Yunsung was now seated before Yoon Kangchul, accompanied by a certain scientific someone in an office. 2 of the 3 made their introductions, and Yunsung offered to change locations for his doctor was uncomfortable in his presence. The doctor apologized desperately as the strongest in Korea rose to leave, and when the 2 left for the cafe on the 1st floor, the doctor's detached soul clung for his dear life. In reality, the 2 intended to address the issue quickly on their way down, and as such, the head of the QR group demanded him to join his corporation. The team which had met him previously was a team of scouts he trusted. Having confirmed it for himself, he promised him fame, skills, and power when in the corporation, but the scouted one politely declined the offer at once. Foremost, he was unable to solo continuously. Secondly, he had learned in his last experience that he was unable to follow commands, for they restricted him, and in the case he was to join one, he had decided to do so after figuring out everything about. He conveyed that considering the one helping his solo hunts, he was resolute to continue as such. The 2 engaged in a silent stare down, but letting out a sigh at the helpless situation, Kangchul decided to give up, but calling out to the potential recruit, he questioned if he intended to become the next Lee Jae-hack. He reveals that he intended to create the 2nd and even 3rd Jae-hack of the future. He intended to create something more than just the 2 F4T, China's Elite 10, England's Glorious 7, he intended to create a star. When he asked him for an example of someone more noteworthy than 2 F4T, the name of Lee Jae-hack was spouted in reply. Kangchul agreed that he was indeed the greatest genius who could even solve a tornado-level fracture all alone. And hence, he wanted to formulate a team constituting individuals of his caliber if not greater. He handed him a piece of folded paper, including his contact information, for he intended to keep constant contact with all such prospects. He announced that, unlike the unforecasted Ant Queen fracture, he had planned to dispatch the said team to the center of a fracture due to form in 2 months. The center of any fracture posed the greatest danger, and as such Kangchul proposed to include him in the team without any contracts and divide the rewards accordingly. Regardless of what and how, the offer was too enticing for Yunsung, and the one who made it decided to leave behind his personal contact information and walked out of the elevator. Heaving a sigh, Yunsung recalculated the events that had just unfurled. Meanwhile, Kangchul was descending through the lift, and remarking on his incompetence to persuade a newbie. He could deduce that the novice was competent, and while he wondered who the man backing him was, the unveiling door revealed the startled Kim Sunguk. Sunguk walked past him with a bow, and before he could realize and turn back, he was graced with a wink for an answer. Kangchul then recognized the retired genius, who was an equivalent of the almighty Lee Jae-hack from 4 years ago, and the name of Kim Sung-guk came to his mind. He couldn't help but laugh at his second loss, yet another because of his lack of intel. Sung-guk suggested Yun-sung to join if he could, for against all odds, his main priority was the real experience of combat. Yun-sung's agreement caused the fall of the Empire of the Donuts, and the instructor announced that with the 2 months they had, he had something to show to him foremost. At a training center, he asked him to repeat the 3 categories of how people use their individual CE. The foremost was the combat method, which utilized CE to encase their body or weapon with aura and was usually practiced in martial techniques. The next was a psychic ability that awakened due to one's innate abilities, and although rare, lived up to their rarity by possessing talents like telekinesis, ignition freezing, or otherwise. The third and rarest were techniques that were extremely unique and passed down through history, and very small numbers of families or secret organizations possessed them. Commending his memory, he asked him to note a technique he would then display. Yun-sung watched in shock, as he placed his foot on the wall enforced with aura. Kim Sung-guk eventually clung to the roof of the hall and stared down at him, before revealing that it was the body maneuvering technique, which Yun-sung was to cram within the next 2 months. The performer stated how they were to change the name considering their intentions of going national. Yun-sung was alarmed as he threw up blood, and could tell that his veins were going haywire. As for his reason, it was simply to display for his student to observe and learn. Besides the increased degree of danger in the center of the fracture, he would also face severe competition, and as such, he needed some kind of ace for himself. They then started their discussion about the technique, and although it seemed like defying gravity itself, it wasn't possible in real time. One's way of walking was determined by their physique, and as such, Sung-guk had decided to devise a way to embed his aura in some unique way. The movement was very volatile and useful when trained well, and Yun-sung was forwarded a file containing the theory of the procedure itself. Sung-guk took his leave while offering to complete his end on the next day, and Yun-sung felt really bad, for without his CE, his veins were unable to wield his energy. Although he could use auto-hunting to learn it immediately, he denied being a puppet to the skill and was determined to repay his debt by himself, and for that, he had to learn the skill within the next 2 months. The sky after the decisive months was crimson, and a large pattern of the storm-level fracture floated across it, as the onlooking Yun-sung and Kangchul decided to return to their camp. For such a huge-scale operation, they had prepared hundreds of supporting units for the hunters, alongside professional reinforcements to deal with any possible outcomes and minimize the casualties altogether. Parting their way inside, Kangchul presented to him the alpha team of the said geniuses. When it came to the subject of exchanging introductions, their uninterested response reflected their dislike of an outsider like him. The director excused himself from the scene, and thought to himself about how necessary it was for bringing Yun-sung into his corporation someday. Yun-sung was to become the beta team's leader, and the role of Kangchul was to spark rivalry and competitiveness amidst the two. He evidently felt left out, but the leader Jang Youngchul approached asking if he was solely dependent on the basic protective gear. Taking pride in his own team of capable ones with superior units, he revealed how he would end up as a burden for them instead. The others started laughing at his inferiority, but he assured them that his own equipment was due to arrive, and certainly did a voice announce it soon after. The deliverer apologized for the delay caused due to the artisan who had worked on the Queen's carapace, and while Yun-sung proceeded to have an exchange, the others noted the symbol of Hatch and Anvil, who worked on the highest quality hunter equipment, which was now the 4-tier Ant Queen's carapace. Offering the new owner the opportunity to witness it for himself, he revealed an impressive set of armor made out of Yun-sung's first hunt. He soon changed into his new set of armor, and while a few others congratulated him, Youngchul sulked at his failure of defaming him. The suit felt incredibly comfortable for the user, who had given it the Latin name of Regina Met, which translated into Queen's Embrace. It was coined by his trusted benefactor Sung-guk, but he was extremely satisfied with the end results, which compelled him to go all out in the raid. While on their way to their destination, he was busy learning about the 2 4-tier and 1 5-star giant whippers that were spotted for the moment. They planned to approach one of the 4-tier foremost, where they would divide into 2 teams and use harpoons against the monsters. The division was a wicked plan to get even numbers in both and exclude Oh Yun-sung, and the Alpha team was dispatched to commence the operation. Yunchul commanded him to watch from the sidelines, and the man decided to act without bothering them. Meanwhile, the city was being crushed as the 4-starred capsicum of a giant whipper treaded through the evacuated city. It smiled as it was intercepted by an Alpha, and lashed out with its destructive limbs at it. The plan of luring it away from the others was working perfectly, and another Alpha conveyed the successful lure of it to their planned ambush area. Prepared members hid from its immediate sight and at variable locations, and at their leader's command, fired the harpoons at the monster. After harpooning the beast to their planned anchors, they were ordered to attack its legs before finishing it off. The monster fell as one of them struck at its hind limbs, and then swooped in at its head with his huge blade. As he impaled it right at its forehead, and grew confident to repeat the same with the others, a blaring voice demanded Yunchul to move. Another of the flexible limbs slapped him away, and an unannounced whipper appeared. The others immediately urged their comrades to rescue their leader. Another violent shaking caught them off guard, for a third whipper had appeared at the chaotic scene. Yun-sung, who was quietly watching the entire thing unfurl, decided to jump in, and activated his latest acquisition with plans of departing. Grabbing the beta by his leg, the monster scared the pride of his away, and hurled him towards its gigantic mouth. However, its arms were precisely sliced apart by Yun-sung, and as the captive fell, his eyes flared open upon at his surprising survival, for holding him was the freshly suited Oh Yun-sung. Although he was rescued, the question of how he would deal with 2 whippers simultaneously was concerning. Yun-sung announced that his trip to safety would be dizzy, and flung him away with his brute strength. He was thrown directly at a whipper, and launching himself off the adjacent building, he caught Yunchul with one of his arms, and moved while stepping on the violent flexible asparagus. He had to foremost find a place to ensure his luggage's safety, for he couldn't run as fast with the 2 monsters tailing him. He threw him through a hole he had burst open, and demanded the leader to run. They found a momentary haven behind the walls, and after affirming his safety, revealed that his skillful movement was derived from someone else. His team soon reached out, and reported the grateful survival of all the members. He ordered the team's retreat from the failure, and Yun-sung rose when he confirmed the end of their hunt, for it was now time for him to hunt. For as an outsider, their retreat wasn't of his concern, for he was on his own, and without any bother to them. He had fared quite well without his auto-hunting, and decided to give it his all henceforth, because the hunting zone was a place dictated by the strong, and began his hunt with the activation of his aid. At the main quarters where screens flared, Kangchul decided his ultimatum of bringing Yun-sung in without fail, but grew alarmed as his treasured Yunchul declared the failure of their mission. He was disappointed at their cowardice to retreat after a single failure. However, he decided to respect his decision but grew astonished when he reported that Yun-sung had gone to hunt the whippers instead. Unable to keep his composure before the stupidity, he commanded him to move to the rooftop and capture Yun-sung with his body cam. He threw away his microphone and grew, for his intention of appealing was destroyed by the Team Alpha. The sight he watched was of disbelief, for the monstrous limbs were intertwined, in a manner neither of them could answer. When the monster had found him descending, it had lashed out, but furnishing one of the hidden blades from his sleeve, Yun-sung drove it straight into the horde. While vertical slices severed them, the horizontal ones earned regeneration. When the arms of the other one approached his back, he jumped over them, and landed 2 quick blows at the beast. Although the beasts stood unitedly, their unfamiliar cooperation was clearly out of sync. When the torrent of tentacles approached him the next time, he charged right between the 2 and was witty enough to weave a plan. The plan was the body maneuvering technique he had learned, which the creator had himself renamed as spin and shrit or spider walk. He was literally weaving the spider's silk, and it was then that the headquarters started to watch. Although Kangchul could identify the precise aura control of Sunguk, he could not understand why Yun-sung was wasting consecutive opportunities to strike at them. The realization then dawned upon him that his motive was to capture them alive, and after a certain while, the plan had ended up as a success. They bore witness to how he had smartly directed the tentacles through the well-considered locations to absolutely cease any possible movements. While the Alpha team watched in awe, Yunsung contacted Youngchul and asked him to announce the capture to the headquarters. After the greeting ended, he remarked on how unexpectedly easy the core of the fracture had been, when Yun Kangchul's voice exclaimed at his work, but when Kangchul noticed his discontinuous words of forced agreement, he could not help but grow concerned if he had been disappointed. He then resorted to offering him anything in his powers, for he secretly intended to anchor him to himself. It did not matter if he wanted money, intel, or support, for he would get all of it at his word. However, when Youngsung voiced his only request, his confusion only compounded. It was at the 2nd QR Corporation's second area of operation, where hunters subdued the last of the Tier 4 scale centipede. Their mission completion followed that of the Alpha teams, who had reportedly ended up as a failure even after endless investments in them. The leader of the men commanded them to silence, and Shin Yuhi responded to Yun Kangchul's call, who notified her of the new admission of Oh Yunsung in their team. The job of hunters was dangerous, and because of the potential loss of life, the industry had changed for the people now, tallied their profits and losses. Yusohi pondered about how people now chose to hunt safely for money, and forgot their sense of responsibility and resentment against them for killing their family like hers. Yunsung walked up to her, and the two greeted each other. She was surprisingly unlike Yunchul and offered him the chance to venture into the center, and asked if he intended otherwise. She believed his result to be good enough already, and while she stared at the lack of a response, Yunsung thought about how despite having tested out his desired spider walk, it still wasn't enough for him, for instead of a prepared stage, he intended to actually hunt. When he awaited her remarks about his ignorance next, she consented to his plan, and demanded him to stay in some close position during their hunt. She also allowed him to hunt any he could solo, but had one last thing to say. Aware of his talent, she conveyed that since all of the others were just as skilled as him, she demanded him to avoid putting her teammates in danger, even if it hurt his pride. Both of them smiled at their conclusive agreement, and dispatched for the shaking fracture ahead. Suhi noticed how close the fracture was closing while someone reported that one of their divisions was yet to return. The team Maruchan wasn't an intercepting team that confronted monsters, but an assault team that charged inside. Suhi could sense the ominous event, for Maruchan was a small team of 2 F4T constituted of a few of the best hunters in terms of skills and was supposed to assault while QR was intercepting. Something emerged as she awaited, and the others grew relieved when their signal detected it to be the leader of Maruchan. However, the emerging unit fell to the ground before them, and they watched in disbelief, for before the leader Suhi, sprawled the destroyed body of the leader. She ordered an assault this time, and as the men readied their variable weapons, she found that fortunately Yunsung had already hidden or run away. Multiple others appeared from the fracture, and they were the 4-starred aerial monsters Santi-ga. The men were surprised at the appearance of the extremely rare monster, which had never appeared in their country before. They were further baffled when Suhi announced their venture ahead, and led their assault as the very spearhead. Two of the individuals watched in disbelief, for the numbers in the sky above them were endless and growing. Suhi conveyed their decision of action to Kangchul, who wished their efforts good luck. The monsters were Tier 4 and above, and alongside their capability to overwhelm large areas with their horde mentality, Santi-ga were aerial-type monsters. While commanding her team, Suhi was conscious of how countless civilians would be endangered in case they escaped their region of the assault. But racing behind them, in his Regenia Met and with the harpoon in hand, was Oh Yunsung. Back at the command unit, Kangchul debated if they had done everything they could, for in case of Suhi's failure, the military would resort to bombardment. While he was aware that it would still be better than letting them escape, one of his men appeared relaying that their third team of hired mercenaries were requesting a retreat. Regardless of their persuasion against it, they argued about how the new danger wasn't included in their contracts. The director could only curse at them, and wondered if they assumed themselves to be salaried men for the job, they were in was to save the general public from harm, and their existence as hunters now was a mockery of the sacrifices in the past. Kangchul was aware that a hunter was not supposed to protect, but bound to do their job, for they were the last line of defense. He consented to their retreat, however, demanded the others to gear up, for they were to venture out, for regardless of their loss of command, the prevention of chaos took priority. Back at the scene of action, Suhi was blasting past the digits. When multiple of the reptilians pounced at her, she activated her psychic ability, and used her gun to shoot them to their impending doom. She watched as the remainders fell, and could only scowl, for the numbers were barely budging, but killing the monsters was not enough, for they had to venture inside and close the fracture. She desperately wished for a key or technique user, and was alarmed to find one sneaking above her. She killed another of them instantaneously, but had unfortunately let the stealthy one pass. However, a harpoon impaled the monster, and she watched in surprise as Yun Sung appeared swinging on it. Another approached as the previous one fell, but using his weight as a pendulum, he smashed into the monster, and used it to cushion his descent. He confirmed that he hadn't escaped but left to search for some useful items like the harpoon. Even if the situation was extremely dangerous, he stated that it was his work and a situation where even a single someone could make a difference. Moreover, he was doing what he was ought to. Suhi was elated to find someone to exchange such words with, and Yun Sung then announced how his useful technique could be useful in closing the fracture from the inside. However, Suhi volunteered to accompany him, since fending off the Santi-ga while simultaneously trying to close the fracture was impossible alone. Moreover, because none in their entire team possessed any mobility-type key users, Yun Sung bent to aid their advent inside. She started laughing at the technique while he grew embarrassed, and calling out to the team's vice leader Lee Jinu, assigned him as the one responsible in her absence. She climbed onto Yun Sung's back in the meanwhile, and noticed another horde approaching. Yun Sung with his blade, and she with her gun, tore through the avians, for right ahead of them was the entrance awaiting their grace.
The environment inside the fracture was humid enough to hinder Oh Yu-sung's breathing. Shin Yu-hee noticed the corpses of the Marukan team who had died fighting the Santi-gas in an attempt to close the fracture. There stood the fracture breaker that utilized aura to charge and actually break the fracture. Its remaining requirement was equal to what just a single individual could provide it with. However, her advent towards it was halted by an enormous Santi-ga that arrived behind them. She turned to face the 6-star prime variant of the Santi-ga that explained the failure of their alpha team. Yu-sung intercepted her train of thoughts with his hand, requesting her to focus on charging the fracture breaker instead. Although his proposal was blasphemous, since an entire team had been rendered useless, he did not have the required CE to charge the device after utilizing all of it on their way inside. Shin Yui placed her life in his favorable hands for the 5 minutes that she required. The primal Santi-ga almost seemed to smirk at their lack of options, and without the precious core energy, he decided to evade it until he found himself a favorable window to strike. He was alarmed to find the monster coating itself in liquid fire and charging at him then after. He immediately activated the auto-hunting but failed to evade its offense, which had been fortunately dissipated by his armor. Moreover, the mysterious skill it used also compounded its body temperature and certified its classification as an actual monster. However, the plan that he devised and smiled at would be to change his approach of hit and run. His solution to the situation was to redirect its trajectory, which was only possible using his last resort, the assault form. His next move was to converge all of his remaining CE, as he had once learned, and used it against the beast's weakness. While aware that missing his last possible chance would bring him to his impending doom, he would also drag Shin Yu-hee alongside himself. But being a man of his word, he was resolute to see it through. The seemingly bipedal monster rushed to him, with its blazing wide approach against his precise blade of energy. After their decisive interception, Yu-sung crumbled to the ground foremost. However, the arm of the one responsible was also severed. The Santi-ga let out a screech, and before he could applaud himself for the milestone, his limited body surrendered to the eventual exhaustion of its core energy. The handicapped creature soared using its monstrous pair of wings, but Yu-sung didn't have the slightest interest in letting it escape. He impaled its chest using the harpoon he had and tugged as the Santi-ga screeched and tried to forge ahead. Yu-sung was now losing his grip on the item and ground that held his weight and was on the verge of losing it. At that very moment, Shin Yu-hee called out to him and announced the complete preparation of the fracture breaker. The aura-charged machine blasted a massive bolt upwards, but at Yui's urge to escape the closing fracture, he noticed the desperation within the Santi-ga before deciding to use it to escape the predicament. He gave the connecting rope a slight taste of freedom, and he held on tighter as it flew away. As he flew in acquired coordination, Yui watched the unbelievable sight unfurl. Yusung reached his hand out for her to grab onto, and after successfully anchoring her to himself, clung to the primal beast. They emerged out of the dense but mobile portal, still swinging from the metallic rope that bound the ride. To end the Santi-ga before it could go berserk, he requested Yuki to aim for the wound the harpoon had caused, using her aura bullet. Fixating the gun in her eyes with an experienced coordination, she shot at the visible injury. As the monster crashed into the ground below, the pair skillfully rolled onto the roof of one of the buildings. As Shin Yuri threw a glance outside, she noticed their last offender fall with the rubble. She exclaimed while conveying their success to her partner, and unveiling his mask, she found him to be asleep. She grew relieved finding that he had fallen unconscious and smiled warmly at the reckless but amazing individual. She voiced her praise for him as the crimson tinge of the sky faded and sunlight broke through, and right below their occupied building, Kongshul stared at the sprawled corpse of the six-star monster, also praising the accomplishment of his new acquaintance. When the eyes of the hero slowly opened, he found himself back at the hospital. As he arose while cursing at the pain, Kim Sung-guk appeared, exclaiming at his drowsiness to sleep for 2 entire days. He offered him a mysterious package in his hands, which surprised Yusung when he discovered what it held inside. Hunters in general were offered ranks in the ascending order of blank, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. It was decided upon by a subdivided annual evaluation, and was a conclusive resume for the hunters. What Yusung had in his hands was undoubtedly the silver rank badge. It was assigned to him after his last hunt against the Ant Queen, but Sung-guk surprisingly tossed it into a bin, announcing that what the Grey Ants had earned him was useless. He explained to him that none of the badges up till the gold rank used any actual metal to begin with. However, it changed henceforth, and even platinum usage was altered when it came to the rank of Platinum Plus. What he presented Yusung next was the platinum badge that was only given to 20 hunters, and also a wink of praise that was only given to the sole disciple of the once greatest hunter. Even on the train he took home, a man was watching the news report about Yoon Kongshul pivoting the accomplishments on the back of someone named Park Kong-han. With the help of his instructor, it turns out that it was an alias used for him. It was to keep his actual name hidden from the public eye, until he chose to publicize it voluntarily. When Kongshul was interviewed about the incident and by the media, the authorized had a doubt as to how the said Park Kong-han had stayed unnoticed so far. He explained that regardless of his opinions and doubts, the concerned man's achievements had been captured in the body cam. Moreover, despite being unrelated to the fracture, Kong-han jumped in to help the others retreat. He started to preach that an actual ranker was someone who could virtuously uphold the weight of the responsibilities that society needed them to. Sung-guk and Yusung, who were watching the television, discussed how he had grown into the long-awaited but second Lee Ja-hak, but Yusung was more concerned about failing the consistency required to keep his evaluated position. At this, Kim Sung-guk presented him with a letter of invitation from the association. He had to attend it using his alias, for they were creating a hunting countermeasure for the increasing dangers the fractures posed. On the day of the event, the arriving Yusung thought about how pleasing the idea of fame was. However, he was also conscious about how he would lose his main priorities of recovery and training. He needed to grow stronger and focus to foremost improvise his skill. At the security's request, he furnished his newly acquired badge. But when the guy exclaimed at the sight of the renowned Park Kong-han, he attracted an unfortunate lot of attention neither of them intended to. People started approaching him one after another, for he was yet to get affiliated with any of the hunting groups. He turned as a familiar voice called out to him as Yusung, and turned to find the approaching figure of Lee Ja-hak. The pair engaged in an active exchange of their long-awaited meet, and apologizing to the other intended occupants, Ja-hak took off with the rookie. While Yusung thanked him for the help, he claimed to have been in the same predicament previously. He flattered him to be a lion's cub, and one that was about to be fully grown in no time. During a presentation at the venue, Yang Chang-guk spoke about how specific monsters were restricted to regions known as their habitats. However, the last incident where the North American Santi-gas appeared was a deviation. The decision of the association was to count on the prominent hunters they had calmed using their evaluation. Yusung threw a glance at Ja-hak, who had smiled after his statement and revealed that his sister Unsul had left to train in China. Furthermore, since the Chinese delegation would also be involved in the global crisis, he could gain himself considerable experience. For the magnitude of the stage set in China was unique. Be it the Jungle King or China, Yusung had no clue as to what the genius had said to him. But when the host announced how they would be changing their passive approach towards the fractures, the look on Jahok's face changed. When it was declared that hunters would be legally hunting into fractures henceforth, the genius grew surprisingly excited. Yusung, too, recognized the term dive. In the hunting industry, it meant that hunters would purposely remain inside a fracture after its closure to investigate and hunt. When the hunters of the past had grown powerful enough, the world started to take an interest in the monsters. Considering the possibilities of exploration and colonization like the Britishers, people started to aggressively dive inside the fractures. Their brash ignorance earned them harsh consequences, since it brought the annihilation of precious hunters and armies. The sole survivor of one such tragedy was traumatized enough to leave behind the words, "We were fighting in our home ground." And after that, diving became strictly illegal. The limited dives would be carefully assigned to qualified hunters, who would be free to either accept or decline the opportunity of diving, which was a dream for most, for just the thought of the glory and wealth that it brought changed the air in the room. Moreover, none of the hunters' actions would be restricted until they collected the most possible information. The seated hunters were appalled when the ownership of the spoils was declared to be assigned to the hunters. The list of the qualifiers started with rank 1 Lee Jahok, and while Yusung was busy congratulating the same, his name as the 19th ranker was announced. The onlookers were in a state of discord hearing the lowest ranker's name. However, the host grew helpless when Cha Jaegel, the 8th ranker, and 2 F4T's member objected. His argument was that the hunter who had been licensed for just half a year could not be allowed into a job requiring the specialization of a veteran. When the man retaliated about how it had been decided after observing Yusung's action cam, Jaegel claimed the footage to have been edited before being posted before the public eye. However, when he questioned the absence of any referential testimony, the QR organization's Shin Yu-hee stood up to attest to the skills of the 19th ranker. Kongchul could sense the desperation in Jaegel's voice, and Jahok praised the skills of the second-ranked hunter. Cha Jaegel could not speak further. Not only was Yu-hee a member of the renowned QR group, but had also made the most contribution to the Santi-ga hunt. Unable to find any excuses for himself, he then started to speak about how lacking Yusung was without a melee weapon. The other hunters started to squint their eyes at his cringy arguments. Before Jahok could voice himself to halt the debate, Yusung stood up for himself. He stated that although he respected the opinions of his seniors, and in an attempt to put his own perspective in light, he announced that he had no intentions of refusing the opportunity he had earned. However, since he could understand Cha Jaegel's viewpoints, he offered to demonstrate his abilities at that very instant. At his suggestion, the chairman and host, Yang Changguk, immediately consented to it gladly. 2 special men watched the exchange from behind the crowd. One of them exclaimed at the interesting event that unfurled and sought the opinion of the other. At the weaponry department, Yusung picked up a Galler gun that acted as a lever for a technique or spy-type aura user. For they had witnessed him to be an exception to the two, they were a little confused and concerned. As Yusung aimed it at the target, he recalled of the near past, when Sumbuk had taught him that although psychic and techniques were inherited or innate, one had to train Ki with their lives on the line. Neither did their country of Korea have a long history of Ki users, nor did the users pass their technique down widely. As such, Sumbuk planned to pass on to Yusung, another of his creations. He was to equip himself in the required gear, and just as his instructor had taught him the second lesson, he pierced a target box using the 2-tiered Galler gun. Jaegel smirked at his incompetence, well aware that Psi or Tech users could not control the aura that left their body. However, the bullet that glowed inside the target was the range Ki technique passed on by Sumbuk, and named Ki Parasite, which exploded the box. While most of the audience was baffled at the sudden technique, Shin Yu-hee deduced that the subject bullet had been embedded with aura. When the precise manager of Ki and aura asked if they were content with his evidence, Yang Changguk joined to seek any questions Jaegel had. Having failed, he announced his acknowledgement, and Yusung thanked him for the pass, and the chairman announced the end of the conference. At the dispersal hall, while Yusung greeted the others, Jaegel stood aloof, cursing at the humiliation he had caused. He was alarmed as the 2 special men approached and greeted the president Chu Seojin. Seojin was the president of the Korean branch of the mega corporate Tens, which had not only expanded its influence in China but all over Eurasia. The country of China was the best stage that Asia had to offer with its large territory, monster diversity, and lax hunting laws. Although foreign hunters dreamt of going there, the native hunter protection law made it impossible for them to receive the permit until and unless the hunter is contracted under a mega corporate like Tens. Be it QR or Gumgan of the 2F4T, no one could earn themselves nothing more than short temporary success. But there was only one exception, Lee Jahok's little sister Lee Unsil. It was because the rank 3 of China, Swordmaster of Hurricane Jingyan, accepted Unsul as a direct disciple. Besides the temporary good relation Jaha had created on his dispatch, her side was appropriate to use Jingyan's key technique. As such, Jaegel was resolute to treat him with the utmost respect. However, when Seojin started laughing at the act from before, he felt humiliated at the ruckus he had stirred. Moreover, he was interested in the person itself rather than the technique, but it was a further spike, for he had but awakened just half a year ago. Seojin chuckled at how useless the technique was, but Jaegel could not comprehend the prowess of the Chinese to term such a technique as a useless one. When he sought the agreement of his partner named Yap, he noticed that he was already gone. He grew concerned if he had gone off to Oyusum, who was relieved to find himself in the peaceful embrace of a bench outside. He stared at his hand that was trembling and hoped to earn himself the right to name the skill. He turned backward when he sensed a presence, but Yap zapped to move right behind him once again. Before he could understand how, he called out to him and requested him to fight about against him. The language he spoke was Chinese and out of Yusung's syllabus. Seojin appeared scolding the imported brat of his and bowed to apologize to the victim. Alongside that, he presented him with his card and identity. While Yusung was surprised by the president of China's best hunting group, Seojin apologetically claimed Chu Yap to be his impatient nephew with the capabilities of a good hunter, but Yusung failed to even understand the words the apology was meant for. At his query, Seojin explained that he had appeared to nurture a personal relationship with him, and he stared back in blatant curiosity. Speaking about how the Tens group's leader was a hunter, Seojin emphasizes how he passed on his techniques to his disciples. Having been the honored disciple himself alongside his nephew, he debated if Yusung would inherit the same. Having recorded his demonstration, he had sent it to the master and received a reply, which stated his desire to meet him in person and allow him the seat of his next disciple. Seojin apologetically denied mentioning the name of his master, but they had a specific condition for him to follow. Accepting to be a disciple of the master would forbid him from learning any other technique. And although they would allow him the freedom of learning, they did not permit the learning of foreign techniques. However, before he could speak further, the offer was declined outright. He had nothing else to speak about, since he could deduce the apparent master's intentions of having him sever his ties with his current master, which was an absolute no-no for him. As he moved away from the pair, Yap moved in, inquisitive of what Korean had just transpired. With no other options for himself, he blatantly stated how their offer had been refused. Hearing Seojin speak in Chinese that their master's techniques were deemed inferior, he called out to Yusung. Seojin offered to translate his Chinese rebuttal, and Yusung decided to ignore the childish provocations he initially hurled at him, but stopped to question in evident anger when he claimed his master to be a third-rate. His guts to insult his kind and generous Kim Sungok right before him angered him beyond his limits. When Seojin started his second bout of apologies on his nephew's behalf, Yusung demanded to test it out and find what great techniques the dreamer had in store. They moved inside the training facility in a boxing ring, and Yap asked his uncle about the approach he was to take. At his further emphasis on how Yusung was the first to insult their master, Seojin could not argue. China has managed to maintain the key and tech techniques for countless centuries. As such, to deny such an opportunity was blasphemous of Yusung. Although Yap did not want to disapprove of him being a fellow disciple, he could tell that he wasn't worth being bowed to. Seojin, however, had another plan in mind for the prideful genius to make Yusung realize that there was a wall before him that he could not break through alone. The geared pair stood face to face, and as the confused Korean watched, Yap generously offered him the opportunity to strike at him 3 times, and as the responsible bell announced the commencement of their bout, the two ready to pounce at each other. Although Yap managed to exclaim at the considerably impressive punch he threw, the next one of the many took him by surprise. After the 3 set moves were completed, he eagerly retaliated with a jab at his chest. Unfortunately for him, it was blocked by the target. Hurling himself backward, Yusung used the net to rebound himself and approached the Chinese nephew headfirst. Angered, Yap vowed to teach him of the difference between them since he considered himself someone better than him. Seojin was silent, but the one across the phone's camera more so. For Seojin, Yusung's skill set was far superior to what he had predicted, for he evaded a strike that Yap threw and later cursed at his opponent silently. Rebounding his leg off the floor, he kicked at the man's face, which forced the Chinese to turn into a reverse hunched Chinese. But as Yusung watched in anticipation, he forced him to distance himself with another kick. Yip cursed at his rat-like ability, and although he threw multiple punches at him, none of them ever reached their predicted destination. To him, Yusung's techniques felt clown-like, but before long the clown landed a punch in his face. Not only did he find his pose strange and obsolete, but was also confident in beating him with a single strike of his art. However, he came to a sudden halt after noticing that he was sweating profusely. His body was trembling, and although he wasn't tired, he denied the chance of being nervous against someone like him. Seojin from the sidelines noticed that it was a disruption technique used by Yusung that matched an opponent's attack pattern and one that was a natural predator for Yap. The Chinese representative launched a barrage of blows that was blocked with blatant ease, and that made him frustrated. Enforcing his palm and his well-trained aura, he threw it towards the opponent of his, who dodged it by moving aside and grabbing his geared head. Yusung shoved his knee directly into his exposed face. As Seojin watched in horror, his fellow disciple and nephew fell to his knees. Since he was conscious after the direct hit, he called out to demand if Yusung had not used his aura, and the translator could then understand why no serious damage was inflicted. The attacker clarified that he hadn't intended to use any and turned towards the defender, who sought to go for another exchange. He demanded Seojin to declare the evident winner of the pair, and since he found the auto-hunting feature inactive, he could understand that the threats were just empty ones, and the challenger slumped to the ground as the victor walked away. Having witnessed the loss, Seojin had no choice but to commend Yusung, who had elaborated that as hunters, they were obliged to protect civilians instead of sparring meaninglessly. He admitted his fault for having fallen for the provocations as an immature individual, and declared that their discussion was over for good, even with the one watching him from across the room and phone. Demanding the Great One to visit him in person and disciplining his subordinates, the 19th ranker of South Korea took his leave. Seojin heard his master remarking at how gravely he had been insulted by a rookie, and excused the apologies of the disciple since he had witnessed something entertaining after 3 entire decades. But the following demand that he made of the 2 disciples cost them their lives at the hands of death by surprise. A few days later, news of Yusung where Park Kong-han came to light alongside his face and intent of reaching the rank 1. His absolute intent to demand the press to stop pestering him was obvious to Yoon Kongchul, who was seated before Yoo Jisuk. He was the 3rd ranker and president of 2F4T, which rivaled QR in terms of manpower. Scoffing at how he had already declared it previously, he demanded if he really assumed of him to sell his QR corporation off to China. Jisuk corrected that he would retain his ownership and be selling it not to China but the TENS Group. However, Kongchul could see the very definition of the sale of the 3rd largest corporation in Korea, and neither was he a puppet nor intent on selling his own company to anyone. Jisuk scowled at how they had failed to catch up to the key users, unlike what they had assumed 10 years ago, and reminded his counterpart about how advanced China was in terms of C injections, and with most of the recruited Korean powers, they were already progressing even further with their superior key techniques. Jisuk's suggestion was that they could deal and learn plenty from their potential business partners. The Chinese use many books or physical documents to pass down their martial techniques besides the top 10. Those have been in the process of recovery for the last 10 years by TENS. Now TENS has offered many corporations to share the recovered documents with the ones that would ally themselves. Kongchul was stupefied at Jisuk's haste since the documents had yet to be confirmed, but after an absolute and final denial, the hasty one gave up on persuading him further and offered to warn him about a wall that they could never overcome, and about his failure with his apparent team of super rookies. Secretly, however, Kongchul was aware of how intriguing the recovery techniques could be, but the risk was too big, since TENS would interfere with any internal operation and shatter the company. Jisuk halted as Kongchul mentioned Jahak being a wall he could not overcome, well aware that the current fire of jealousy within Jisuk against the 1st ranker was caused by the 19th. The rookie had used the present sense of inferiority and used it to spike insecurity among them hunters, which could also explain why Jaejul's previous performance was after being influenced by his owner, Jisuk. Kongchul offered to warn the man in return by stating that regardless of what techniques he had been promised, surpassing Jahak was impossible for him. The halted man's face turned into a scowl, which demanded to put it to the test. Kongchul himself could not do anything if the other firms chose to accept the Chinese terms, which would then cause a severe repercussion throughout the industry, and the one to mysteriously solve it, Yusung. That same mysterious one was seated on a bench in a park and under the night sky, thinking about the long-awaited dive that was due the next day. He heard a voice commending his solitary but unique piece, and he turned to find a sturdy-looking man staring at him. He greeted the popular 19th ranker, who noticed that he wasn't Korean by his tongue. Confusing him, he expressed his relief to have at least met him once before releasing a massive amount of aura. As Yusung started to choke at the dense and almost palpable bloodthirst, the man demanded to learn if he recognized him. Before Yusung could activate his auto-hunting against the beast of an old man, he evaded a sharp but mysterious strike that was hurled at him, and later recognized the key strike. He would have died if not for the auto-hunting against the man who was powerful enough to launch it with just a flick of his finger. The man wearing sunglasses at night remarked at his capability to dodge it, and since Yusung's auto-hunting was trying to avoid fighting him, he had to escape. He distanced himself using spinach writ, which was noted and praised by the agile old man. Baffled at how he had traced his way to his back, he used his foot to kick at the dirt to force it upon the old man, who used his hand to slice apart the wave of dirt and noticed his target running away from their bout. Before Yusung could debate if he could actually escape, his opponent had already caught on to him, punching at 2 specific points on his exposed back and forcing him to descend and halted him in his tracks. Not only was his durability applauded, but his capability to force him to move around. Yusung, who was paralyzed by the acupressure, heard the man state how he had not only made him move more than 10 times, but had also dragged him out to a street and in the public eye. People started recognizing the new ranker, and the model-like man noticed how strangely Yusung could move despite being forced into paralysis. Speaking to the man he thought he had in his mind, Park Kong-han demanded an apology while disregarding the unacceptable deed, and the man understood that he had circulated his energy to break through the paralysis. When Yusung tried to impose how he was the one questioning, the man revealed that he had just complied with his demand to meet him in person. He reveals that he would have never opened his mouth if he really wanted to, and cackled as Yusung started the current contradiction. It came as a shock for Korea's 19th ranker, when he presented himself as Junwi Baek, the chairman of Tens and master of the Chu family members he had previously met. Much like Jahakman had requested to check his body, Yusung immediately denied it after recalling the horrifying event. His condition to hold a conversation was of him to apologize to him and his master. Junwi starts laughing like a maniac before questioning what he would do if in case he rejected. As blatantly as he could, he stated that he would call the police on him, and the two stood in absolute silence of calculative realizations. Junwi starts cackling at how funny the threat was against someone like him, but could not help but secretly grow impressed at his conscious needs and way to act even when outclassed. Before Yusung could take his leave, he offered to strike a deal with him and proposed to make a bet against him. As for the reason behind it, he did not want to follow whatever Yusung was demanding of him, since regardless of how exceptional a rabbit might be within his own race, to a lion it was but winner-winner rabbit dinner. He would only apologize if he stood at his standard, but when Yusung stated his lack of desire to appease his standards, he remarked on his cowardice as a weakling, and the look on his face changed. In return, he offered him the box in his hand that held something that was bound to surprise him. If in case he failed to, he would be bound to become his disciple, since that was his goal all along. The plan of action would be that Junwi would now run and Yusung would attack, and with just a single of his attacks connecting, he would become the victor. As an alternative, he could also opt to seize the box for himself. Yusung kept staring at him for a while, but recalling something exquisite that he had in store, he smiled in acceptance. He confidently announced his intentions of holding the challenge there itself, and was exceptionally confident to make it an exception to his streak of victories. Before he could understand his motives, Yusung shut his eyes, and while the chairman of Ten spoke, he activated his inventory and registered it as his first loss by making it disappear. The man noticed its absence while he sneaked into his immediate vicinity and threw his fingers to touch his forehead. Although he tried to announce his evident victory, he flinches as the man started to unleash his blasphemously strong aura once again. The people around could sense the dropping temperature, and clad in his fierce bloodthirst, Junwi demanded his explanations on how he had managed to pull it off. When Yusung brazenly stated that he had used an ace up his sleeve, he was warned against losing his finger. He demanded him to seek explanations after he held up his end of the bargain, and concluded that he had but simply wasted his time with an old man incapable of keeping his own word. Junwi stood solemnly for a while and yet again started laughing and admitted his defeat against the youngster, who would then learn of what resided inside the box. He summoned the box out of the inventory slot, and when asked about the technique behind, immediately retorted with denial. He was advised to avoid opening the box in public, and when inquisitive if the thing inside was a drug, Junwi resorted to using his own medicine on him, stating how he had never actually claimed to reveal if it was either medicine or poison. The man took his leave while sweating profusely, and when reminded of his due apology, started to speak in Chinese, that he was unfamiliar with the language of Korean. The term apology was one that concerned the great Junwi Baek, whose pride was now on the line. Eventually, he rushed in towards the man as his rationality was defeated, and instinctually knocking him unconscious, took off with the target. Yusung awoke the next morning at the park, certain that the man left without his apology. He found the box that held a note beneath it from the great Junwi that recommended him to consume the herbal medicine without delaying it too much. And since he had done a personal maintenance on his body, his energy circulation was bound to improve. Although the note conveyed the man's great skill at the language, his handwriting itself was one hell of a journey. It was the previous night at a hotel where Jisuk was pacing the lobby while Seojin stood silently and ranted about how long his master was taking to arrive at their decided venue. Although he was denying the assurance he was provided with, he noticed someone appear through the automated doors. In a traditional suit and footwear, appeared the great Jinwi Baek, who had just run out of an apologetic predicament. Jisuk did not need a reference to recognize, for it was the chairman of TENS himself in body and soul, but without an apology. He immediately bowed before the greatness, with motives of doing everything he could to get on his favorable side. When Jisuk spoke about how great an honor it was to meet him, he demanded if witnessing his presence was enough. He commanded his disciple to escort him outside and announced his extreme exhaustion after meeting an unexpectedly clever brat. Jisuk took his sweet time to realize the event and rushed to ask him to wait, considering the hours he had waited for him. However, he made the mistake of grabbing his shoulder, and the man shuddered to an immediate stop. As silently as he could, the great master started unveiling his violent aura once again. That itself was potent to throw away the hand that had made the mistake of latching onto him and threw the owner of it in a state of panic. For the killing intent he exposed was far greater than any monster. Jinwi Baek dissipated the bloodlust soon and reminded the concerned that he had already announced his exhaustion. Acknowledging his want to learn from him, he offered him a piece of knowledge to the dog that, as one, he was to only feed on what his owner fed him and not bite that arm back. Jinwi dislikes such animals and hoped he could remember it, and saying that, he moved away from the scene, and the one who had caused it stared at him, distancing back in fear and hopelessness. Outside, Jinwi had confirmed his suspicions of him being nothing better than a brat, and asked about what his disciple had to speak about to him. Although Seojin explained how useful the third ranker could probably be for them, his master had found no spirits in his useless eyes, and his potential was but just above average. As for the one he had previously met on his way to their venue, he stated how satisfactory Yusung had been by his standards, and Seojin could guess how impressive the 19th ranker must have been. When he questioned about his master's business at the Henan province, he announced that although he had managed to get his hands on the required something, he had given it to the 19th ranker, unfortunately. The thought of passing on the herbal ball, which was considered a great ancient treasure to Oh Yusung, further affirmed the liking his master had taken to him. But when the same master stuttered, he could sense that he must not actually have wanted to pass it on. The next day, Oh Yusung was equipping his trusty armor and greeting the well-wishers he had around himself. On the noon of July 19th, the 19th ranker of Korea was on his first dive inside a dimensional fracture. The only way outside would be a fracture point created 52 kilometers away and 19 hours later, and he had to reach it by all necessary means. His first goal of the dive was to reach the point and return to the world alive, and he was equipped with a detection gadget and shoulder camcorder. Affirming their perfect working, he decided to steal a glance inside the demonic expanse, and while on his way ahead, noticed something soon. He found himself the first group of snake-like monsters in the fracture, and could certainly recognize the monkey vipers, who occupied the variable tiers of 2 to 3. He pressed the auto-hunting button without a moment's delay and dove headfirst, resolute to begin his hunt. He tore towards the flamboyant Kong heads, and they responded in kind by slithering on their way at the unknown entity. Yusung suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his leg rose from the ground, and before long, he was being hurled backward by some mysterious force. Neither was he unable to reason behind that, nor understand why auto-hunting was chasing him away from the comparatively easy targets. It operates his hand to reach back into his suit and furnish the box he had previously earned. Although aware of how untimely it acted up, he noticed the herbal ball of medicine inside. Surprisingly enough, it wanted him to consume it right then and there. Unable to argue the automated force, his fingers threw it inside the gaping hole of his mouth, and as he forced it down his gullet, he started choking on his way away from the ape-like vipers. Furthermore, he was flung into the air above with a disoriented balance and without any explanations. The subsiding smoke and rubble revealed the figure of the collapsed Oh Yusung, who was still choking at the agonizing effects the pill had caused. Weaving through the ravines appeared the monkey vipers surrounding his unconscious figure. But as their monstrous faces were witnessed, their potential prey started to let out a fierce howl, and his body started to glow in the foreign expanse of the fracture. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was seated before a screen reporting the progress of Park Kang-han's dive. His disciple Seojin asked if they were to prepare in case Yusung failed to return, since the herbal pill was concentrated with over 20,000 CE. His master explained that the pill itself started to melt when in contact with the stomach acid and generated CE. However, it was nothing more than a fuel for the body. Just as the great Jinwi demonstrated, the pill itself would explode when inside, and the circulating energy inside the body would cause the CE to disappear. As for what effects it would have on the user's body, it was unknown by the great master himself. When Jinwi had consumed the first pill himself, he had been able to control his killing intent at will. With the second one, his body changed since it caused a reformation of his skeletal structure, implying that it would reinforce whatever the owner's body lacked the most. As such, he was unaware of what consequences or results the latest owner would face. Well, there goes another due apology. They could only wait and see if the user had ascended to the heavens after the immense pain it caused. However, his curiosity on the matter was insatiable. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yusung's eyes flared open. His surroundings were surprisingly peaceful. As he arose, the pain in his head spiked, and when he turned to find the results of him being chased, he found the endless corpses and monkey vipers all around him. In an attempt to remember what had transpired after he had consumed the medicine, and recalled how he had been fighting for his life using auto-hunting, the memory of fending out the beasts was unclear to his enraged mind, and he was shocked to find that he had 4 hours remaining to make his way to the exit point. Void of any intentions to stay inside the fracture, he readied himself, but was appalled to find once again that his body was flung into the air once again. The confusing and peculiar reason behind his body's strange behavior did not dawn upon him yet. He recalled that although he had passed out from the overusage of CE, his body now felt as light as a feather, as if an effect of the medicine. He was soaring through the territory with his reformulated body, and since his body had grown simultaneously, his suit made him feel sluggish, so he had taken it off. However, because his body felt fantastic, he was confident to make it to the exit in a timely fashion. He stood on an overlooking cliff and only 4 kilometers away from the point of return to the real world. He felt a slight embarrassment for having fainted and barely making it back, since he had prepared too much to waste for wasting it away. He could not understand why the system auto-fed him the medicine, since he could easily deal with the reptilian mammals. An extremely bright light shone above and ahead of him, and he recognized the flare's signal for the return point. He hurried, realizing that the others must have already reached the point, and at the same time, at the point of convergence, stood the team Sukyeon of exceptional teamwork and part of 2F4T, and the ones responsible for guarding the return point. Yusung recognized the one of the many teams of 2F4T, but the atmosphere around him invoked in him a feeling of uneasiness. The leader of the Corps unveiled his face and greeted the newcomer. He noticed his lack of armor, and when informed of how he had faced injuries of little concern, he offered to help him to the hospital. The eyes of Yusung flared open in blatant horror, for the helping hand had just shoved a powerful strike against his torso. The red hair flung him away with that blow and multiple others, and the 19th ranker of Korea crashed into the cliffs behind. As the coughing auto-hunter questioned the unreasonable ambush, the man revealed that neither would he be able to move, nor be capable of using his aura ever again with his damaged flow. The demand of his was the wooden box he had on him. They demanded him to avoid lies, since they were aware of his identity as the heavenly demon's successor, and the only one he could think about was the unapologetic chairman of Tens. As he asked if they were the ones responsible, he started to rise to their surprise and could understand the reason why he had been fed the pill. They had recognized the presence of the pill chasers and grew frustrated at them for having ruined his precious dive for such a trivial matter. Without any intention of leaving them be, he activated the auto-hunting feature and decided to show them where the box of medicine actually was. The opposing one ordered his team to assume their positions, and all of them rushed to their required formation of choice. As Yusung watched, a few of them moved right behind him and brandished their weapons of variable choice. The apparent formation of surrounding him was called the Heavenly Field of Slashing Stars Path. When the leader announced the commencement, the subordinates jumped in with their weapons at once. Yusung fluidly evaded the blows dished at him and furnishing one of his weapons. A gun, he aimed it right at one of the many facing him and shot a bullet directly at his forehead. However, the men immediately jumped away, since they had previously watched his capabilities from the video footage of his, and he glared at the ambushers with absolute anger. When surrounded by countless experienced men, the emotion that Yusung's face exuded forced the red hair to reveal that they had researched his entire fighting style beforehand. As such, the hunt to hunt the auto-hunter was commenced. The masked men tapped a button on their batons, and as the protagonist watched, those elongated into vine-like whips of industrial grade. They struck his chest and face one after another, and although he managed to fire a couple of rounds, those were easily evaded by his targets. Before he could notice, one of them swooped from behind, while another approached his exposed front. Both of them succeeded in their momentary mission of injuring him, and his desperate shots were once again dodged to his shock. While he stood with his smoking gun and brain in a dilemma, the leader explained that they had cornered him to keep him from using his amazing technique of spin and scrit. The men attacked him relentlessly to avoid giving him even a sliver of space to breathe. Although he did have a Galler gun, it was no good if he was busy evading repetitive blows. When he noticed that their target had let his guards down, the remaining numbers swooped in at his signal. Yusung was actually struggling against the pain he felt without his armor and throwing a glance at them once again, fired at the ones who were resolute to end him. This time, however, his eyes turned a shade none had ever witnessed. The bullets that escaped this time were precisely controlled with aura. 2 of them emerged from their shells, which were the ground itself. Before the Sukyeon team could understand, bullets were racing around and about the entire space around Yusung that they had closed in. The appearance of bullets from the ground beneath them was unexplainable, but not to the glowing, vengeful eyes of the user. The approaching ranker explained that it was the very key parasite they had failed to research fully. Regardless of it being his first attempt at controlling multiple of them, the results were pretty effective. The impossibility that the red hair understood was that they had never actually managed to evade his bullets, but he had been shooting them at the ground all along. As for the parasite key, he had indeed witnessed it previously, but hadn't considered it as something powerful to plan against. As for the user of the skill who walked towards him, he found that the skill was very efficient because of its low CE usage. While he had almost fainted after the demonstration at the briefing, the only possible answer was that his body had energy far surpassing his past limits after consuming the herbal pill. When he offered to exchange words with the final remaining one, Mr. Red Hair asked why he chose to serve under the evil Jinwei Bake. Neither did Yusung share any relation with the same, nor was he aware of any they shared. Regardless of those, their threats against his career were unacceptable, but not enough for him to choose to kill them. With their actions recorded in his camcorder, he planned to simply report the incident, for he planned not to kill anyone, but obliterate them. With a strike against the captain's jaw, he knocked the man out cold. Although he wasn't interested in being included in some martial arts fiction, it was the end for them. The incident ended with the leader being escorted to the prison and the apparent leader of the Sukyeon team was interrogated. Turns out he was a Chinese hunter who had infiltrated, and although nothing came to light as to why they had attempted to kill Yusung, it was revealed that it was all under orders from the Chinese rank 4, the master of the 10,000 arts and president of a large Chinese corporation. Albeit Yusung played a significant role with his submission of evidence and attestations, the case was unresolved because no reason or motivation could be decided. He, who was seated in the park, turned to find the same old man he had chanced upon previously at the same location. As he greeted the unapologetic geezer, Jinwei spoke about how he would have grown incapable of staying there had he disclosed anything about the medicine or otherwise. As for what he had previously demanded of him, the chairman had given it a lot of thought, but him apologizing to his master was absolutely unacceptable in his regards, and the students silently eyed the oldie beside him. As for what he intended to do with him, he silently rose from the bench and demanded him to follow him somewhere worthy of the conversation. At Sungbuk's residence, the owner was peacefully cooking and tossing his decided mixture on a pan above the stove. With the wonderful spread on the table, the man among men and man and all women debated if kimchi stew and tofu were a bit overboard for just 2 individuals. He attended the door and greeted the arrival of Yusung, and although he affirmed that they could manage another individual at their table, but throwing a glance at who the subject of concern was, he started to reconsider the old man standing before him. His eyes were resolute and confident across his glasses, but his physique and aura overpowering. However, his sense of fashion was a topic left unaddressed. The old man followed the greeting with a vote of gratitude, and the 3 were soon seated at the dining table. The silence that persisted was awkwardly provocative, and when he tried to learn of what relation Yusung had with him, he excused himself to the washroom as the 2 were left alone. Kim Sunbuk tried to think of what he could do to work it out, and Jinwei requested of him for some green tea. His stare at his back worried the tea maker, and started complimenting his physique out of the blue. He was elated at the find Yusung had brought him and requested the hand of the individual, before explaining that it was his own way of repaying the brat. As Jinwei grabbed the hand of the ex-hunter, a shocking sensation passed through the same. His CE was being circulated somehow, for it should have normally resulted in severe pain. His flow, which had been completely shattered previously, had somehow been restored by the mysterious old man before him. By the time he let go of his hand, the sweating Sungbuk inquired and was confirmed that he had indeed injected ki in his body. Jinwei stated that using the protection he had placed on his flow of CE, he could use the energy for a few minutes at best. The shock on Sungbuk's face transitioned into a smile, and using his newfound energy, he rapidly moved away from his position, before standing still in blatant confusion and relief. While the student witnessed what the actual spin and trick was, the teacher finally found that his body was moving as he had wished for dearly. When he thanked the unknown man from the bottom of his heart, he was suggested to go out for a walk, and with a joyous smile across his face complied by disappearing into thin air. As Yusung smiled silently, Jinwei remarked at how the marvelous hunter had been living as a normal human for the past 3 years. He could tell that the student of his had something to speak about, and the 19th ranker of Korea offered to make a deal with the chairman of tens. Jimmy could guess that he'd seek the recovery of Sunguk, and sure enough, Yusung requested for the same item he had previously given him. He was reminded once again that the medicine was extremely expensive in the first place, and since he was leaving the country that same evening, he requested to learn if he had any other wants. Yusung vouched to pay him back for the worth of the pill, and when asked if he even trusted him in the first place, stated that he believed in his own worth instead. Furthermore, he wasn't about to become a con artist by accepting his discipleship, and asked him to leave if he had nothing else to ask of an actual hunter. He silently stared at the offer maker, and as Park Kong-han grew curious, he gave a short laugh before agreeing to his terms. The door creaked open as Kim Sung-guk returned to his humble abode and found Yusung seated at the table alone. When informed that the mysterious man had returned, he remarked at how marvelous a thought it was to coat one's vessels with energy itself. After he finishes drinking a bottle of water, he states that the 1 hour he had been running for had been the happiest moment in his life after the past 3 years. However, Yusung solemnly called out to his senior, and as he replied to his call inquisitively, he announced that there was a method of recovering his body. Sunguk only stared back at him, and silence prevailed and conveyed how well aware he was that there would be a price. Having looked into countless places for help himself, meeting the man capable of using aura that well was something he had never expected. He could easily guess that the man was one of the elite 10 of China, and the offer to heal him was a blatant indication of their intentions of holding on to Yusung. But when he spoke about how less the cost was in comparison to the gift itself, Sunguk grew angry and stated that he was just content by being capable enough to run. Healing a body like his would cost something terrible and humongous, but regardless of Yusung's wellness, he did not need it. Before he could speak any further, Yusung raised his hand in an attempt to speak about the 5 times. He was to participate in China-based hunts 5 times the price of the contract. The deal itself was unlike any in the entire century, since increasing his own experience in a well-established country of hunters would be beneficial too. When he stated that he had already made the deal with the man Jinwi Bake and renounced the agent he had, a chair fell to the ground as he grabbed Yusung by his collar. He demanded him to stop making a mess out of the situation and reminded him about how he had asked him to become his longtime agent and was now doing as he pleased just because he became a little famed. Yusung's rebuttal on how the situation had changed for him to heal his body made him grit his teeth and demand why he would decide as to what he needed. Unable to argue with his close friend, he fell silent, and Yusung spoke that he himself had asked him not to make a fool of him when they had started working together. It startled Sunguk, and he further remarked that he himself was the one being foolish by not knowing what he wanted for himself. He reminded him about how he had just drank a bottle of water instead of beer, being the same man who used to drink beer since he no longer cared about his body. He removed his hands from himself and, holding him by his arms, helped him seat himself on the chair. He then demands of him to look at him and decide if he wanted to run like his past self could, and advised him to avoid cleaning his mess and start going for the required therapy. He wanted to team up with him once he returned from his Chinese venture and asked him not to worry about what would happen there. Furthermore, healing his senior's body wasn't a debt, but a bonus that came alongside his great opportunity with tens. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would not be beaten by others easily and figure his Korean way out in China. As such, he requested of his elder to believe and wait for him. And as the saying senior jolted, the door shut behind Yusung. Alone with a meal that none of the 3 or 2 touched, he recalled the words of his junior and exclaimed at his cool act while wiping away his own tears. A week later, it was the day of departure, and at the airport, reporters ranted their requests for the departing Yusung to reveal his contract details with tens. But as the person he was, he silently walked away from the problematic mass. Having lost their chance at finding a slice of the pie spread all over the mass media, a few of them started to debate if the future would be alright with the incident involving the captured Chinese hunter. Their evident leader spoke about how angered they might be after their skilled someone lost to a Korean novice, and as such, Yusung's departure to China even before the event managed to die down, showed what a steel-hearted man the guy was. In his designated seat, the 19th ranker was busy with his phone and felt uneasy about not having received any messages from Sunguk for the past week. Then came not only a call, but an outright video call of the same. From across the screen, the figure of Kim Sunguk asked if he had already boarded the plane, and when his silence made him feel awkward, Yusung remarked on how well his physique had improved in just a matter of days. He stated that his pace of recovery was good enough for him to resume his work as a hunter soon, and although he hadn't been to China, he had a few things to share with his student. Since he had learned his lessons from the once very best of the era, he was to show them who the actual boss of the 2 was. Although initially startled at this remark, a smile spread across the face of the disciple as his plane flew away into the international aerial borders. The city of Shanghai was dotted with buildings towering high and nigh, and it was at the Shanghai Hotel, where Oh Yu-sung found himself in the highest VIP floor room. While the luxurious room felt ridiculously extravagant, the gilded door flapped open and a girl appeared to greet him, and in hopes that he found his stay comfortable. She presented herself as Suyu from the Tens Corporation, who was present to cater to his needs and demands. Disregarding her surprisingly young look, he thanked her before making his request. Suyu immediately urged him to excuse the formality since she was but a mere caterer, and flinched when he presented his request to meet Jinwi Baxi, since he hadn't been able to, ever since he had arrived in China. His tone of referring to him as Jinwi Baxi caught her keen ears, and before he could ask if it was problematic, she demanded of him to exclude his informality while referring to their great master. The scary look on her face concerned Yu-sung if the old man was operating a cult and blatantly stated that since he was in a business relationship with the same, he would refer to him as he found fit. The apparent caterer suddenly started unleashing her potent aura while exclaiming at his impudence, and he suddenly felt conflicted if the man was actually being worshipped as a god in his cult. However, he had expected as much and agreed to fight her if she really intended to. However, although he would welcome any challenges hurled at him, he demanded her to stay responsible for the consequent results. She flinched at the dense aura he started to release against her, and even if he was enticed to fight her at that very moment, he decided not to, considering his respect for the business relation he had formed with Tens. He warned her against repeating her disrespectful behavior again, for he would then consider her as an uninvited guest instead of a representative. When she stuttered the word fine, he charged her informality with a strike, and warned her against revoking the contract with her great master of the Tens. Her next stuttered reply yet again earned the child her second strike, and choking on her pride, she bowed to apologize for her rudeness. He could tell how hot-headed she was past her formal appearance, but since he was in China, he had no choice but to push it. After having clashed against Chu Hiap, he could deduce that the hunting industry in China was as harsh as an untamed beast, since with the appearance of monsters, their martial arts culture must have caused friction against the hunters. If he even made a single mistake of letting them look down upon him, the challengers like Yap would continue appearing one after another. At his demand, she passed him the schedule for the day, which included his participation in a fracture suppression, and after relaying that now was the perfect time for him to move, he demanded her to guide him to the nearest fracture as quickly as possible. The fractured sky was doused in crimson, and the scene that unfurled before Yu-sung baffled him, since everyone before him was fighting to enter the crack foremost relentlessly. That was the HQ, and that was the dogfight. Stu pointed him to the reception desk, where a board was hauled and the receptionist was guarded with armed militants, right before the endless lines of hunters fighting for their rights. The tense air was piercing through his armor, and he recognized the on-site reception. Stu relayed that it was to promote natural hyper-competitiveness, which would lead to the stronger of the many to thrive. The armored Yu-sung stares into the distance, where people with angered faces fought using weapons in their hands. Although it seemed disorderly for him, she stated how the weaklings were the ones who resorted to order, unlike the Chinese hunters. Stewie recognized the troublesome Red Dragon Gale and the Deathly Dragon Claw, which were the strongest two groups in Shanghai. At his statement, she affirmed that whoever registered first would earn the right to enter first. He chose to strode through the angered but parted masses, and before Suyu could halt his advent, an intimidatingly huge Baldy intercepted Yu-sung. He shouted a set of foreign words, and confirming if some roughhousing could be excused considering the atmosphere, he held his translator by her waist, and before the Baldy could reach his hands out, he leaped right over him by stepping on his shoulders to pummel him upwards. Before long, they were soaring above the audience below. He landed softly before the reception desk and demanded her to translate how Yu-sung was registering as the assault team inside the fracture. Although flustered at being held in the strange position, at his emphasis to hurry it, she tried warning him against what would follow his rash behavior. He reminded her of the single strike she had remaining, and she silently cursed at her lack of options. Soon after, the board held the name of Yu-sung's name at the very beginning. And while they complimented the same, the men behind started to grow enraged. He turned to face the envoy of Argurs behind him, and as Suyu sensed their bloodlust to tear him apart, they recognized the gutsy foreigner who had dared to register ahead of them. He asked Suyu to translate for him once again, that they could approach him in a single file if they felt offended. Although the fact he was a guest of Tens was to be kept a secret, the men before him were just hunters of Shanghai and not a part of Tens. Having done his timely homework, he could recognize the two teams, and Suyu was conflicted if he was about to fight against them without any reinforcements. Yu-sung had already understood that he was supposed to do it anyways once Jinwi had designated him to Shanghai, a place outside Tens' influence. However, he did not just intend to comply, since it was, after all, a freelancer with an international permit. He was resolute to smash through any obstacles he faced in the path of his opportunities, but soon noticed as all of them grew quiet as if in the presence of someone oddly strong. Suryu noticed an approaching figure. He stared with a gaping mouth at a woman equipped with a ghastly spear in her hands. Suryu identified the one approaching as the Red Dragon Games strategy leader and daughter of the CEO, Yang Baeyeon. She walked up to Yusung and Suryu translated that she was the momentary leader of Red Dragon Gale. Furthermore, she demanded of him to remove his name from the reception if he intended to live. Although she could gauge that he was an exceptional hunter, the difficulty levels their prided country presented were far exceeding his caliber. The men around started to resound the same argument and demanded the outsider to escape their lands. Understanding her implication of him being unskilled, he asked Suryu to translate that although he was grateful for her politeness, he had expected the initial troubles he would face. However, he did not have even a sliver of intention to remove his name from the board list. Halting one of her vulgar men, Yan Baeyeon demanded him to continue. He stated that since he was confident in his skills, she was to seek some definite way of expunging him, but she was to try her best at keeping it lawful. Silence persisted amidst the Dragonic members, who started questioning his audacity to argue with their vice president. As the stoic Yusung and scared Suryu watched, she ordered her men to absolute silence. The Korean ranker could not help but commend her capability as a strategist, and the commended spoke that since he did not intend to remove his name, he was bound to do it himself. The fracture was beaming viciously, while the Dragon Gale members stood in a disciplined array and readied their variable weapons ranging from guns to spears. Yan Baeyeon threw a glance at Yusung, who was warming up in the corner, and a member came to confirm if she really intended to include him in their team. Although the man did not suggest her fighting against him, she placed the spear in her grasp straight at his throat. The panicking man now noticed the blade, which was the blade of the twin red dragon. It was passed down by the Yang Baeyeon family and crafted using multiple monsters her father had hunted throughout his career. As such, it was a weapon embodying the history of the red dragons and a symbol of achievement. She demanded to learn if he was aware of the difference in their positions, for she, as the leader, did not intend to unsheath her blade for some random foreigner. Although their team was short of one member, the option of losing was never an option. As she walked away demanding them to stay on standby, the members praised her amazing competence as a leader, and the same silently exclaimed at the anxious environment she disliked to the utmost. Although it was her third year as a strategic leader, she wasn't yet used to the tense and edgy pressure it brought alongside. She lacked the charisma and had to resort to feigning it, and even if she did not dislike hunting or martial arts itself, she hated hunting by herself. She felt uncomfortable because of the gazes hurled at her, since she could not always uphold the expectations the evaluative gazes thrown. The foreigner, however, was different, since although they could not help him if he was endangered, his mysterious attitude was. She had noticed his change in attitude when assigned to the assault team, and after nodding at her mysteriously, he threw her a confident smile, while she watched him dumbfoundedly. Before she could conclude how different he was, her subordinates called out to her and notified him about the opening fracture that was about to spawn monsters in no time. A monstrous eye shone while the owner glared back, and the temporary leader of the Red Dragon Claw recognized the 4-star Thorn Bull. The bullish creature growled at them, and when multiple creatures emerged out of the fractured sky, Yang Baeyeon grew appalled, since now they were faced by not one but countless Thorn Bulls. She readied her pride in a historical spear and announced the commencement of their assault. While the men readied to pounce at them at her call, she threw a glance at the one beside her and silently awaited to witness the skills he was so confident about. The bulls shot the myriad thorns gracing their body, and as Yusung noticed the approaching threat, the Chinese member behind him noticed him and soon took off ahead of him. He used a blade to cut through the thorns, and the others used it to charge ahead. One of the spearmen leaped into the air above and impaled one of the beast's head with its tip. He stared down as the monster fell dead, and while Yusung was startled at how they had dealt with a 4-star monster in a single blow, the man silently hoped for the Korean man to see the proud country's art, which was very different from their Kai. Men were busy wielding their daggers and waning the monstrous numbers, and soon enough, they were standing before the hunted corpses of their share. After seeing their lack of initial coordination but extreme efficiency, he threw a glance ahead of himself, where Yan Baeyeon was facing the hugest of the thorny bulls and activating her draconic aura. The bull charged with its thorny body, and its opponent reciprocated them with her mythical spear. She used it to draw a sharp blow upwards, and soon after, the charging bull was sliced apart in an instant. The others started to praise her magnificent prowess, and even Yusung could analyze that she was extremely adept, and the reason why the power of Chinese art was the most powerful. Do note that key and art are two different topics here. However, Yan Baeyeon was disappointed, since she wanted to see how skilled the foreigner actually was. As she threw a glance behind, Yusung stared back in sore confusion. She announced that they would dive into the fracture using the lifts instead of wasting their time on the unnecessarily weak beasts, while also certain that Yusung's skills would come to light once inside. He threw a glance at the authorized cell of a lift, but the men inside were content at having wickedly excluded him. He pressed the button immediately, and the lift before Yusung sped upwards. When men noticed how he had failed to get on, the one responsible laughed at how scared he must have been and scornfully laughed back at him from above. Yusung stared at the locked crowd above him, and with hopes of warming up before the international skirmish, Yan Baiyan watched him latch onto the connecting rope of their lift with his feet. As the men watched in disbelief, he started to leap and overtook them soon. After reaching the fracture entrance, he waved at them before disappearing into the murky existence he descended into. Although the men could not fathom what had just transpired, their leader could tell that he wasn't just another pushover. When they started to remark on the ridiculous skill they had just witnessed, she demanded them to silence, for it cost the precious team morale. She questioned to remind them who they were, and one of them beat his chest while taking pride in their existence as the Red Dragon Gale. They climbed onto the top of the lift, and at the order of their draconic leader, all of them followed the suit of their amazing leader straight into the Forlorn Lands. The sight inside baffled the team leader soon, since a huge amount of dust and rubble was being distressed in the distance. The reason behind it was the endless numbers of thorn bulls charging at them, and she recognized the thorn bull horde. It was too late for them to consider retreating, and as such, she ordered her team to get ready and led them towards the horde headfirst. Using her draconic spear, she struck apart the horde with a fiery might. The land before her was torn apart at the impact, and was the very moment for her to order the charge. With the blow, she had fortunately managed to break the momentum of the bulls and was now due to forge their path ahead. A pair of gales were busy against a thorn bull. While their leader felt a little concerned against the veil of dust the monsters had kicked up. Demanding them to report to her within the next 30 seconds, she started to engage in a furious flurry of jewel-wielded spearmanship. She blew past the monstrous numbers and could now learn that their dive had coincided with the monster's migration, because of which installing a pulse breaker was necessary. Soon declarations of clears were made, and she silently praised the experienced veterans of her team. After the horde passed, they would install the pulse breaker and retrieve the highly profitable carcasses of the thorn bulls. She noticed something from the corner of her eyes and shielded against a sharp but sudden blow. She recognized the bullet from the Galler gun, and as the dust dissipated, she found the figure of Yusung standing amidst it. She recognized the Korean and asked why he had fired the round at her. Yusung chose to reply with his bullets, and she deflected a couple more of the unexplained shots. She could not fathom his reasons to attack another hunter during an active hunt, although aware that he had contracted with the Tens group. Assuming him to be an assailant, she vowed to make him pay for his actions. Yusung silently stood before her, and they locked their eyes for a silent while to pass. Then, with a smile across his face, he shot consecutively at her. The dual wielder found 2 bullets in her immediate side and improvised her trembling grip on the weapons to strike them away. Although she had managed to cut them apart, the shooter had closed in at a dangerous pace. He attacked using a single finger of his and attacked her neck, eventually paralyzing her body. The chances of him having learned to strike one's key points and seal one's movements were concerning, but her limp body fell to the ground. Yusung picked her in his arms and jumped away from them with his nimble steps. Arriving at the top of the ravine, he placed her concerned self on the ground. While she silently demanded the pervert to release her, he swooped in towards her and apologetically asked her to wait. She watched him jump down and bring another of the men who he placed beside her, and wondered what mysterious goal the proportionately mysterious hunter from Korea was chasing. Yusung had soon assorted the Dragon Gale members in a row, and although the leader silently debated his probable reasons, the other paralyzed digits voiced their hateful remarks. Having collected everyone, he started to speak to them in English. As Yanbiam threw a confused glance, he asked them to simply listen. The retorts of the Chinese hunters ceased as mysterious voices shouted the word clear. The arrays of men fell silent as the resounding voices of success increased, and before long, Yanbian jolted as an extremely familiar voice was heard. For just as the others recognized, it belonged to her. As she realized the impossibility, Yusung could tell that they had turned sensible enough to realize the anomaly. As the thorn bulls were tearing past the dusty tracks, right behind them were mysterious tentacled creatures. When Yusung first bore witness, he felt something amidst the stampede of the horned bulls. Before long, he realized that they were fleeing. The escape of the carnivorous beasts of 4 stars who resided in groups was an implication of how strong their pursuer was. The Dragon Gale had charged in and reported their success responsibly. However, something odd conflicted the distant Overwatcher. With his keen ears, he noticed that few of the Medellin voices held a subtle difference. He spotted one of the Gale members amidst the ruckus and found a swift tentacle darting towards him, eventually piercing its throat. Yusung could understand how it was somewhere amongst the thorn bulls, and while forcing them to rampage, used its ability to imitate voices and hunt the ranged prey. Left without other plausible options, he activated auto-hunting, since the rough times ahead were to entail brutality. Yanbayan choked on her pride while understanding that he had gone out of his way to save them from danger, and the reason why a few of her teammates were absent from the Matrix. As she noticed Yusung approaching, she considered winning if he would release all of them. However, he offered her a sudden apology and went for the twin dragon blades. The thought of him picking her weapons and leaving them behind for his anonymous reason was baffling. Yusung apologized since his auto-hunting opted to take her weapons instead of unsealing her, which was an indication that the monster exceeded her caliber. He descended with the spears gripped in his hands, and after reaching the ground below, decided to discover what the responsible monster was. The dissipating dust soon unveiled the monsters inside, and although they appeared to be before him, he could tell that the actual one was in the sky above. A huge shadow overcast the dragon gale, and as Yang Bian exclaimed the absolute impossibility once again, the monster landed with a massive crash before the Korean hunter. The fierce tentacled monster screeched viciously, and Yang Bian somehow managed to crawl to the edge of the cliffs. She had recognized the wretched trickery, one of the deadly fours without fail. While she watched the thrashing monstrosity below, she also spotted Yusung facing it from a short distance. The wretched trickery was considered a terrible misfortune, since amongst many hunts that monster was behind the most severe failures and disastrous results. Not just China, but the monster was considered among the greatest four of the entire continents. Yang Bian blamed herself for not having decided on a retreat after witnessing the Thorn Bull horde and was certain that their impending doom was due soon. Meanwhile, Yusung took notice of the one responsible for the scheme, and although the size of the monster was concerningly huge, he was quite bent on hunting it down quickly. There weren't any clear records dating the first appearance of the tyranny, however. Every time it did, only the corpses of the failed hunters remained dotting the battlefield. Conclusively, it lived up to its deserving name as the wretched trickery of the Deadly Four. As Yang Bian watched, the subunits of the trickery thrashed around, but Yusung had completed absorbing the herbal pill, which had improved much more than just his energy flow. As an unfortunate result of the same, he could not equip the Queen's Embrace yet. Before long, the tiny tots came rushing at him as the first line of offense, and flexing his muscles to their newfound limits, he equipped the twin dragons. He dissected the tentacle beast with the dual blades and dwindled the numbers with their sharpness. As the original owner of the pair watched, Yusung smiled, since it was now time for him to start auto-hunting. As he stared up at the towering monster of a tyranny, the mini trickery rushed at him with its multiple legs. He sliced apart one of its legs, but before toppling over, it lashed out one of its tentacles at him. It wrapped around one of the spears, but as the tables turned before Yang Bian's eyes, Yusung used it to tug at the screeching monster behind. The automated force was strong enough to hurl it into the air above, and using that momentum, the Korean ranker thrashed it into the ground below. As his blood splattered all around, Yusung stood facing the other monsters with a challenging confidence. Two relatives of the martyred beast rushed in toward him, and Yang Bian realized how strong the man actually was. Besides possessing the physical strength, he was also capable of using it. Despite pushing his body to its extremes, he balanced the mass and form through unreal efficiency to produce that inhuman strength. But as the leader exclaimed at the ridiculous man, a massive limb tore towards the ground in Yusung. It was now the offense of the main body of the wretched trickery, and the question of a single man wrecking one of the Great Fours was mysterious. The beast relentlessly attacked using its multiple limbs, which were potent enough to destroy almost anything and probably aimed to destroy the ground and disrupt Yusung's movements. However, that same guy was now watching the tentacles approach him, since it was nothing considerable besides a tentacle. His aim was to cut them down and render them useless, but the moment the blades clashed against it, he realized that cutting them wasn't an option. The gruesome monster behind was smiling wickedly, and before he could move, its whip-like arms rushed at his chest and threw him into a massive boulder behind. Before Yang Bian could see for herself, the targeted ranker strode through the dissipating dust and remarked at the unfortunate jab it had succeeded at. Despite his momentary durability, she was concerned since he had failed to cut past the tentacles. Yusung could tell that the trickery had been observing his fight against the miniatures, and the witty monster seemed to be mockingly grinning at him. However, the fight was growing more entertaining by the moment for him, since without any further ado, he rushed at it headfirst. Multiple arms charged at him in reciprocation, but resolute to make his way through them, he deflected them using the spear, since cutting them wasn't an option. Even the monster was appalled by the change of approach. However, Yusung was still pushing through with brute strength and made a huge swing across the monster's torso. The strike left its main body smoking after the impact, and it fell back towards the ground, causing a huge dirty uproar. Yanbian's mouth gaped like a fish, but the joy on Yusung's face to ultimately beat it to death was surreal, since he hadn't even used the full strength of his. Yanbian was startled to find that the ground beneath had started to shake, and as Yusung stood in wait, the monster regained its former glorious height. She recognized that it was going berserk, but in Yusung's simpler terms, was getting angry. He was walking towards it with his automated blades, and before she would warn him against it, the mouth of the beast expanded to unveil the huge array of teeth inside. Soon after, a powerful and endless set of waves resounded from it. It forced him to pivot himself and somehow cling on. But the Red Dragon Gale team was now coughing up blood. Their leader recognized the danger without fail, since the reason behind most of the failures of the Chinese hunters was its sonic boom attack. Its monstrous plan was to subdue any approaching enemies with its myriad tentacles, and then use sonic boom to hunt the distant ones. The sonic attack reverberated one's internal organs and even caused hallucinations. The march of the tiny tots wasn't totally halted yet, and Yanbian wondered how the Korean hunter was standing his ground. Contradictory to them, he was unfazed and uninjured. He stood silently as the monster screeched at him and let out the second flurry of its sonic boom. The attack was against all discrimination, since it even hauled his own kind to the ground, but Yusung was steadfastly standing his ground. Although his face appeared expressionless to Yanbian, in utter reality, he was close to death. His body hurt profusely, but it was all in gratitude to the auto-hunting that he was still standing. As such, he could nothing but endure the surging pain. As the huge mouth continued its terrifying screams, his eyes turned bloodshot and struggled to endure it. Although Yanbian tried her best to retain her consciousness, she soon noticed that the sound had stooped out of the blue, and the very blue monster suddenly became flaccid. Now, Yusung stood facing it in mysterious silence, and she grew relieved to find that the trickery had grown tired. The blue suddenly forced his blue feet into the ground and launched its massive weight into the air above, as if in an attempt to smash him. Yusung knelt gripping the twin blades, and at the sight of blood trickling down his mouth, Yanbian affirmed that he had indeed been barely holding on. It started to descend as he watched, but initiating the overpowering assault form of his, he concentrated his Ci all around the twin dragon blades. As the owner watched in absolute bewilderment, he charged towards the tyranny head first. Having found himself the window he was seeking, he watched the wide body of the now defenseless beast and shot towards its monstrous belly. It screeched as he started destroying its torso and shoved it into the ground below using its weight. Its huge body sprawled under Yusung, who planted both of the spearheads inside it. He had finally succeeded in compelling it to make the first move, and watching the thrashing tentacles debated to learn how strong its insides were compared to its exterior. His Sigi parasite was eager to stir him up, and Yusung to now watch its next scream. Spikes of energy tore throughout its body, and while a look of disbelief graced Yanbian, Yusung's face showcased excitement, for the body beneath him glowed furiously as he continued funneling his energy. Meanwhile, in the outside world, troopers noticed the delay in the return of the Red Dragon Gale. But regardless of what might have occurred inside, they had indeed found the sudden appearance of the thorned bold horde strange. While they started to discuss the concerning presence of the Korean hunter, the fracture started to open. Then emerged the massive figure of the wretched trickery from inside it, and as the Great One from the Deadly Four was recognized by the onlookers, it let out another vehement serving of its sonic attack. Before the men could execute their decided retreat, one of them helped them notice a certain someone standing atop its ascended back. His eyes were bloodshot, and the disgusting blood splattered all over his body. With a final screech from its wicked mouth, the beast dropped before the men and into the ground below. While debating if it was dead for certain, they started to approach the corpse, which had no notable external injuries. Before they could touch it, a voice demanded to reconsider touching it. They watched Yusung emerging from behind the fallen beast, demanding them to absolutely avoid touching his hunt, since if in case they did, he would not stand responsible for the consequences. One of them demanded his team to hurry, since at the end of the day, the corpse was that of the one and only wretched trickery. It was evident that they were intent on usurping the hunt, but a voice demanded all of their immediate halts. Surya ran to apprehend their advance and took the troublesome job of explaining to them that the monster was hunted by a hunter under tens, and as such was a property of the same. Their touch would earn the entire Deathly Dragon clan severe legal charges, but the name of Tens was more than enough for them to jolt them back to reality. However, one of the Karens was intent on using the lack of Ten's authority in the lands of Shanghai. His mental and physical procession was ceased by a fellow member who stated that he would die with another step, since right behind the Ten's representative, the bloody eyes of the Korean hunter conveyed much more than just a brutal death. The offer of fighting against someone capable of hunting a wretched trickery concluded his advent, and while a few exclaimed at their lost golden chance, their leader couldn't help but silently praise the competence of the absolute predator. Suryu watched the men take their leave and felt relieved after the dangerous moment passed. She turned to affirm Yusung's wellness and caught hold of him as he fell unconscious. Soon, the Dragon Gale party walked out of the fracture, and the first hunt of Yusung was completed with the hunt of the wretched trickery, and with an unforgettable impression that caused an uproar throughout the continent. However, despite the desperate urges of his caretaker, the unconscious ranker was unaware of it all. He lay asleep in the intensive care room at the Chinese hospital under Ten's jurisdiction. The doctor assigned for his treatment was Su Yian, general manager of Ten's medical research and professor of Tai Chi at the University of Beijing. Furthermore, he was also the uncle of Suyu, to whom he conveyed that the patient was no longer critical. His body was completely battered after his unexplained feat of hunting down the wretched trickery by himself. With his ear nerves ruined, he had endured the entire bout with brute and sheer willpower. Although his capabilities were equivalent to that of a monster, he was nothing short of a hero. Although he attested to his heroic hunt of the deadly four, she argued, stating the impossibility for even one of the elite 10 to do it alone. But that was something her uncle wanted to emphasize, for despite their prowess, they did not do what they could. He recounted to her what their master had told everyone at his arrival, that the reason behind allowing the entrance of a foreign hunter into their country was because he was nothing short of a time bomb. Although the doctor stated how great an influential figure the same bomb was in the Korean industry, she could not argue with the exceptional resolution of a man to prove himself through his skills, just like their prided country demanded. He could sense that she could not bring herself to admit past her pride, but reminded her of the reason their master had assigned her as his aide. When he stated that despite being pushed out of the line of succession, her blood vein circulation syndrome could be helped, she coldly demanded him to stop, since if in case he chose to retrieve that specific topic, she would not speak to him. As he stuttered his share of the apology, she chose to excuse herself from the business excursion and watched her distancing figure with great concern. It is revealed that she possessed the trait known as tetralogy of Phalid, which was a unique something that could enhance others' progression in exchange for her own. While she could use her gift to her own advantage and become a candidate for the succession, she endeavored to improve herself, and after accepting challenges like the other candidates, she had failed. After all of those failures, she was ordered to cater to a Korean hunter, which was something she could never readily accept. She threw a punch at the wall beside her, since she considered herself to be a martial artist and not a greedy woman who would use her traits to excel. The skills and talents that Yusung possessed were something that spiked her jealousy to the utmost. After 2 eventual weeks passed, a target of that jealousy gained consciousness. He opened his eyes to be greeted by his caretaker, to whom he affirmed his improvement and noted the change in her attitude. She informed him about the shock that had emanated in the industry while he was asleep, since after learning that a single man had managed to hunt the wretched trickery, the entire mainland was praising him. Furthermore, his identity and nationality had been publicized, which had resulted in him gaining respect the Chinese way. As he recognized the result-based consequences, she announced that he would soon be visited by the Red Dragon Gale's second-in-command, Yanbian, an owner of the dual blades used by him. Suryu alerted him of the possible legality issues since he had used her property without proper permission, and suggested him to feign ignorance when pestered the second time, since running away wasn't courteous. At his dutiful confirmation, she voiced her leave and closed the door behind her. He could sense how polite she had grown since their last meeting, but it was now at the point of subtle aggressiveness. He allowed entrance when Quick Knock stammered across the door and recognized the crimson hair that graced the owner beneath, the strategic leader Yanbian. He greeted her while noticing that Suyu had jinxed it and helped himself to a translation app on his phone. He was surprised to find her displaying her phone instead and asking about his pain, ear, and concern in Korean. She grew flustered as he praised her skills in the language and revealed that she had been learning to read and write for the past 10 days. Yusung wondered if it was rude of someone to use a translation app when in China, and foremost apologized for using her weapon without her legal consent. But as he sat in wait for what her reply would be, she surprisingly sincerely thanked him for saving their lives. He grew confused when she claimed to have something else to speak about with him, and further bewildered when the embarrassed girl asked him out with marriage in mind. He could not fathom what the implication of it was and chose to wonder of the mysterious she was plotting. Meanwhile, Yanbian wondered if she had been too hasty and decided to keep talking to him to help his confusion. However, the phone in her hand chose to slip out, and as she dove to grab it, Yusung's hand did so. The two silently collided in a classic K-drama scene and locked eyes while her hand latched onto his. The crimson in her face only accentuated, since she hadn't actually meant to grab his hand. Suddenly, her hand caught fire, and as Yusung flinched at the sudden burn, she frantically apologized for it. The sight of the burn on his hand troubled her, since instead of thanking him, she had burned him, albeit mistakenly. Acting instinctively, she turned to find some water, but the fire started to burn even more fiercely because her size started to grow uncontrolled and clenched her body in desperation. Ho Yusung recognized the sigh he had once learned about, which was the aura generated due to the user's emotions. He did indeed recall her ability from their hunt, but the fact that she could not control it was shocking, since even her clothes were now burning away. Previously, the doors had shut while a voice demanded the useless Yanbian to leave its presence, and she stood outside solemnly before the other disciples. She was aware their failure and death of comrades had been because of her inaptitude, and although the others claimed that they had been crude enough to lack the skills, it did not excuse her responsibility for it all. As she walked away dejectedly, the others remarked how hard she was on herself and wondered if it was because of their master. Yanbian let out a sigh and wondered how she could solve it by herself. The view of Oh Yusung from their hunt immediately came to her, and she grew hopeful that it could be the answer to her predicament. Since his prowess was on par if not better than the Elite 10, she considered recruiting him in the Red Dragon Gale, and smiled as a bright idea came to her brilliant strategic mind and decided on to making him her fiancé. She was pretty confident that it would help mend their clan's reputation. She threw a glance at herself and decided that was all she could do for their clan's wellness. Decisive to enact her plan immediately, she started studying the Korean language, and after an attempt at dressing casually, she ventured for her visit to the hospital on the due date, confident that it was nothing different than a hunt for her. However, the reality was extremely different from the expectations. She was desperate to calm herself since her emotions were chipping away at her clothes, but Yusung quickly moved to pick the nearby flower pot and threw the water at her. It doused her soon after, and although the fire was quenched, her aura was still active. Once again, he came to the rescue by aiming his CE precisely, and she remarked as her flow of energy was blocked. Her sigh itself ceased since her surging emotions subsided, but before she could thank him, he shoved his hand against her mouth, and before she could realize why, he urged her to remain still and silent. Soon, she noticed that all of her clothes were burned off, and he urged her to calm down since he understood her. She then realized that her scream would call the others in and nodded to affirm that she had calmed down. He recalled the spare set he had for himself and handed her the set while turning away. Thinking that he was disappointed in her, she quietly zipped the jacket. Thinking for a long time, Yusung asked her to wait, and realizing that she had no ulterior motives for himself, he asked if she could like to have lunch alongside him sometime soon. Realizing the fact a bit late, she immediately nodded to affirm her intentions, and the two were soon speeding past in a Lamborghini. Yusung was riding shotgun while she drove the probable spider and shooting through the sharp turns of a hilly track. She spun the wheel fiercely as the passenger grew sincerely horrified at the sensation, and as the brakes kicked in at the wheels, the car drifted to a perfect parking. When she announced their arrival, Yusung let out a small chuckle as his panic subsided, since she hadn't even removed her foot off the gas even inside the city. He threw a glance at their destination, and a disciplined array appeared greeting their vice president before a huge luxurious establishment. Yanbian identified the headquarters of the Red Dragon Gale, and Yusung wondered where the central city they had been driving past had disappeared, since they were now inside a large garden. Although he had indeed asked to have lunch, why they were at the headquarters confused him. As the pair were led through an open corridor, he found numerous student disciples training in the grounds around him. Not just the size of the establishment, but the scale of operation was incredible, and hence proved the sublime level of the Red Dragon Gale. Yanbian excused herself to change, and Yusung was then led by another someone. He arrived at a huge hall with a table set for 3. The guide announced the due arrival of their master, and before he could seat himself at a chair, he guessed to be his own. A voice denied the assumption, and a blast of fierce aura alerted him. He turned expecting the source to be Jinwi Baek, but a relatively older man exclaimed at his youthful appearance and started walking towards him in a royal crimson robe. Yusung took notice of his exceptional fluency in the language of Korean, and he reasoned it to have been in gratitude to his travels to multiple countries as a hunter. He identified himself as Yan Zhongqian, the previous rank 2 of the Elite 10 of China and a sword saint. As though Yusung greeted the same, he offered to inspect his body with his extended hand infused with aura, but the target abruptly walked out of its range. He politely apologized for his denial, and Zhongqian noted how the youngster had deflected the key he had projected with ease. However, when he reveals how many people had tried to touch him recently in the hope to avoid what Jinwi Baek had done to him, the master laughed at how intriguing his well-balanced body was. The man before him seemed like a legitimate martial artist, and commending his conscious decisions, he asked for the first impression the place had on him. Yusung could tell that he had been brought there with some plan in mind, and had been shown the incredible buildings and myriad of disciples for that very reason. He started by mentioning his own wish to visit one of the headquarters in the continent's best hunter organizations, and although he wasn't certain about his deductions, the number of hunters, equipments, buildings, and qualities were all that the Red Dragon Gale organization had for itself. Furthermore, regardless of the exceptional level of key most Chinese hunters possessed, their hunting strategies and other details were nothing considerable or different than those of his home country. Zhang Qian now understood that their prided country appeared nothing better than an empty shell to him, and started emanating his dense and fiery aura. Yusung stared at the real Red Dragon of the Gale, and soon his daughter arrived concerned about the event unfurling before her. The master then started laughing at the alternate but precise interpretation, and as he noticed the arrival of his daughter, the coy Yanbian greeted him foremost. Yusung noticed her flamboyant attire, and at the signal of Zhang Qian, multiple assorted trays and tables were rolled in. The trio eventually seated themselves at the huge spread. As the father complimented them, the Korean ranker wondered why they were seated in such an awkward manner. He sought to ask the reason since he had only asked Yanbian for a simple meal, and Zhang Qian elaborated that it was all because he had ordered it. He asked if Yanbian had requested to date him, and before she could explain why, he coldly denied any excuses. Moreover, he had invited him considering the same reasoning himself, and calling out to the young man, asked if he would like to become his son-in-law. What followed was the dominating silence, and Yusung broke it by seeking his reason for asking him. He explained that his implication was nothing different than what he had mentioned previously, and at his query, Yusung claimed that he wasn't normal by any means. Zhang Qian emphasized that much like him, his Red Dragon Gale was extraordinary as well. As Yusung had witnessed the extravagance himself, the life of luxury wasn't something the young Zhang Qian had even dreamt about. The appearance of monsters in their peaceful world and threatening humanity seemed fictional enough to cause disbelief back then. However, he, like many others, was a martial artist to begin with, and the first one to have responded to the requirements of humanity and fought on the front lines. Eventually, the piling rewards started to increase, and the life where they were barely maintaining their identities as mercenaries for mafias flipped, and they started living in conditions that the martial artists from centuries ago could not even have fathomed. The wealth and authority weren't something they earned as martial artists, and as Yusung stated, it was as hunters instead. Zhang Qian stated that they as hunters were supposed to hunt monsters to protect the civilians from the monstrous dangers, and following that very idea, the once unnoticeable small dojo of Red Dragon Gale had become globally recognized. However, that rapid growth had cost them their true identity. The reason? The ring of the strong. The path of the martial artists was to continuously improve themselves, while also respecting and submitting to the ones who were stronger. Contradictorily enough, the Red Dragon Gale had grown bigger, but had shamefully failed to find someone of a good caliber like him. As an example, he perched the failure of the first squadron of their global group, and did not even allow Yanbian to speak about the failure. When Yusung demanded his reasons to invite him as his son-in-law, and reasoned that his daughter would not be able to lead the Red Dragon Gale, and although she seemed like an amazing hunter to him, to her father she was a failure, a joke. According to him, she lacked the drive that the absolute strong who competed with their peers possessed, making Yanbian silently feel disturbed and saddened. Furthermore, having assigned people to investigate everything about Yusung, he was aware of his potential in his motherland, and presence as a catalyst for his peers and colleagues by acting as a respectable stimulus for their growth. It was exactly what the Red Dragon Gale required for itself, and when Yusung stated that he had no reason to, he admitted that although the Thames Group's Jin family must have made him an irrefutable offer, he had something in tow. Yusung was surprised to learn that he was aware of the head Jinwi Bake, and just because of their differences, Zhang Qian offered to make a sacrifice and allowed him to keep his last name even after the marriage. It meant that instead of inviting him as the husband of the successor, he would allow him to inherit the group. He was willing to let his own family name fade away or the legacy of the Red Dragon Gale, and furthermore, his own Red Dragon's Gale control, influence, and technique as well. Although he was planning to pass it to Yanbian, he now had about half of the sea he had in his prime. Despite the daughter's urges, he was actually intent on passing all of it on to Yusung, since combining his power with his draconic energy, he would evolve into a powerhouse that could overcome the Jinwi Bake. He was confident that none in the entire continent would be able to offer anything close to it, but the shocking and generous offer pained the heart of his daughter. Although its acceptance would bring Yusung into their organization just like she had intended to, she felt a strange frustration welling inside her. However, he declared his intentions of passing on the offer, and offered to clear the mistake the master had made in understanding him, since regardless of his offers, there was nothing for him to merit. The radiating heat was visible past the windows, and the ones in the corridor tumbled over at the searing flames that seeped through the doors. An evident elder appeared, suggesting them to keep their distance, and demanded all the regular but non-martial artists to evacuate at a moment's notice. He recognized his lord's sigh without fail, since the Yang family's renowned flames were said to be a double-edged sword. However, the reason for their lord to be exuding the fatality was unexplained, and it was certainly sourced by a boundless rage. If in case that anger did explode, the surroundings would be reduced to ashes. Yanbian urged her father to calm down, who demanded the youngling before him to repeat himself if he could, but in a different manner than Yusung recognized as silent sound spot, which was a skillful usage of the Chinese key to allow the user the transfer of the voice soundlessly. Although commending the Chinese potential, he sought clarification, and the man demanded him to repeat himself word for word. Yusung deduced that he was embedding his aura in his voice and delivering it directly to his ears, and in an amazing way at that. It was well deserving of someone known as the Lord of the Red Dragon Gale and second ranker of the Elite 10. Zhang Qian was now screaming in anger, and Yusung could feel that he would be burned to ashes if he didn't reply to the Sai user. He had vehemently repeated that he would not be changing his answer, and before Yanbian could implore him to reconsider his words, Zhang Qian lost his patience at the bastard's arrogance. The flame that he had been limiting to himself was now directed at them, that the intercepting daughter of his struggled against. He, on the other hand, could not accept the fact that he had been ignored, regardless of the talent that Yusung possessed. Having risked everything he had accomplished so far, he demanded the same to claim it to be worthless before him once again. Soon enough, Yusung spoke using the same soundless technique that he took pride in and halted him in his tracks using the moment of shock. He stated that the principle behind it was surprisingly simple, and Zhang Qian could not help but remark at his guts to berate it. He noticed the embedded cord to his ear, and it is revealed that although integrating sound and aura wasn't difficult, transferring the said aura to the recipient's ear quickly and precisely wasn't. While he thought how his daughter had failed to understand it after the multiple years of training, Yusung claimed to have been learning about something very similar to Qi in theory, and displayed the exceptional skill of Qi Parasite. He brought it to light that Yang himself had been the one to threaten him twice already, and he was someone who always exacted more than whatever he had been threatened for. The lord of the group threw him a glare, but silently subsided his anger, since even if he disregarded the talent of his, the prowess to utilize and understand his skill immediately, and also possess a level of concentration that allowed him to use Qi, proved his unparalleled strength. He stated him to have been born in the wrong era, since his potential as a martial artist was exceptional, and Yusung agreed, since it was the very reason for him to decline his offer. Since it was evidently difficult to explain it to him, he volunteered to take his leave respectfully. The lord agreed to it and decided that words were unnecessary, and asked if he was aware of what their confidence in their abilities was about to bring to fruition. However, the pattern was familiar to the Korean who denied the duel, for he would have to kill him as such. As the man grew confused, he stated that explaining the reason was quite problematic, since the auto-hunting of his could not be brought to light. He claimed that much like his silent sound spot, he would be copying every single technique he would use in their duel, and if he was ready to put them at stake, he welcomed the clause of a duel and demanded to learn if he was ready to take him on. The trio stood in momentary silence, and as Yanbian threw him a confused stare, her father exclaimed at the youngster's guts to challenge him. However, they soon sensed fierce tremors, and Yusung immediately tore towards the balcony, and right outside, a fracture was announcing its existence as an unforecasted fracture. Defenseless people screamed at the sight of a sound-stalking black serpent that ranged from the 3 to 7 stars, but was somehow blue in color. A loud voice demanded them to back off, and a man rushed for the shaft aimed at the monster's head. The impact hurled the head of the beast away, however, that left the makeshift weapon battered beyond repair. The people grew hopeful at the appearance of a hunter, but the monster itself was unfazed after the sudden interception. The shallow piece of iron had failed to penetrate its scales, and his partner urged the citizens to evacuate instead of enjoying their time staring at it. As they exclaimed at the one responsible for ruining their day off, and the beast hissed at them viciously. The unforecasted fracture had left the mass dumbfounded and their emergency communication lines disturbed. Moreover, the Deathly Dragon clan could not be contacted yet. As such, they decided to prioritize their momentary survival, and as the snake lunged at them with its fangs, they rushed at it in desperate reciprocation. Meanwhile, Yusung and Yanbian had equipped their new suits, and as she relayed to him that their communication network had been frozen in panic, he called out to her and requested a favor from her. He asked her to bring him his secretary from the hospital, because considering the chaos in the fractured city, she was the only one capable of it with her exceptional driving skills. Moreover, if she stayed behind to help him hunt the monsters, it would be too late. There was something that was even more important than hunting the monsters, and as she threw her father a glance, he suggested her to do as he said, since he could sense his intentions of displaying something for him, and the red dragon Gale itself was capable of handling those in the vicinity. She got into the driving seat and threw a glance at the requestee before flooring the gas of her Lamborghini and shooting away toward the horizon. Although unaware of what he was planning, Zhang Qian wished him well, and with motive of simply acting his part as a hunter, Yusung took off as well. He connected his suit to his phone, and before she could warn him about the new threat, he announced that he was running towards it at the moment. He asked if there was a communication hotline that could connect him to all the other hunters in the vicinity, and when she denied it and he found its absence reasonable in a place with constant competition. Soon he chanced upon the serpent cornering a squad, and as it sneered down with its huge scale, the battered men cursed at their lack of weapons. Yusung jumped off the roof of a building and at the monster, and as it opened its mouth to bite at him, he furnished a blade that extended from his arm. He concentrated a portion of his CE around it and slashed across the length of its head. The head of the monster flew off as he passed, and the men below recognized the legendary skill Sword Aura. The only word that came to their minds was strong, and the same strong spoke to the one across his dialed call that he had something to ask of her. After a while, he had relayed everything he needed and turned to face the squad of hunters. They were startled at his sight, and they debated soundlessly if they were to group up with him for efficiency, but the evident leader declared that they were to disperse and attend to the other monsters. As he voiced his gratitude before leaving, the savior stood silently, and they considered the possibility of him being unable to speak Chinese. To their horror, he stomped his legs and charged at them with his legs enforced with aura and extended his hands as they screamed in fear. On the other side of the city, Yanbian was rushing with Sudu beside her, who remarked that she was unable to understand the reason why she was getting a ride from Miss Yanbian, and furthermore, at a location where her assigned client was at. Before long, the driver turned the wheel abruptly, and she flinched as the body beside her head was hurled away. The car drifted past a curve and continued its swift approach onwards. She threw a glance of absolute terror, and as Yanbian demanded her to continue, she concluded her speech before the terrifying individual. That same terrifying individual stated that although most of the city's exits had been blocked because of the evacuating mass, the location marked by Yusum at the center of the city was not. Suyu chewed her nails, since neither had they ever failed to forecast a fracture, nor would they be panicking if a hotline ever existed in their country. Just when she grew busy wondering why she was called in, Yanbian let out a sudden remark. By the time she traced to where they were directed, the sight of a pile of monsters flew into her eyes. The amazing feat was undoubtedly Yusum's, and as for the location he had shared with her, it was the rooftop of the huge building towering before her. As they opened the door to the rooftop, the figure of Yusung holding a huge sheet at the extreme edge came into their view. As they exclaimed at their arrival, they witnessed the brutal sight of his face. Although Sui recognized the signs of someone having depleted their CE completely, he halted for speech of concern. He claimed to have been memorizing the city's layout. Realizing that arguing would cause a waste of time, she asked what she was out to do. He smiled before extending his arm, which emitted a bolt of energy as she latched on. She exclaimed at the sight, since multiple threads extended from the conflagration, multiple aura threads that is. They were about 20 in total, and at Yangban's query, he affirmed that it was the very silent sound spot her father had demonstrated previously. He elaborated that all of the hunters across the entire city were connected to that thread that Suyu held. While she found it absolutely reckless, Yanbian could only commend the unprecedented but creative skill. He assigned her the role to contact each of the hunters after judging the situations from the rooftop and reporting respectively. Furthermore, with the presence of Yanbian of the Red Dragon Gale and her hailing from the TENS group, people were bound to follow the command of the hotline she would become herself. He offered to brief her well on the situations in leadership, but even the possibility of him commanding all the hunters in Shanghai seemed like blasphemy. Having explained enough, he decided to teach her about the kind of orders she was needed to make. In the city below, a horde of 4 serpents was hunting a squad of hunters, and although one of the subordinates urged the others to retreat, their leader argued that the civilians would be endangered. Although the reinforcements were due to arrive soon, the stalking serpent hissed at them, but they were hopeful since the sound technique had assured them that reinforcements were on their way. However, since the voice belonged to a seemingly young girl, the captain was hinted with a slight tinge of concern. Before he could debate if they could actually rely on the intel, one of the quadruple snakes was set ablaze. They turned to find the hunter vanguard of the Red Dragon Gale and his team, who had arrived on orders from their vice president to help the Deathly Dragon clan. Enforcing his grip on his spear and enveloping it in a vicious fire, Vanguard charged at the monster. The Deathly Dragon clan's unit was commanded to work their share, and after the 2 captains shared a glance, they remarked at how the Korean hunter from TENS had brought such an impossible unity into play. With a resolution to discuss the spoils division later on, they waited as one of the snakes charged at them. Soon, declarations of success and requests for reinforcements flooded, and the handler, their source of the network, exclaimed at how swiftly the panic in the city was dispersing. Down through the streets, Yusung was racing with his enforced legs, and deduced that they had already dealt with about half of the threats. Previously, he had ordered her to divide the district of Shanghai into 15 parts, and concentrate the units to each, but also evacuate the civilians who had failed to do so. He noticed her face flinching, and at his query, she asked if he had planned all of the myriad details in the short, while since the fracture had shown him all alone, and he revealed that he had but utilized a few lessons from his homeland. Although Suyu was the one to ask about where he was headed to, the viewers learned first that he had arrived at the fracture's center. From the rooftop he was on, you could see the numerous basilisks below, who were quick enough to soon notice his presence. It then reveals that he was at the Chamber of Secrets, and as she guessed, he was all alone. The leader, Severus Snake, had coiled itself around the central building, and although Suyu warned him about the hundreds of monsters there, he explained to her that the Phase 3 would be beginning. While the monsters spawned in the first and hunted for prey in the second, the third stage spawned more of their units from across the fracture. Their proxy defense lines were collapsing, but since the third was in Tao, he was needed to somehow delay the timing, and to do that, he was required to attack the entrance by himself, because she could guess what the disaster would entail. The snakes now started to gather around his building, and their leader stared at it from the rear command. Although Suyu agreed to the only option at hand, she called out to Yusung and requested him to avoid dying alone amidst the chaos. As he affirmed and asked her to focus on her safety instead, he realized the hidden side she had to herself. Eager to begin his hunt for reptiles, Yusung chose to dive down over the onlooking beasts. As they bared their fangs at him, he activated the blades perched at each of his hands and mutilated most of them with the brute force of his CE combined with gravity. However, the gaping mouth of the commander greeted his descent. A plane was tearing through the skies above Shanghai, and inside was a group of hunters. At their lead was the rank 10 of the elites. Lu Tian stood exclaiming at the devastation, but with a smirk. Since they could not find monsters swelling in numbers, he debated if he had underestimated the Shanghai hunters too much. His comrade announced that 3 of the Elite 10 were still in the outskirts and would be taking considerable time to make it to the center, and he announced how they would have to be the ones responsible for the fracture, while secretly wanting the credit for all the work for himself. At his next command, all of the aerial hunters followed his lead down to the city. They gathered at their designated location below, and Liu ordered them to beware of the myriad monsters below, while confident that none of the monsters would ever be able to even injure him. However, he noticed as one of his men stooped and found himself staring at a massive corpse of a stalker reptile, with its miniature stalkers spread all around it. They wondered who could even be the one behind the massacre, and guessed the great one of them to be at the very least of the 7th tier. Liu turned to ask about what the situation at the fracture was, and found that neither were there any monsters, nor noisy ruckus. He recognized the dangerous omen and alerted his men of the probable existence of one of the deadly fours. Decisive to have an exciting bout for himself, he drew his blade from its lengthy sheath, and it is revealed that it was the sword of the falling sun, and one of the masterpieces of Japanese volcanic artisans. He was desperate the deadly four for himself instead of allowing the other Elite 10, and grew resolute to draw them out with his solar blade. The corpse of the 7-starred beast shuddered, and a figure leaped from behind the disturbed rubble. Having spotted his prey, the 10th ranker took off immediately, and sliced through the figure before him. Unfortunately for him, the certain figure started to fade, and he realized that the person had dodged. The solar swordsman wondered who the man capable of dodging his best attack was, and the bloody figure of Yusung stared back at him silently. He asked the name of the clearly potent hunter, but the hunter chose not to speak, and pointing at them foremost, he directed their attention to the portal. The thing he pointed at was the fracture breaker one of them carried, and Lee realized that he was suggesting them to activate it inside the fracture as soon as possible. Before one of them could demand him to work his manners before their majestic leader, the Satan identified himself from the volcanic clan and pridefully guessed that he had recognized him already. He commended his skills before offering him a small share of the rewards if he helped them close the fracture, and silently awaited the desperate agreement of the nameless hunter to work with him, the renowned one. Yet again, unfortunately for him, Yusung turned away, and as the subordinates demanded his respect, he glared back at them coldly. As a bead of sweat traced the face of Liu, he said that he would leave to work up inside the fracture if they did not, and disappeared from their sight in a moment. The Chinese volcanic hunters recognized the Korean language of his, but Liu prioritized the fracture while also recognizing the fabled Korean hunter, who had reportedly hunted the wretched trickery, and now dared to look down upon one of the Elite 10. Now the 10th ranked of them was resolute to teach him a lesson before slaughtering all the monsters himself. However, that prided smile of his elongated as his jaw dropped, since the number of basilisk corpses inside was way past their ability to count. The digits inside the fracture were no different from the scene outside, and Liu finally understood what the Korean meant previously. Hurry and get it over with, you won't have much to do up there anyway, since Yusung was about to hunt all of them by himself. After 4 days, the serpentine terror of Shanghai known as Harry Potter and the half-drunk prince had been halted, and the entire world was mourning the event that abruptly arose amidst the 200,000 people. The reporting voice announced the miraculous contributions of Yusung as directed by Tens, while the 19th ranker heeded a voice directed at him. The source Sudu and his lunchtime over. It was at the restoration grounds of the Aftermath, where people were exclaiming at the sight of a certain someone, hauling massive pieces of rubble on his shoulders. His work next was to clear the debris, and as he walked away, Suyu threw a glance at the onlookers who were wondering why a hunter was busy working their job of restoration. Eager to learn the answer, she asked Yusung the question herself, since although hunters were required to help after a catastrophe, it was just a recommendation. She urged him to avoid doing it since in the absence of cameras, none could expect what he was about to do next and rather gain the weird looks from all. However, their perception of him was of little significance and reasoned how their prided country of China worked their duties disregarding all odds. Moreover, he was working it because he wanted to, and seemed better than sitting dazed in a hospital room. Although she tried to argue, the freight of words stopped after a short while since she realized that her words would make no difference. Yusung hauled another of the fragments on his back and walked away as they watched his receding back. After Tenz's statement, the prowess of his had been brought to light, like how he had formulated a mysterious key technique and created an elaborate hotline to command and direct the hunters besides evacuating the ones in need. Furthermore, his massive share of the hunt was ridiculous but irrefutable, since the event was a panic-inducing catastrophe and the greatest contributor had mysteriously led a communication project and even stopped it by himself. But since he was stated to have been a contributor, in accordance to the official report, no one visited the Korean ranker. As a result of their ungratefulness, none besides Suyu was beside him, since he was an outsider none of them respected. She chose to act differently, and as a martial artist, since the hunter before her was different. She walked up to him and declared the compensation of the subjugation would be executed precisely enough to reward him fairly. She also stated that she would be helping him out henceforth, since she was a hunter, and he her temporary boss. Yusung could not help bursting into a peal of laughter at the word boss, and the sight of her frightening face made him reconsider his silence. The pair turned to find that the red dragon Gale was approaching them, and as he conveyed his greetings to their vice leader, the men bowed to reciprocate their end of the greetings. She reasoned it to be because he was their savior, and their presence at the scene was at the directions from their master. The red dragon Gale had chosen to make the job an exception considering his good deeds, and they would have volunteered for the job even without their master's orders. Moreover, the word of his help spread so well that even the opposing deathly driving clan had come to help. A pair of hunters found a woman and a child stuck under the rubble, and they were soon rescued miraculously. Young Man spoke to Yusung that although he had witnessed ample disappointing features of their country, the people were also renowned to follow the implicit rule to follow anyone who earned their respect. As the strategist took her leave, an elated voice called out to Yusung and found the translator of his taking pride in the potential of her country. She advised him to quit staring at her that intently, since the act of hers was now taxing her own standards. However, she could not deny that the sight of unity before them was a miracle he had created. The restoration itself continued until midnight and was completed within a day's time, while it would have taken 10 days otherwise, and made the reputation of Oh Yusung skyrocket. Next day at his premium hotel, Yusung had already recovered his body's wellness alongside the CE. As for the schedule for the day, he opened the door to find a mysterious someone, who greeted him with a smile and identified himself as Li Hui-min. He was the 4th rank of the Elite 10 and CEO of the Ancient Dragon Company, the group that had ambushed him in Korea and the Professor Payne. He claimed to have information for him and announced his promotion as the 10th place member of the 10 Greats. However, as he tried to shut the door in denial, a hand lashed onto the door. The face of a certain someone came in his view and passed the sliver and questioned his arrogance to cut off the respected man's words. The door trembled as the two tugged at it from either end, but the mention of their past confused Yusung, since he didn't even recall who he was. He cheekily asked if he had met him somewhere, and before the man could rage, he shot a swift cab blast using his fingers. It struck his forehead, and using the moment, Yusung shut the door. As he took a breather, a voice remarked at his impatience, and he was alarmed to find Li Hui-min seated on the sofa behind him. He could not understand how he had even failed to sense his presence and found the emanating smell of barbing papers. He recognized the source of some mysterious spell, and Huimin complimented his wits and announced that he was a caster. Yusung recognized the features of a sorcerer, and while he used Ce as an extension of his body, Ce was a relative definition of fuel for casters. The rare gift of using spells exceeding physical phenomenon allowed the caster the use of magic-like powers. He elaborated that the source of the spell was specifically the trace of the spell, and when Yusung asked if he could even read his mind, he stated that it was all evident from his expressions. He was also able to guess that Yusung was considering calling security when he had already made it to the highest floor, but secondly, since he was curious if he was the real Huimin. He claimed that because he was incapable of teleportation, he had used his soul to trick his senses. The precise guesses of the man were right on the mark for Yusung, and he then revealed that interpreting the thoughts of his opponent beforehand was how he had survived as a sorcerer. When his talkativeness was pointed out, he claimed that he was especially interested to learn why he hadn't even reacted to the mention of the 10 Greats. Yusung reasoned that he felt absolutely no interest in the title itself, since he wouldn't believe a single word he spouted. Furthermore, having hunted the wretched trickery had already qualified him, but after becoming the hero of Shanghai, he had even made them omit the clause of him being a foreigner. One of the seats had been empty for 6 entire months, and although he had been training one of his decent subordinates for it, the tables had turned once he had made his impactful appearance. At Yusung's pitiful notion to have caused twice the trouble, Huimin started to count, first, the herbal pill, second, the imprisoned but precious student of his in Korea, and third, the failure of his investment in the next great tens. Instead of 2, he found himself 3 instead, and before long the smog around Yusung started to grow denser, and he too could tell that the desired spell was now being activated. He tried lowering himself to escape to the floor with a relatively low concentration of the same, however, he was alarmed at what he saw next. Huimin silently smiled at him from across the smoky expanse, and he fell to the ground. He realized that he was losing his bodily senses, and the responsible one explained that he had messed with it in a manner that although he would intend to move one body part, another would. He soon snapped his finger and called forth his subordinate, who bust through the door and picked Yusung up by his collar. Soon after came the negotiations, where he was offered a choice by the 4th ranker to either become his subordinate or be stomped to death then and there. Li Guimin exclaimed at how he would have to refrain from his desire to get rid of him, since to him the rising star still had worth to himself. He was eager to welcome him as a great 10 if in case he became naturalized to the country and his terms, and hence he had personally arrived to persuade him regardless of the fact that it was the job of another specific old man. He offered him the conclusive choices once again, but while perched at the hands of the subordinate, his hands shuddered slightly. Before long, the look in Huimin's eyes changed, since the chin of his subordinate was now being vandalized. Yusung distanced himself using that, but swearing at him once again, the subordinate rushed with a clenched fist. He aimed it at his target's chest, but the Korean fluidly moved past the blow to close in on him and knock him out with a sharp punch. The face of the sub was not ordinate as it convulsed at the pain and landed in the VIP wall behind. Yusung's fist smoked after the impact, and the sight that the 4 eyes watched was shocking, since he had broken past his prided spell. He was certain that he had messed his senses without fail, but how he had dispelled it was unfathomable. Furthermore, he was at a disadvantage, for the guy named Yahello was taken down foremost. He had sealed that specific room off from the rest of the world, but the spell itself was eating away at his lot of CEs and weakening his defenses. To cover for his physical vulnerability, he had brought Yahello, who was now laying limp, and even the Jinwi Bake was incapable of dispelling his spell that quickly. To make matters worse, Yusung was now demanding him to approach, and he could only sense a blatant provocation in it. He started unleashing his magical sigh vehemently, but immediately noticed that something was off about the situation, since he, the caster, was strangely being demanded to attack. Since spells use CE as fuel, they were entailed by a cooldown. However, the target was now demanding him to attack in the cooldown instead of attacking himself, and concluded that it was all a bluff. The wicked mind of his was certain that it was only manageable for a while, and since Yusung was silent and still, he gained confidence in the fact that his disturbance spell was still unchallenged. Rummaging through his pockets, he furnished a strange token, and to his greatest advantage, the one before Yusung was actually an illusion. The token flared in flames as he activated it, and the feisty tongues surged all around him. He summoned the 1,000-strength god and charged to end it instantaneously. The summoned figure drew its godly fist, and when Yusung's body trembled once again, a wicked smile graced the attacker, for he had expected all of it. Since he was an illusion, the actual 1,000-strength god was approaching the unexpected and exposed back of Yusung. He was certain that he would be unable to escape his intricate floundering, but the target chose to bestow him a smile. He immediately stepped aside and turned to his back, where he found the actual Li Huimin in the corner. He launched himself at the perpetrator, and the desperate summoner demanded his god to come to his rescue. The orders were followed as it rushed to intercept Yusung, but the decisive punch landed as he evaded the excuse of a god. With his face smashed in, the 4th ranker debated how the 19th ranker of Korea before him had managed it all. As he fell to the ground, Yusung brought himself to a standstill and grew concerned, since his strike failed to connect properly. Huimin's anger sourced him the strength to stand up and question the blasphemous individual, but all he received was an evil smile. Previously, Yusung had quickly deduced that the one before him was definitely a fake, and as such, his priority was the real body. The body could not be outside the building, since he himself had claimed that the burning smell was the trigger for his spell, and hence concluded that he was somewhere inside the room while remaining invisible. He decided to test a plan of his by foremost provoking him, and had signaled using his hands. Earning that distraction, he concentrated his CE on the hand of his and created the myriad aura threads of his expertise. He aimed them all over the room's walls and ceiling, but after a while, at one single corner behind him, someone's interception earned him the exact location. Li Huimin was angered to learn that, having fallen for the provocation, he had been tricked all along. He started laughing frantically and commended the bold and cunning junior of his. Disregarding his evaluations for him, Yusung demanded him to take responsibility for the mess, since he had been the one to start the conflict. Huimin, however, stated that he did not forgive the ones opposing him and brandished multiple tokens to discard him at that very moment. As Yusung readied himself, Li Huimin activated his next spell, Coin Space Contraction. He was alarmed to find that the man took off from his position and reached his subordinate slumping far across the room. He was intending to retreat since the odds in his favor were low. He was required to take Haeyuk ill with him, for it would otherwise create certain evidence against him. But when Yusung rushed at him, he bid him farewell. He decided to use his spell of shortened distance, but Yusung threw his hand out at an alarming force. He had concentrated his energy using the assault form, and even Huimin could sense his intentions of destructing his spell by breaking his core. With desperation to rush his exit, he activated the soul that engulfed him, and although the energy-infused blade reached, he had managed escaped, but partially since Haeyuk was still snoring away in luxury. Huimin arrived at his designated location and cursed for having failed to grab a hold of his defense line, but there was no one to heed his loud curses in the fallen facility. Xiu slammed the door open soon after and found the boss of her seated in a lotus position while a certain someone lay unconscious. Yusung greeted her, and she then realized that he had been attacked by Haeyuk ill. She clenched her teeth while approaching and hurled a tight punch right at his chest. Yusung watched in concern and a little fear as she shook him violently while simultaneously cursing. He recognized the hot temper of hers and asked if he was a well-known individual. She agreed, stating that he was infamous for being the painful company of the other Pain known as Professor Pain. She slapped the Pain conscious, who pleaded her for some breathing space, and Yusung seconded it since he could not run away even if he wanted to. Haeyuk started wheezing as she let go, and then started laughing at the pair. For much like the monster Jinwi Baek, they lacked control of their own mind and body. Before Suyu could retort, Yusung ceased her words since he had something to ask of him. He foremost confirmed if the attack was yet to be reported to TENS, and although she volunteered to deal with the criminal caught red-handed, her boss denied her plan of action. He crouched to face the infiltrator and offered to make an agreement if he wanted them to avoid reporting it. The agreement would only be made if he agreed to his requests, which at the demand of Haeyuk Il, he stated to be the secret Kai technique of the Hwasen group. It was at the Red Dragon clan headquarters, where Yang Zhangqian was seated on a platform elevated over a massive lake. Behind him stood O Yusung. He offered him to join in, but he stated that although his father liked it a lot, his mother had taught him to never hold a fishing rod ever since he was a kid. He complimented the improved fashion of his and even stated how popular the suited O Yusung had become. He asked about what favor he had to ask of him as per his commander, and he asked of him to help interpret and teach him the techniques in the text that contained the secret Kai technique of the Hwasen group, and specifically the key breathing techniques. When the words caught Zhang Qian's ears, he explained that an elder of his had stated how the Chinese hunters had impressed him. Kim Sung-guk had elaborated that although the man lacked skills, his usage of multiple Kis was commendable, since the usage of CE in a large range charged the user tremendously. As such, he can deduce that the Chinese hunters knew a form of Veen training that the Koreans fell short of. Now, even Yusung claimed to have noticed the same himself during his hunts. He could tell that the key for breathing was the method to train one's veins, and the master attested his witty deductions. But his major concern now was to learn of what the expression on the face of the Hwasen group's individual was when he took the piece of knowledge. When Yusung claimed it to have been one that dared him to attempt to learn it, Jiang Qian revealed that the technique mentioned was the heavenly harmonic arts of the group. He could indeed become stronger since the technique itself was legendary and unparalleled, but the texts were now a lost piece that even Professor Payne had failed to restore it, and as such, him learning it just through the texts was impossible. Furthermore, he had no reason to teach him, considering their friction, and Yusung argued that although it was the case between them, he had a different relationship with the Red Dragon Gale. With their previous cooperation, the group had chanced upon huge profits because of him, and hence proposed a friendly relation as a hunter. With his wish to become a good partner with the clan, he bowed to request the Master Yang to reconsider helping him. The Lord could sense his shamelessness, since it then implied that he instead was the one doing him a favor, but the thought of him becoming the clan's partner was intriguing enough to make him laugh. He decided to teach it to him, but had something else prepared for him beforehand. He reasoned to have never mentioned teaching it to him himself, and noticed as someone walked up to them. Yusung recognized the certain someone, and Yang asked of him to greet his teacher, who was the shy Yang standing patiently and with ample hopes of working alongside him. The Red Dragon Castle was built to help them study martial arts. There were thousands of books recorded by the clan's masters, and a secretive place only accessible to the successors. However, this moment was an exception when Yusung, a guest, had been offered the help to learn the key techniques in the castle. Yan Baiyan announced the successful completion of the translation and offered to teach him the general outline and technique itself. Yusung noticed as the flustered look on her face had receded when they had started working on martial arts, and she stated that the entire method was not meant to strengthen the veins. Although they used the same methods as the Korean hunters by repeatedly making their CE flow to strengthen the veins, she presented him with a pendulum that was used to practice exerting one's aura. One was required to exert a very small part of their aura to move it slightly, and concentrating herself on it, she launched it using a small bolt of her energy, and it coiled around her hands soon after. Yusung was amazed at how skillfully the extremely small portion of aura had been used, and concluded that instead of totally focusing the energy to train his veins, it was a method of operating the CE itself. Yang Baiyan attested to it, claiming that it aimed at using one's core energy efficiently, and having completed the translation of the heavenly harmonic art, she passed him the parchment full of details. She let out a sigh as he took it, and the words inside threw him into a state of disbelief. Although he had learned of it to contain the 1,000-year history of the group, it only had the labels locating the veins necessary for the CE usage. The method was too simple to be called an ultimate technique and felt oddly like a basic poem to even Yusung. Yan Baiyan clarified that all hidden techniques were usually in that same pattern, and the figurative texts were to be memorized in short phrases like that of a song in order to learn it. The books in the hall were no exception, and claimed the text to be too dangerous for him to train. She explained that through the evidently simple methods, he would definitely be able to learn them through the scriptures, but since humans possessed countless veins, he was required to find the exact veins among the myriad others without fail, for the force would then ruin his entire body. She held his hands in her own and pleaded him to stop the dangerous advent. Realizing her actions, she grew a crimson hue and apologized while letting it go. Yusung noticed her shy nature and turned his attention to the danger that would take him multiple days to learn. He was also aware that the professor would not be staying still and soon make a move to shut his mouth. With no other way at hand, he grew desperate for help, and soon found a blue light shining on his face. He found the glowing sign of auto-hunting before him, and since he got no dangers around himself, he deduced that it was considering his wish to learn the divine art a danger. He recalled the time it had come to his rescue against the shark ape. And if only he could endure all the pain and patience, he could achieve anything. He pressed the button without another forethought, and as it activated, his body fell silent. Yang Baiyan called out to him and exclaimed in utmost disbelief. Soon after, Zhang Qiu was treading the hallway with a subordinate of his, who had gone to call for him after Baiyan had desperately urged him. He wondered what could have happened and shoved the flaps of the door apart to find Yusung seated at the center with a strange energy enveloping him. She stated that he had abruptly started using the heavenly harmonic art and was certain that he was in a state of force impulsion. However, her father did not speak and simply stared at the figure of Yusung, who was sweating profusely. He started cackling at the greenhorn who had managed to pull it off and asked his daughter to take a look at his face. The expression on it was certain calmness, and as she recognized the energy, he denoted that he was successfully opening a new set of veins. Despite the other's urges that it was impossible, he proved that it was indeed possible since it was happening before their very eyes. Zhang Qian could not help but wait for what amazing results his training would bring, since the blazing Yusung before them was formulating something he longed to see.
The sun outside was beaming, and the Yusung inside was glowing brighter by the moment. The onlookers were uncertain, but the patriarch grows excited as he notices that the dense energy around Yusung started to disperse. They shielded themselves against the vicious discharge, and Yang Baiyun recognized the smell of plum flowers that emanated as Yusung awoke. After having toiled for it for an entire night, Zhang Qian applauded him for having obtained the divine art. The feat to achieve it in a single night was blasphemous. However, Yusung just smiled in gratitude and bowed to convey it to them all. Inquisitive, Zhang Qian asks if he had thought of a name for his newly learned divine art. That baffles Yang Baiyun since she expected him to have learned the heavenly harmonic art. At Yusung's query, the master reveals that his complexion, which wasn't the unique flushed purple color the heavenly demonic art possessed, had revealed it. Even if he had only read about it, he knew well about the harmonic arts, and furthermore, he could also tell that Yusung had a realization. Yusung attests to it, before revealing that during the process, he had found a method that suited him. As such, he altered the harmonic art to become a more appropriate art for himself. This revelation took Yang Baiyun by surprise, and the laugh of her father soon caught her attention. However, when Yusung expressed his feeling of indebtedness to them on his way out, Zhang Qian intercepted him. As he looks at him in utter confusion, the master of the dragons asks if he intended to just leave. A subordinate came reporting to the lord, and Yang Baiyun's eyes widened as she recognized the prided red dragon twin spears. As the director of the martial group grows appalled, the master claims to be in a good mood after meeting the only worthy opponent. He grabs one of the twin spears from the cast and aims it at the Korean ranker. The look on Yusung's face was undeterred, but the master of the dragons was excited to have the clash they could not before. Zhang Qian's actions were confusing for Yusung, and he then elaborates that although Yusung was a hunter, he, Zhang Qian, was not. As such, he asked if Yusung was curious about his own growth, and as the imported ranker watched, he asked if he disliked such trials of strength. Yusung's eyes flared wide open at this, and he smiled once again to affirm it, before agreeing to the clash. They arrive at the training grounds soon after, and while Yang Qian held his prided spears, Yusung stood bare-handed but cloaked in a traditional outfit. Yang Baiyun was confused why her father, who was about to retire, would hold a funeral pyre. That same father throws a glance at her from a distance and chuckles to understand that she was worried about Yusung getting injured. However, when Yusung speaks about how caring the person was in general, the father feels pity for his daughter for having fallen for the lunkhead. He was aware that he too was prone to injuries and stances himself to begin their duel. But Yusung seeks to ask something and foremost confirms if he was previously the second ranked of the Elite 10, and then inquires about how strong he would be compared to Jinwi Baek. The rude question surprises all of them, but Yang Qian starts exuding his fierce ki and sheathing the weapons in it. He pummels the ground with his foot. The auto-hunting button before Yusung immediately activates, sensing this bloodlust, and he found the Dragon Master right before his eyes. The shocking speed of his made him sweat profusely, and a huge explosion succeeded. Yusung jumps away from the destructive force, but Yang Qian rushes at him, cutting through the smoke. The laughing martial artist offers the frantic hunter to find the answer to his own question by using his own strength against it. As Yang Baiyun watched, her father charged with the flaming set of weapons, and Yusung managed to evade a quick blow to his neck. However, his eyes widened to find that the man ahead was now trying to slice across his body. Unable to block, he bends backwards to evade the blade, and his major concern now was the relentless speed of his. Yang Qian's eyes glowed as he used a frontal strike this time, and another explosion occurred where Yusung stood. Turns out, he resorts to basic acrobatics to jump out of its range, but the opponent of his would not let him be, since he now attacks with both of the twin spears aimed at him. Yusung jumps away once again, which was just barely enough to just avoid the spearheads. Soon after, even Zhong Qian distances himself from him and scoffs at Yusung, who now stands himself in an offensive attempt. All of the audience members were impressed by his skills, and the director assures Yang Bayan that her father would make sure to hold back. However, she clarifies for him that her father hadn't passed on his own divine art, and he then realizes that the Lord did not see Yusung as a junior or subordinate, but as an equal. Yang Bayan could now understand that her father was about to use something special. Silence prevailed on the training grounds and between the two fighters, and Yusung deduces that with the sharp and precisely strong attacks, Yang Qian was indeed strong. His continuous cuts and stabs were constantly forcing him to stay alert, and whenever he tried to distance himself, the second ranker was immediately following with footwork. Yang Qian complimented his skills at dodging, before asking why he wasn't hitting back at all, since he was confident that he would be able to find his weakness in no time. Yusung was indeed aware that the auto-hunting would fail to counteract, since with the long-ranging weapons like spears, he was needed to use spin and trick to attack the blind spot. But the biggest problem was that auto-hunting hadn't attacked yet. Even Yang Qian could sense that he had figured something out, and once again, started unleashing his vicious ki all around himself. When one was capable enough of controlling their si and ki together, they awakened a special phenomenon, and the proof of it was this blazing heat. Yusung was aware that a rush of his would instantly burn him, and the actual dragon now called to ask if he would be able to dodge it. He sets his eyes on the former ranker of China, and as he notices a certain something behind him, the old man announces his offense. The tiles below cracks as he pivots himself, and uses that to propel himself towards Yusung. That same Yusung surprisingly jumped out of the ring, and using the towering tree behind him, climbed his way, before soaring in the sky above. Yang Qian was amazed at this display, but also invigorated to then showcase the true power of the blazing twin dragon spears he possessed. An incomparably huge blade of fire cut towards the aerial Yusung, who managed to use his momentum to push himself behind the one responsible, and landed on the floor soon after. The power he portrayed now felt ridiculous, and Yang Qian now declares that having completed his due warm-ups, he had showed him the true powers of the Red Dragon twin spears. He was to satisfy the weapon that recklessly absorbed heat, to awaken the twin dragons, and was the least he could do to earn his acknowledgement. Moreover, the warm-up for him had now concluded, and the fight itself finished. Once again, the Lord exudes his draconic ki, before shooting at him with the twins that entailed a furious release of flame each. The director is amazed by what he witnesses, for it had been a decade since he had last witnessed it, and his lord had only grown stronger. Yang Bayan could not believe how strong her father was, even after giving her half of his energy, and only hoped for Yusung's safety. Yang Qian closed in with a fearsome speed, and the others could also see that he had made his footwork even faster. This guy, who was faster than speed, was now planning to deal the blow known as the Season of the Red Dragon Gate, and started the discharge of the breath of the twin dragons, that also apparently was potent enough to burn the whole world. He lands 2 successive blows across Yusung, who shields himself by crossing his arms, and parts the breath of the dragons like Saitama. While the director was certain that his lord had prevailed, the daughter of the same was busy praying for the opponent. Plum blossoms descended through the sky, and were foremost recognized by none other than Yang Qian himself. Yusung's smile is accompanied by a scoff that takes the Dragon Lord by surprise, since concentrating his energy into a blade, he had managed to negate the damage. His energy starts convulsing as more blossoms are released, and while the director fails to comprehend what it was, the strategist of the Union doesn't. Soon, Yusung fended the twin blades off himself, and although his opponent is taken by surprise, Yang Qian manages to dodge the blow he dishes out. Angered at his guts to dare to attack him, he flares the twin dragons once again, but the bluish plum energy of the harmonic art flashes as Yusung moves past him and crouches with his blade. Yang Zhongqian stood in utter silence for a while, and soon after, a slit appeared on his waist. He failed to comprehend how much more the Korean ranker had hidden up his sleeve, and at the same time, Oh Yusung came to a realization. He now understood why Miss Bayon had said that the inner spirit breathing wasn't just about reinforcing the veins. It raised one's stamina alongside altering their physical properties of one's aura, and was very similar to Si, but not exactly the same. He could now tell that Yang Qian did not feel the heat by controlling it using the Red Dragon Divine Art, since it used his CE to change the physical abilities. Moreover, with the newfound technique that auto-hunting had created with the harmonic arts as a foundation, his chances could change. He turned to face his opponent, who inquisitively eyed him as he formed the energy blade once again and rapidly closed in on him. Confident that he could win, Yang Qian grew excited at his sudden change, and as the two powers clashed, the powerful impacts made the sideliners choke. Once again, the Red Dragon twin spears flourished their breaths, and their owner decided to start his next bout. Yusung intercepted it with his energy blade, and the director could only praise him for being his lord's equal. Although Yang Buyim claimed that there was nothing worrying her, it was extremely weird, since an opponent would be pierced once in contact with the twins' heat. Even if it was impossible to block the heat using aura, how Yusung dealt with it was mind-boggling. Her father was conflicted for the same reason, since even with the heavenly harmonic art, it could not be possible. The suspended plum blossoms in the air collided with the flames of his, and he then realized that they were causing his flames to die out. His blow was fended off by the energy blade, and distancing himself once again, Yusung readied himself to defend. As silence was exchanged by the two contenders, Yang Bayan wondered what had just occurred. Yang Qian was confused, since not only were his attacks blocked, but his raging flames had also been forced to subside by something that certainly wasn't the heavenly harmonic art he knew about. It only piqued his interest further, and he charged to discover what the skill was for himself. As he threw the blazing spear at him, Yusung activated the aura blade of his, and amidst the fiery plum blossom, the two collided. The onlookers were struggling to keep up with their movements of the spearhead and keyblade. But as the friction between the two increased, slowly, the plum blossoms around the two started to grow in numbers. Gradually, the flames of the twin blades started to die, and Yang Qian watched in disbelief, since it didn't make any sense to him. Yusung managed to flick the blade away, and as it was impaled in the ground, the red-hot blade started losing its reddish tinge. By the best guess of the former Chinese ranker, Yusung had manipulated the blade's aura and dispersed the heat. And as such, all of the visible blossoms in his view were being simultaneously controlled by his opponent's aura. Now Yusung chanced upon an opening and rapidly charged to his vicinity. Yang Qian cursed himself for having grown distracted, but the aim of Yusung was also certain. The key blade of his was intercepted by the remaining of the twins, but even those flames started to fade. The subordinates could not believe what they witnessed, but Yusung relentlessly attacked the spearman, who shielded using the hilt of his weapon. Yang Qian then slashed across his chest, but as the figure of Yusung started to dissipate into thin air, his eyes widened in disbelief, and only the plum blossoms were left behind. He reappeared behind his exposed back, but the man was a seasoned veteran, since he reignited the flames and intercepted the blow of the youngster. As he distanced himself, Yang Qian's flames grew all around him once again, and since he could now understand what Yusung was aiming for, he warned him that he would not be holding back anymore. He rushes with both the twin dragons, and Yusung jumped to escape the emerging blows. Vehement blows of succession followed, and Yusung fluidly wove through all of them. However, injuries were now being inflicted against his limbs and waist, and he was forced to defend against the incoming blast from the spears. The students of the Red Dragon Guild grew positive that their lord would win with such attacks, and started to sweat profusely as the heat of the battle reached them. However, the director could tell that the heat of their lord's sigh was being dispersed. Yan Baiyan could tell what Yu Sung was aiming for now, and soon after, both of the spearheads converged to defend their master. The plum blossoms set to work once again and killed the flames. Yu Sung's eyes did not falter, and Yong Qian realized that he wasn't aiming for him from the very beginning, but the twin dragon spears. His daughter deduced that he was depleting her father's CE by attacking the flames of the spears, and although it seemed like Yong Qian was winning momentarily, he would fail if it dragged on. Yu Sung wasn't competing with either strength or skill, but was efficiently aiming for prey. Unlike him, he was calm and collected, to slowly corner his prey, and scary enough to excite the age-old veteran. Yong Qian seized his own key voluntarily. That took both Yu Sung and Yang Baiyan by surprise. He then spoke that since the Korean hunter was giving it all as a hunter, he too was now obliged to do the same. Shockwaves spread as the vast key was retracted, and while Yu Sung watched in confusion, Zheng Qian thought to himself about how he used to consider himself as an invincible. The power of Sai that ran in the Yang family, including the Red Dragon divine arts, that unveiled the full potential of one's true ki, alongside the Red Dragon twin spears crafted using multiple monsters, was used to form the unifying trinity, and domination of the Red Dragon society wasn't perfect. When he complimented the excellent hunter before him, his daughter was appalled, but he was aware that it was a fight between an actual martial artist and a hunter. Now, he would fight him not as the Red Dragon Society's leader, but as Yang Zheng Qian. He pounced with the dormant spears, and as Yu Sung intercepted the blow aimed at his head, he noticed something odd about it, and even the director took notice of the absence of the flames and his lord's breath. When Yu Sung attacked with his energy blade, Yang Qian beat it with a slap of his spear, and his daughter sensed the change in his attacking style, since it wasn't the martial art of the Red Dragon Society she knew about. Frequent blows were now being unleashed, and alongside defending himself against them, Yu Sung noted that although his aura had disappeared with the change in his movements, his erratic swinging was getting harder to block. When multiple strikes approached him, Yu Sung flinched at the effort it took to block them. The vice leader of the society did not recognize the odd style her father displayed for the first time. Since discarding the form of the Red Dragons, he was now swinging the spears solely based on his senses. Yu Sung found no blind spots even in the aimless form, and could tell that the veteran was being dictated by his years of experience, which was the worst possible match for something like auto-hunting. Although the man was following his heart, inside it resided the essence of his strength that he worked for his whole life. The next blow of Yong Qian created a torrent of dense flames, and the juniors noticed the reckless release from afar. Their leader cackled, since the current form of his would shame his previous self from a few moments ago. Despite the fact that he was wasting his CE, his current fight held enough worth for him to discard his future, pride, convictions, and the society itself. His only care now was for his spears that he used to attack his opponent once again. Yu Sung sliced the feisty blow using his energy blade, but moments later, water dripped down on the ring, since the increased heat of the attacks were that extreme. As he commended the strength of the old man, Yong Qian spiked the burner up another notch. The vehement flames almost burned the skin off the disciples standing far away, and at the director's urge, Yang Baiyan confirmed that it was equally excruciating for Yu Sung, who would face the worst if the heat continued chipping away at his stamina. As the sweating Yu Sung stood struggling against those flames, Yong Qian declared that he would be claiming the victory. He raised one of the spears behind him and directed a massive fraction of the flames towards its edge. The resulting heat was too strong for the daughter and director, and the literally fuming old man stood in the same position for a while, wondering what Yu Sung would do, since the moment he would block it, the heat would envelope him. Furthermore, even if he evaded the flames, the twin spears would slice the air around him and cause a shortage of stamina. Confident that he would pull it off, he charged head-on, while Yusung stood anticipating the right timing. Soon after, he smiled. Surprisingly enough, he charged in right towards the flaming old man, and while the spear came at his left, he reciprocated with his blade on the right. The two intercept, and what happens next is a gigantic eruption. Even if he had blocked his spears, his heat failed to do its job, since once again, the plum blossoms set to work around the blade, an enemy tore towards his back. With the disappearance of the energy blade, young Qian was surprised to find the dispersed blossoms forging through the flames, and after killing them, they turned into cold blue shards. These shards created massive holes in the wall of flames enveloping him, and he realized that all of the plum blossoms were divided into bits of his energy sword. Yang Baiyan noticed the dispersal of her father's flames, but Yang Qian took offense once again, since his heart hadn't changed yet. The shards gathered around Yusung once again, and he created the strongest blade of his, by concentrating the phantom sword in its densest form, also known as the assault form. Both of them rushed at each other, one with his flaming spear, while the other with his frozen phantom blade. A single sharp sound tore through, as the twin dragon spearhead was sent flying. As Yusung stood with his back towards Yang Qian, the sleeve of his can be seen bleeding, and it was because he had lost his entire left arm, that fell to the ground alongside the spear it previously held. While the director spoke the Lord, Yang Baiyan completed his words by adding "lost." None of them could believe either of that, and while bent panting on his knees, Yusung turned to face the crippled old man. He held his hands in another attempt at survival, but the man just held the remains of his prided spear, before acknowledging his amazing prowess, and eventually conceded before admitting his defeat and thanking him. Yang Baiyan was overwhelmed by surprise, but Yusung nodded at the revelation from Yang Qian, switched off the auto-hunting feature, and slumped to the ground amidst the silence. With Yang Qian's final remark at the unconscious winner, the fight ended with Yusung as the winner. It was inside a towering building that Li Huimin stood facing a glass wall. A subordinate came reporting about their contact with Tens, and he grew excited for the best show of all time. Specifically, Yusung's response didn't actually matter to him, since he would now put a definite end to him. It was 3 days after the fight, at the Red Dragon Society's training center, that Yusung stood facing one of the bookshelves. A certain someone clicked his tongue after finding him there, and Yang Qian appeared, inquisitive about why he had chosen to linger there despite his due leave. Yusung claims to be busy finding something, and the Lord exclaimed at his recovered body, which was covered entirely in bandages because of his burns previously. Yusung devoted all of it to the Red Dragon's treatment, and as silence persisted, he stared at the missing limb of the leader. However, the owner asked of him to discard any useless thoughts, since if he had shown even a hint of hesitation, his own head would have been cut off. Both of them were content, after having fought fair and square, but Yang Qian was especially surprised when his own daughter had left his side to nurse Yusung. He was still curious about what he was up to amidst the books, but the auto-hunter could not explain that his auto-hunting button had suddenly started to blink when he was passing by, as if hinting to something he could not see. When it turned blue the next time, he took notice of one specific book that was probably causing it to blink, and reached out for it soon after. Back at the VIP establishment of the Tens group, Yusung silently remarked at the Suyu, who would throw a fit, considering his unannounced absence for 3 days. With intentions to apologize, he parted the door to his room, and sure enough, a fuming Suyu was seated on a stool, glaring at him. She welcomes him in a menacing tone, and her eyes glowed a strange shade, but clear enough for Yusung to understand that she had been awake the whole time. He bowed to apologize for the unexpected detour his personal business had taken, but surprisingly enough, she excused it, considering a necessity for her boss. While Yu-sung was astonished to find her understanding behavior, she claims to have something to convey to him. The Korean ranker had received a dive offer to purposefully enter a fracture for investigation. But the concerning bit here was that it was offered by the Goryeo company. The company belonged to the Professor Payne, and in lieu of his agreement with Tens, he could not refuse without a proper reason that they now lacked after having decided to not report the last incident. At his question about the intentions of Tens, she started to falter, and realizing that they were telling him to go, he left to inform the Goryeo company of his participation. Soo-yu opposed the idea, since it was a blatant attempt of Lee women to kill him. A dive was dangerous for a few special reasons. One was ought to enter it either by themselves or with a few people to reduce the number of casualties, and no preparation could guarantee one's survival. Certain that the treacherous Wee Min would be scheming something dangerous, she pleaded him to decline the request. But her eyes widened in surprise, since her boss was smiling. He closed in towards her, explaining that although he had no solid reasons to decline, she was to refrain from frowning at a contractual duty he was compelled to fulfill. As he took his leave to rest, something clicked in Sue's mind, and she attempted to emphasize that his life was on the line. However, Yu-sung stated that if in case something did happen, he could do nothing, and lastly, he wasn't the kind to back out. He shut the door behind him and plugged his ears while she screamed across it. He closes his eyes and thinks of the word drive, which avails a specific book in his hand. He recalled the time when Young Chien exclaimed at his act of grabbing a book voluntarily and elaborated that it had an interesting story dating from their past. Once upon a time, there were two siblings, Yang Wurang and Woojin, and of the two, Wurang the eldest was ought to succeed the Red Dragon Society. However, his lack of sai led to the crowning of Woojin. Wurang was tormented for being born without sai ever since his birth, and tried his hands at every possible bizarre method. Be it training with the hermit or with the demons, he did everything one would find in Chinese mythologies, and eventually, it was said that his fate changed since he left a book and a phrase behind. One day when karma bears fruit, I will become the leader of the Red Dragon Society. Yu-sung had taken the book after receiving Lord Yang's permission, and when he had tried to put the book in a slot, a surprising phenomenon occurred. Multiple screens materialized before him and presented him with an option to blink his eyes and combine the ingredients in the utility slot. He pondered the possible meanings of the word combine and decided to try the new ability that auto-hunting had been hinting at. Leave women now owed a debt to Yu-sung, and he recalled the day of his first dive as clear as the daylight, for it now revived his zeal to exact the price for interrupting him. It was in a building gilded with lights that the audience awaited the curtains to unfurl. This audience was constituted by reporters. Yon by Yon let out a sigh, since an anticipated day had finally come to pass. Throwing a glance at her side, she found Lee Hui Min accompanied by three individuals. Foremost was Hayuk Il, the latest member of the Elite 10. Second was Jin Chung, the leader of the Deathly Dragon Clan and rival of their Red Dragon Society. The third and the last one was the sixth ranker of the Elite 10, known as the Final Spectre, Won Kyung-shin. All of these samples were in cahoots with the Professor Payne, and considering the situation Yu-sung was in, even before coming to China, she could tell that something was popping in the hood. She silently hoped for the injured to avoid making an appearance, but the sorcerer spoke that it was really pitiful and apologized for intervening with her thoughts. He stated that despite his willingness to work with him, it was pitiful that Yu-sung chose to decline it and remain absent. When she asked why he spoke to her regarding this, he annoyingly states the rumored close relation between her and Yu-sung. Yang Baiyon was further startled to hear another annoying voice of Won Kyung-shin, who then transitioned to ask her out for a dinner. At her polite denial, He extends his hand towards her while claiming to be understanding, and their handshake proceeded. However, the sheer number of flashes were increasing, and intrigued her enough to inquire about it. Hui Min's voice came explaining that the dive was a special case, and remarking at the sad absence of Oh Yusung, climbed his way to the stage with a wicked look in his eyes. Hui Min claimed to be the person in charge of the dive operation, but Yang Bulyon could still not understand what he was scheming even in Yusung's absence. He felt honored to accept the option to dive at the government's offer, since it was meant to uncover the cause of the recent disaster in Shanghai. The countless deaths provided them with a reason to find the cause of such fractures, and he vowed that after the Goryeo Company's investigation, nothing such would happen ever again, since he would do everything he could to help prevail. The audience eventually started to gain a highlight of confidence in him, and even Yang Bayan agreed for once, since those words were necessary to gain back the lost trust of the people in hunters. However, his tone changed, and he spoke how 2 of the 3 best hunters in Shanghai had accepted his invitation without a hitch, while the 3rd, a foreign hunter, had unfortunately decided to ditch. His eyes gained the sad look, as he stated that the managing agency of Tens had lost contact with the person, and as such, had resulted in an extremely unfortunate loss of contact in the dire situation. A reporter caught onto the hint and inquired about Oh Yusung, the Korean hunter's reasons to be out of touch, and Hui Min relayed that despite his unwillingness to make any false speculations, Yusung must have felt tied to his contract and had hence denied participation, because neither was the country his own, nor did the peace office. This kindled the flame of distrust and immediate disappointment in the crowd, and Hui Min's spectacles glinted as he smiled, and Yang Bayan realized what he had been scheming for his counterplan. Yusung would be killed if he participated, but it did not matter to Hui Min even if he did not. Furthermore, the reporters started to consider that it might have been caused by the negative relation the two shared, and Sorcerer's intentions of degrading Yusung using his foreigner clause was growing visible to Yang Bayan. The fact that he had called the multitude of reporters was to turn Yusung's image of a hero into that of a coward who had avoided the dive, and silently enough, Hui Min started to laugh, since he planned to foremost destroy Yusung's last bit of fame, before ending his life with his own bare hands. She could not retort, since it would only worsen the situation, but a special set of footsteps resounded, and while Li Hui Min's eyes widened in surprise, Yang Bulyon grew hopeful, since Yusung walked past the parted doors and strode towards the stage. Li Hui Min was troubled at his appearance, since he was now throwing a wrench in his plans. Since he was still unnoticed by the reporters, he urged Hayuk Il to apprehend him, and he tore at Yusung, who was too late to join either way. He attempted to hurl a punch at him, but after exclaiming at the slow speed of his, Yusung disappeared from his position in a sudden flash. A strong wind ruffled the seated reporters and their concentration, and with nimble steps, Yusung reached the stage. The audience was appalled at the sight they bore witness to, since a person had suddenly appeared on the platform and out of the blue. They wondered who the blue-suited man was, and Li Hui Min cursed at him, before realizing that he had failed to even see his movements. Extending his arm towards him, Yusung demanded the mic, and as Yang Bayan's face regained its former bright composure, the Korean ranker greeted the mass and presented his name. His Korean language revealed his identity when his name failed, and while he recognized his need for a translator, Li Hui Min grew conscious about his lack in talent. However, what horrified him was the instance where he had seen a glimpse of plum blossoms, and at that moment, when Yusung called out to him, he shouted at him in public eye. As realization dawned upon him, he noticed the silence in the crowd, and people started questioning what he had just spouted. Altering to a politer tone, he apologetically sought Yusung's need, which was for him to act as his translator, since no one in the crowd could speak Korean. Although pissed at his guts to order him around, Hui Min complied. He could not say no considering the presence of the reporters, and he reluctantly requested him to begin. The translated introduction of Oh Yu-sung succeeded, and the hungry media houses started to catch a glimpse of the hero of Shanghai. He reasoned to have been preoccupied with his personal training for the last couple days, and the sleazy translator decided onto twisting his words as they slowly proceeded. Although he was purposefully baited into getting his plans ruined, he would make Yu-sung regret, is what he thought, since his enemy stopped speaking, and thanked him for having aided his speech. He claimed that since a considerably long section was to follow, he would cover for it himself. Stepping forward with the mic, Yu-sung directly declared his intentions of participating in the dive. People were surprised at his change of tongue, and Hui Min was left aghast. One Kyungchian complimented his efforts despite the slight error in his pronunciation, and Yu-sung declared that the dive would serve as a great opportunity for him to announce to everyone that he was the greatest hunter amongst all the others in the room. His impudence angered the deathly Dragon Claw leader, and earned a sarcastic retort from Kyungchian. The onlookers took offense in his claim after being late for the conference, and Yu-sung simply smiled at them before stating that although he was late, he would readily step down if President Hui Min would allow him to, for he wasn't scared of death. The sorcerer choked for he could not speak, and all of his efforts in defaming him were going down the bed. The audience now sought a reply from the person in charge, who felt a little relieved, since if in case he participated, Yu-sung would be in the palm of his hand. As he sincerely consented to his participation, one specific voice demanded otherwise, and that particular voice was very well known to Hui Min. Hayuk-il forbade the act as a member of the operating team, but his senior could not silence him even if he wanted to, since the media stood witnessing the exchange. Now, it was Yu-sung's turn to smile once again, since he approached the protester and demanded of him to voice his objections with his skills instead of excuses. Angered, Hayuk immediately agreed to the call, and all the cameras started panning to record the moment. As Hui Min cursed silently, Hayuk grabbed a blade from a nearby NPC, and after unsheathing it, started unveiling Woisan's true key. Plum blossoms swirled around the sword as Yu-sung watched, and Hayuk launched the powerful strike of plumflower blood rain at him. Crimson shards were now charging at the Korean hunter, while the Chinese reporters grew impressed at the skillful display. Hayuk was confident that his sword aura that attacked in all 6 directions simultaneously would do the trick, since his intentions now were to turn him into a laughingstock instead of killing him. Yu-sung threw a glance of pity at the puny shards, and then formulated his own condensed aura blade before summoning his own plumflower blood rain. He slashed across the approaching threat, and highly condensed shards of his phantom sword rushed. They were directed at the exposed side of the levitating attacker, who was then battered by the multiple pieces of coldness. He fell to the ground after the sharp impacts, and the people around could discern that it was the same move but in a stronger form. Hui Min was frightened at his prowess to have copied the Woisan martial arts in some mysterious way. Yu-sung found no meaning in continuing the futile bout, and Hayuk-il's face drooped in disbelief and distrust. He hoped that he understood the truth about who amongst them was the stronger foe. Hui Min could not believe the sight, and the reporters were confused how the imitation was possible, since the Goryeo company had claimed Hayuk to be the reincarnation of Woisan's martial art. But Yu-sung's attack was evidently stronger. The thought of Hayuk having passed on the harmonic martial art bewildered Hui Min, but the more surprising bit was that it had been just a few weeks, while he on the other hand failed himself. Yu-sung walked up to him and requested the mic once again, and reluctantly enough, he passed it on. With the mic in his hand, Yu-sung strode forward, and as the reporters watched in anxiety, the 6th ranker watched in hopes. Having proved himself to the crowd, Yu-sung declared that he was the true Woisan. The exhilarating exclusive news now awaited the broadcast, and lights flashed all around the reincarnator. Hui Min's intricate plan had now backfired, and his anger seeped through his body. Yusung took his due leave after a while, and a voice asked if he would skip the briefing session of the sorcerer. He found Yang Bayan outside, who was slightly disappointed at his unannounced leave. However, when Yusung stated how enjoyable the event was, Yang Bayan chuckled, recalling the face of Hui Min. She was curious if he had prepared his Chinese beforehand, and asked if he was curious about the online repercussion his actions will cause, since the explosive content had already turned enormous. While negative comments did reside, the number of compliments were greater in proportion, which was already something that Yusung had planned beforehand, for he now knew that the Chinese liked to overwhelm humility with one's spirit. The trap of Hui Min was pretty obvious to him, and hence he had interfered in the middle, to foremost make it clear that he was confronting him headfirst. Then, with his bout against the latest Elite 10, he had the media houses restricting Li Hui Min's actions before the dive. This calculated enactment had Yang Bayan awestruck, but at the conclusive note, Yusung grew embarrassed to claim that he had lucked out. Regardless of it all, they had to keep their guards up, and as such, he had a proposal for Yang Bayan. He requested her cooperation in forming a team, and offered to fulfill any conditions when she agreed. Although she didn't have any initially, her face gained a reddish pallor eventually. After the scheduled dive ended, she requested him for a date, and fumed in embarrassment while he grows confused. Back at his hotel and VIP room, Yusung exclaims at the surprising request, and recalling the flustered face of hers, he smiled. However, he now had a greater concern to focus on. In the combination slot, he had various objects and ingredients that he had acquired from Suryu. Having completed his assortment, he pressed the combine button, and at the very next moment, it was announced complete. As he peered down, a mythical glow emanated from the absolute shatter gauntlet he had just formulated. He now planned to use the 5 slots to effectively create more equipment. In the Red Dragon's lore that he had borrowed, there was a specific item he intended to make, and the ingredient for it could only be found in the upcoming dive. The door to his room parted, and Suru stuttered with a grim look on her face, before announcing that he had a visitor. It was when he questioned the identity of his guest that a familiar voice commended his artistic hobby. His eyes flared as he recognized Bak Jinwi, who strode through the slit in the wall, also popularly known as a doorway. "Howdy," was what Jinwi spouted to Yusung, and greeted him with smoldering eyes. Yusung felt the overbearing pressure of the rank 1 of China, and equipping his phantom blade, he struck the auto-hunting active. He charged to land the first blow, and the president of Tens only exclaimed, as mystical plum blossoms accompanied the assailant. Although he found the improvement commendable, his own hands grew a devious glow. He used it to halt the prided sword of Yusung. He infused ki in the other palm, and thrusted it against Yusung. The short impact was potent enough to throw Suyu off, and a bright light materialized before Yusung, who furnished a gun from inside. He shot a bullet of parasite ki that the old man brazenly evaded with a slight tilt. He took to the next offense, but before he could land the blow, Spinintred came to the rescue of Yusung. He disappeared as the blow landed nowhere, and darted across the walls of the room. He rebounded multiple times and at a blasphemous speed, before reaching the unexpected back of the monster and squinting his eyes. Jinwi Beck was exhilarated at this, but it was all halted as Siu stood intercepting the two. She closed her eyes in fright of bearing the brunt of the two, and the aura-infused Yusung could only curse at her insanity. Furious, he kicks at her waist and leaves the area smoking. Suyu flinched at the terrible pain it caused, and the force threw her into the ground. Yusung crouched into a standstill, and although he had barely managed to save her, the bigger issue was still towering before him. This towering threat exclaimed at the halt his excitement, which was quite startling for someone like him. His bloodlust now was far more intense as he questioned the agonized Suyu. She struggled to apologize, and Jinwi stated that although she could act her free will, she was yet to pay for interrupting his enjoyment. She squints her eyes, afraid that she would die at the menacing eyes of his hand. However, when Yusung questioned his ungrateful act, Jinwee's bloodshot eyes were redirected. He was seated on the bed, remarking, when Jinwee asked what he meant. Although unaware of what position he held in his cult, he could not fathom why he chose to act furious instead of applauding her. Despite Jinwee's lack of trust in her, she had rushed to save him, while he now was seemingly venting his anger on her. Soo-yu could not believe her ears, and was certain that the absurd remarks would get him killed. Contradictorily enough, Jinwee's bloodlust subsided, and the scale of his laughter rose just as fast. Bewildered, Soo-yu watched as her president started to laugh uncontrollably, and Yusung was flooded with relief. Jinwee could tell that he had been through considerable trouble in the new country, for he had learned how to divert someone's attention by touching their ego. The sudden dispersal in energy caught Yusung by surprise, and Soo-yu debated if it was all a dream. Turns out, Jinwee had a business matter to attend, and furnished another wooden box. Yusung's eyes flared as he recognized it. It being the consequences for making a deal that the dealer Jinwee Baek wanted to discuss. Meanwhile, it was back in Sungguk's home that someone was running in desperation and then parted the doors to his room. His eyes flared at the sight inside, where Sungguk was sprawled on all his fours. He had called the doctor in for help, who blamed him for pushing himself to that extreme. The patient he was helping up was almost begging to die. The tuition teacher now seemed to have lost his sanity, but it was important, since he had a promise to uphold. The doctor could guess it was related to Yusung, who was out on the hunt for a cure they had been searching for over 4 years. He did not lack faith in the latest ranker, but until they could find an absolute cure, any training was forbidden. Sungguk was attempting to play his share considering Yusung's efforts, which was broadcasted the day before. His achievements in the hostile territory of China compelled the teacher to move. However, the doctor still could not fathom why he had obliterated the room. But my good friends, Sungguk had completed that. In his broken state, the feat seemed nigh impossible, but the doctor knew that his friend was crazy, and the friend did too, for he smiled to attest it. He could only pray for Yusung to bestow them with a miracle. That miraculous entity was now being invited to a conversation, where in the palm of his counterpart resided a medicinal ball he recognized a little too well. Having completed only one of his 5 hunts in Shanghai, a few situations forced Jinwee Baek to reveal the promised reward to him. Much like Yusung grew confused. The invitation of the Taoist Wei Min had been an unexpected factor. He now had a different mission for him, which on completion would negate the remaining hunts. Yusung was silent for a brief while, but it wasn't a request for him to kill someone. Jinwee assured him that it would adhere to the code of hunters, and Yusung immediately took his offer inquisitively. With a smile across his face, the president of Tens explained a certain something that left Yusung aghast. However, he disregarded the insanity of his and agreed to the offer without a hitch. Jinwee leaves, urging him to report through the unconscious Soo-yu. However, after wishing him for the night, the outflux of his devious ki once again surges. Startled at the sudden influx of killing intent, Yusung resorts to activating his assault form and aims the phantom blade right at the assailant. Jinwee simply smiles in a cheerful denial, and the blade halts at the very moment his bloodlust disappears. The plum blossoms fluttered as the target turned to face him, and exclaimed at the sight of a long-lost power. Jinwee was highly impressed by the clear plum blossom he created, and his level of precise control, to cease at the moment he retracted his killing intent. The sight of his own blood compelled the #1 ranker to ask if he had visited the Red Dragon Society of the second yet. Jinwee allowed him to brag about his new achievement, which not even Yang Qian could. Asking him to refrain from immersing himself into this particular side, Jin Wei-baek shut the door behind him. As evident already, the old man was an annoyance to him now, but recalling the past of his, and the wonderful experiences this country had provided him with, Yu-sung realized that he was already acclimated to the particular side. Furthermore, the condition that the old man had placed only incentivized him to complete it. Soon arrived the day of the dive, and Suyu, who had ended up in a sore spot in her company, stood in utter depression. Her expulsion was now certain, but her priority now was the successful dive of her boss. As she opened the door to his room, her depression was overwritten by surprise, since the boss inside stood in a shining new armor. She complimented the recent addition to his gear, while at his query, she attested to being alright physically. However, as the conversation proceeded, Suyu interrupted him to ask about the sudden use of honorifics. Since the dive would be his last in China either way, he chose to disregard any friction between them, despite the unsuitability of honorifics for someone like him. He could affirm that he was growing absorbed in the country, and Suyu now discovered the actual personality of the Korean ranker Oh Yu-sung. Previously, all of his personality was directed to befit the mold of a hero that China wanted. Until this point, no one but Jin Wei-baek knew about this roleplay of his, and even what would happen inside the fissure next. He assigned her the final processing of the details, and she noticed that he had already prepared the necessary bits. However, realization now dawned upon her that it was an appreciation of her work until the end. She had always been the seventh wheel in the sect, to the point where she had become an eyesore for the president himself. Even against such odds, not only did Yu-sung sympathize with her, but also recognized her worth. Behind her, Yu-sung spoke nimbly, "Thank you for all that you've done so far." Her teary eyes widened, recognizing his presence. However, when she turned to find him, she only found the silence of his absence. Flustered, she timidly hides her face, for she had failed to wish him, and returns to her work with the same idiotic mind. She grew appalled when she discovered her work, since it included a document named Read Me. It in conclusion consisted of an offer letter for her, if in case she was fired from TENS. It automatically brought a smile across her face, and made her finally admit the amazing nature of his. Meanwhile, Lee Gui-min announced that he would retract the rights given to Hayuk, who was seated across him. The despair in his eyes declared to Wei-min that he was now obsolete, like many other ambitious individuals with broken spirits. However, the thought of becoming the same fertilizer he had reaped previously made him jolt. Furthermore, at the offer of becoming a Vainless for the rest of his life, he immediately fell to the ground to plead for his life. Hui-min eventually agreed to his desperate pleas, while Won Kyung-shin advised him to beware of the audience outside. The trailer they were in pulled up before a crowd, while on the exact opposite side flared a massive fracture. When Kyung-shin asked him to observe proper etiquette towards the media outside, Hayuk retorted with a loud denial, which was silenced as a dart flew dangerously close. He fell to the ground as a reflex, while the attacker recounted to him the order of silence. Hayuk was pummeled to silence after failing to even see him much the arrow, for he was the top-tier demon archer of the Elite 10, Won Kyung-chien. Lee Gui-min pardoned Hayuk, and reminded them once again about their real prey. The demonic archer was confident that his skills would not fail, at which even the deathly dragon let out a sigh of affirmation. Regardless of his personality, Gui-min could attest to his calmness and scary accuracy, for it was after tons of investment in the past that his peak-tier materials now sufficed. The sorcerer led the excursion and was exhilarated at the thought of meeting his prey. Cameras flashed as the company made its due appearance, while Yu-sung stood armored alongside Yong Bayon. Lee Gui-min foremost apologized for their delay and extended a hand to exchange greetings. Yu-sung eyed the sorcerer's hand, who was now busy smiling wickedly, for the moment he grabbed the hand, they would begin to hunt him. Although impressed by his armor, Kyung-shin debated if it could stop an arrow he would hurl at his head. They were to attack Yusung the very moment they shook hands, which they had decided a while ago. Jin Chung was reasonably wary of the reporter's presence, but that was the very factor Li Guimin was after. Considering Yusung's wits, they could not afford to give him an opportunity and attack him when he would be expecting it the least. As for the predicament the reporters would throw them in, Guimin created an illusion behind the deathly dragon claw, who applauded his skillful thinking. They could trick the crowd with his spells in the same manner, and as such, the plan to attack him at the first instance was devised. However, Qiangxian now wondered if there was a need to, for their target's movement could not even be detected previously. And of course, his own eyes were an exception, for the demon archer could impale him at a moment's notice. Although the cameramen had their lenses peeled, a veil of illusion had already been cast. While it would appear that they were entering the fracture, Li Guimin would capture the harmonic prey. However, when the harmony named Yusung exclaimed at the obvious trap, Guimin's melody was of curiosity. Little did he know, Yusung could see past his feint and was emitting a strong killing intent against them. He had a little something to show, and furnished a talisman that horrified the sorcerer. He had found it on Hayuk during their previous clash, whose face was now distraught. Li Guimin had placed it on him during his flight, and when Yusung offered to test it out, he desperately shouted in denial. However, with his hand around Yongbayan's waist, he starts burning the token in his other hand. He used it for its characteristic power of spatial travel named Shukuchi, and disappeared before the failed hunters of hunters. One Qiangxian clicked his tongue as they climbed higher, and as the quartet watched, the pair approached the fracture. As they started to descend into the portal, Li Huimin curses, but Qiangxian was resolute to halt them. He found himself an arrow from the quilt on his back, and readied his bow, before unsheathing a fierce green aura. Hayuk Il was left astounded, for he recognized the bow of 9 collections, which was a masterpiece formed by various monstrous elements. The demon archer just tugged at the sinister string, and that released an overwhelming shockwave that pained Hayuk. Demanding Yusung to die, he released the perched arrow. The target took notice of the dart approaching at an alarming pace, and eventually hit home. Yongbayan screamed his name in desperation, and Hayuk grew elated at their success. However, Qiangxian demanded him to shut up once again, for a few bloody blossoms lay on the ground. The demon archer cursed amidst the flora, since there was a slit across his cheek. The one responsible exclaimed at the close encounter, with the arrow in his grasp. Qiangxian now realized that Yusung had prepared everything beforehand, for it was in just a split second that he interfered with his archery. Meanwhile, Yusung commended the accuracy and skill of his, which even took his auto-hunting by surprise. While he complimented the decent demon archer, the demon counterpart hurled curses at him ungratefully. At his proposal to proceed, Yongbayan consented, and after discarding the arrow in his hand, Yusung jumped into the portal. While Li Huimin realized that their prey was fleeing, the discarded arrow descended. As its tip touched the dirt below, an extremely loud explosion resounded. The sound of it caught the keen ears of the reporters, and before the assailants could pursue their targets, President Li Huimin was called out to. They rushed to question the arrow and Yusung's absence, and Huimin was pissed, for the explosion noise broke his illusionary spell. While he tried his hand at suppressing the crowd, Qiangxian was angered at Yusung's guts to insult him, and hence vowed to exact the price. Meanwhile, the pair was racing across a vast land and decided to run inside the canopy ahead. As they traversed through the forest, the exhaustion on Yongbayan's face was evident, and Percy Jackson shared a bottle of water after their 2-hour sprint. Grateful for his kindness, she chugged it down and let out a sigh of hydrating relief. This son of Neptune decided to move, and Yongbayan silently commended his mental control that fueled him instead of CE. However, while she was lost in thought, Yusung's face came close enough to make her panic and requested to ask something. As he walked towards her, she grew totally flustered. Since they were the only two humans in the place at that moment, and her imagination took her ways, that Yu-sung shattered by asking for her camcorder. He wanted to peek into the devices in her suit that were installed by the Goryeo company to monitor their dive. He wanted to get rid of them to avoid getting tracked by Hui Min, and she apologized silently while reassuring him of wellness. They would also risk getting reprimanded by others for removing them, but while it was alright for him, he was concerned about the Red Dragon Society. Furthermore, he had prepared separate camcorders to help record, and offered to equip them. She turned around for him to work on it, and Yu-sung decided to place one on the right shoulder, each elbow, and left knee. His gaze made her uncomfortable, and when he placed a hand on her shoulder, she rushed to hold in the scream. She assured him that it was nothing noteworthy, and tried to calm her racing mind of intrusive thoughts. She needed to control her sea to avoid causing a fire, and after a while, Yu-sung announced its completion. She felt like a wife from a drama when it was her turn, and the counterpart was simply grateful for having pulled through without causing her discomfort. He was skeptical if she was well because of her unruly sea, and he offered to discuss their plans. He explains that he had requested her to work together because of a certain thing he had to fix. He claims that it would be difficult for them to stay together during the dive, since he was intending to stay inside even after the scheduled time of exit. At her query full of concern, Yu-sung states that he would make sure to escort her to the exit. But that wasn't the topic of her concern. His decision to delve into the Forsaken Place was reckless, and although Yu-sung had expected her to react in such a manner, he could not explain a certain something yet. Previously, on the night that Jinwi Bak had visited, the Rank 1 asked if he ever wondered about the connection their world shared with the other, and why the information on them was so little. Yu-sung grew curious about what he was trying to play at, and Jinwi clarified that it was the subject Lee Hui-min had addressed during the briefing of the dive. Yu-sung had left midway, but Jinwi found it funny how despite their 20 years of exploration, hardly 3 digits had ever experienced a dive. The Taoist was a thief in the impatient world, but this mindset was more suitable for the humankind that existed 4 centuries ago. Yu-sung fell silent at this revelation, and after Jinwi questioned the lack of surprise on his face, he reasoned that he could not react. Instead of the few decades he knew about, Jinwi claimed them to be centuries old. Furthermore, even the book from the Yang Society included such otherworldly mentions, and as such, he would have indeed been surprised had he not read it previously. Jinwi Baek's astute explanation was that only the entrances had started to form recently. The renowned mythological places like Xianji, Taoyuanjin, Kunlun, and Penglei were legendary locations discovered after loss of many lives. While Yu-sung felt that the reward pill was cheap enough to require fantasies to prove its worth, Jinwi was absolutely serious while claiming it as a reality. With enough proof and evidence, he now needed him to collect a few things from inside the other world. Yu-sung eyed the mysterious pen drive he held, but it was the first time he had ever witnessed Jinwi Baek that sullen. Jinwi commended him for understanding that the mission would take more than a single day, but Yu-sung was troubled since the mission, that was actually assigned to the number 1, was now being allotted to him. This specific dive used 2 fractures that appeared within each other in 30 hours. Once the exit portal was shut, any trapped individual was pronounced dead. Yu-sung was capable of such survival, a non-consequential outsider if in case of disappearance, and lastly, a hero that the government would permit. Jinwi initially wanted to train him in the 4 hunts before sending him on the 5th, but the situation now was mutually beneficial for all. However, he retracted the pen drive as he reached out for it, and announced that if in case he was ever afraid to continue, he could exit the fracture voluntarily, for the pill in concern was a little too precious. Yu-sung could tell that the veteran could read his mind by pure experience, but he was also aware that the same experience would never let him make a disadvantageous trade. The thing he was about to retrieve was far more expensive than the herbal pill, but Jinwei had already considered the scenario where he might not hand it over. He recounted to him how even the prideful ones were just as bad on the inside. And although Yu Sung was confused at the sudden statement, the look on Jinwei's face was very different than usual. However, the smile on his face returned to state that Yu Sung was a righteous person, and both of them state in unison that he was a hunter. Yu Sung was bewildered that he placed his trust in him at such a trivial fact, and Jinwei threw at him the pen drive, and he caught the pen that will help him dive. With a thumbs up, he affirmed his trust in the Korean hunter. The Yu Sung now could not explain all of this, unlike the great Ma Jin-san, and had only one way left: to seek help from this great one. Back to the story, Yu Sung asked if the explanation was even necessary. As the sudden change took Yang Bayan by surprise, he stated that as entrepreneurs, he had security obligations to fulfill. When she tries to explain that she could be of help to him, he implied that as a pro, undertaking risks was just a part of his job that she was interfering with now. Despite the emotional connections they had developed, it was disadvantageous to let it interfere in their profession, and Yang Bayan clarifies that there were no such intentions. He watches her face grow emotionless as she clenched her fist, but it was the only way he could keep her safe, for unlike him, she was affiliated to the Red Dragon Society. Regardless of the harsh line he was now drawing, she spoke to remind him of his promise to help her. His promise to help her get to exit safely now became the pizza boxes. For using it as a pivot, she claimed how she was bound to work his tasks alongside him throughout their journey. She too wasn't intent on asking about the dangers he did not mention, but, as he had vowed, he was to now keep his word as the said pro. Her resolute eyes weren't something he had calculated, and unable to debate any further, he agreed to receive her help. Regardless of her sudden stubbornness, he was caught off guard, but their togetherness wasn't something he disliked. There was a massive torrent of currents inside the forest, and inside it, your reptilian brothers slithered. Yang Bayan was racing towards them, and coating herself in the red draconic key, she beheaded all of them. Yu Sung praised her from behind, for she had evidently improved her skills. The footwork she displayed was considerably impressive to him, and she elaborated that it was their ancestral dragon-chasing step that used the sigh of the flames. She exploded the sea inside to fuel it, and was hence a technique that was one of the top footwork in the world. The only drawback to it was the fact that it only made straight movements, which triggered the memory of Yu Sung's fight against Yang Yongqian. Now, aware that she was still lacking compared to the two, she requested to assist him yet again, and pouted at his denial. When reminded of the promise she had made to only accompany him, she dejectedly forfeited her persistence. As she walked away, Yu Sung sighed at her stubbornness. However, he had to stay level-headed and draw the line clearly. Meanwhile, Jin Chung agrees to a certain plan that Wan Kyungxin had formulated, who compliments his wise decision and turns around to wonder what the sorcerer was doing. He had been seated for more than a couple hours after their entry into the fracture, and was causing him to grow impatient, since to him, Yu Sung's hunt was urgent. He assumed that it was no longer necessary for them to follow his orders, but is intercepted by Yahello. Despite his orders for him to get lost, he is intent on protecting Representative Li, but surprisingly enough, the representative himself asked him to make way. Furthermore, when Kyungxin offered to talk, he inquired what the topic of their discussion was. Questioning the judging eyes of his, the demon archer then relayed that he was considering moving separately. He could do nothing else there, since the expedition, hunt, and even the contract was already dealt with. Having discussed with the deathly dragon master, their plan now was to divide into groups of twos and meet at the exit point. However, when Li Huimin denied, Kyungxin pointed out to him how they had failed to achieve anything following his plans, while also being put to shame by their prey. Having lent his name to him, the demon archer found no results whatsoever, and was hence resolute to chase Yusung and exact the price of insulting him. He repeated his decision to act separately and advised the professor to think about it properly. Silence occupied the space between the two new leaders, while Ha-yuk-il and Jin-chung stood looking at the pair anxiously. When the affirmation from Hui-min came, Kyung-chin was baffled. He could not believe how easily he was permitting their leave, but was further confused when he asked if they required one more person. He proposed that since he could ensure his own safety using spells, they could help Ha-yuk-il gain some experience, and with a wicked smile, imposed how uncertain danger was in the other world. Unable to discern his intentions, Kyung-chin took his leave, while Hui-min wished them good luck. And although unaware of what the Taoist was scheming, the demon archer's priority now was to focus on hunting Yusung. The forest was tranquil as Yusung and Yan Bulyon walked on a trail, and it had already been 2 days since they had been looking for the thing mentioned in Yang Society's book. Their direction past the forest was the northwest, where a huge cliff dropped before them. Inside this gigantic cliff lay a certain something he was seeking, and he could already feel its enormous presence from within. It was the predator of the zenith, and the 9th child of the legends, known as dragons. It was Chiwen, a hybrid of a fish and a dragon. Please, don't consider to even think about what I'm thinking. A pair of crimson eyes glowed underneath, and while the pair above peered into the darkness below, Yan Buyin felt the chilling air, while Yusung initially considered it to be the winds. The frightening and creepy energy was the killing intent of an absolute predator, the Chiwen. He reminded Yan Bulyon that he would be venturing on the hunt alone, but after she fails to respond to his voice, she intently requests of him to allow her to at least assist him. She assured her wellness amidst the danger, but he asked her to hold on for a moment, before landing 2 swift and precise blows at her shoulder and neck. She could no longer move her body, and he held her in his arms soon after. He retraced his steps into the canopy behind, while she could not comprehend as to why he was doing so. He gently placed her against a tree, and when she somehow managed to ask why, he claimed that it was his job that did not require her interference. After the paralysis faded, she was to leave the place, investigate the other world with the remaining time, and return as soon as possible. The protest and concern in her face returned, and he offered to address it one last time. He declared that he disliked her clingy nature, and in all honesty, her presence would either make no difference, or burden him in the worst case. Yan Bayan tries to reason but fails, as her face droops hearing the truth. He turned away with a sad look in his eyes, and ordered her to refrain from bothering him and return, for it was the last time they would ever meet. It hurt Yang Bayan as he distanced himself from her, but she could only nod amidst her agony of helplessness. As Yusung darted away, he was certain that it was the right thing to do, for otherwise, he would definitely endanger her. The monster he was to hunt now was stronger than the Gung-gi or the wretched trickery. However, his eyes soon widened in disbelief, for a huge shadow loomed over him as he returned to the cliffs. Glaring back at him was a behemoth. When it had appeared was a mystery to him, for he could not even sense its presence at all. In the absence of either sign or sound, the treacherous creature had somehow managed to appear like a ghost, and the only possible reasoning was for it to have already noticed their presence from the very beginning. Auto-hunting itself was now urging him to escape, as if the hunt was still beyond his capabilities. He could tell that he would seem like a crazed individual to even attempt such a hunt. But once again, he did not feel even a slight bit of dislike. Affirming his intentions to follow that same route of insanity, he starts running the length of the Chiwen. He jumped to appear before its eyes, but when its fuming mouth slit to reveal the wicked teeth inside, he immediately changed his approach and rushed to the cliff. With his high speed and skill of spin-and-trit, his aim was to confuse the monster. The beast noticed him running across the side of the cliff but Yusung turned to discover that the monster had disappeared behind him. A crack appeared in the ground before him, and he panicked, for he could tell what was about to unfurl. He took off into the air above, and sure enough, the Chiwen tore through the surface. Its wide jaws fled to swallow him, but Yusung could not allow it such a delicacy. He concentrated the plum blossoms at his feet, and using them, propelled himself even farther. Although he was relieved to have dodged it, his eyes inside the armor widened in disbelief, since the mouth of the beast was now releasing monstrous flames. As the dragonic flames were released, he was engulfed in its fiery envelope that continuously emerged from its jaws like a sonic blast. Yusung choked at the surging degree of heat and descended past the feisty maw of the beast, exclaiming at the danger it posed to him. He had immediately noticed its intentions of breathing flames the moment he had met the eyes, and had hence formed the steinable iron shroud of his harmonic art. It helped him change the direction of his leap, and he had but barely evaded being vaporized by the flames. The monster was beyond the picture the book had painted in his mind, and with its size and speed, it was a truly terrifying foe for Yusung. The pressure the breath carried alongside itself was insane quantitatively, but by adhering to his plans, he could take it down. He summoned the plum flooding once again, and concentrated them before him as a temporary shield. He landed on it as the monster watched, and decided to resume his hunt. The beast's cinder-like eyes glowed in the distance, and he shot towards it at a blinding speed. He used the harmonic art Stainable once again to create multiple platforms mid-air, and then used Spin and Shrit to confuse it once again. The mouth of the beast fumed once again, and let out another discharge of treacherous heat. However, Yusung now was ready to combine the two techniques once again. After the next flurry of flames ended, the monster watched at the rear end that multiple targets were floating before it. Yusung was now using high speed to create afterimages to look like clones to confuse the monster ahead. As he approached its snout, he recognized that it was about to charge. Sure enough, the jaws split and snapped shut as he treaded in its range. However, the actual Yusung was still before its eyes, and now resolute to rush. Two of his clones started to rush, and soon multiple Steinables were formulated. The monster was bewildered at what happened next, since innumerous targets had now appeared all around it. Yusung was now testing if it could differentiate amongst the tens of clones he had created. He evaded another of its fiery blasts, to aim for the only weakness he found, to create a loophole in its defense. He had devised this plan after reading the Yong book, and was aiming at the eyes that were said to have the purest harmonic essence in the entire world. The dragon was forced to shut its mouth, for it was evidently problematic to unleash the breath at each clone. It fried 3 other clones with its next blast, but they were distracting it well, for Yusung was on top of its head from the very beginning. He plummeted towards it with his hand blade, and although the crimson eyes spotted his approach, Yusung was fortunately a lot faster for its misfortunate notice. However, as his blade was about to impale its eyes, a certain something flew amidst them, and takes Yusung by surprise. He recognizes the familiar figure of an arrow, and silently exclaims in disbelief, for there stood Kyungcheon on the ground, with a huge grin of excitement across his ugly face. Yusung did not falter to recognize the demon archer, who demanded him to die at his next arrow. The wicked arrow was released, and pierced towards Yusung at a threatening pace. The blade equipped in his arm was shattered by the previous arrow, and at the same time, the Chiwen swooped in behind him. The mouth blazed once again, and Yusung realized that it was about to smote his back, but right ahead of him was the hideous arrow. He crossed his arms in an attempt to defend himself, and both the powers collided against him, forcing him to take the brunt of both. He plummeted downwards in a free fall, but had barely defended himself against the pair. He supported himself with yet another Steinable, and recounted to himself that while the Chiwen was in front of him now, at his rear and far below, was the relentless demon archer, and the pair had him completely surrounded. His mind was raring with questions, about how one Kyungchin had found him, and this panic was very visible to the hunter down below, for he smiled before inquiring if he was curious. A few hours ago, Jin Chung wondered about how he planned to find his prey, since in the foreign world the lack of the sense of direction was dire. However, Kyungchin had a box full of preparation. As a rugged animal emerged, he asked if he had heard about the 1,000-mile fox. The said beast was a legendary creature that could track a prey from over 1,000 miles away, but the creature now was the half of it. The Goryeo group had attempted to create the beast by experimentally breeding the monsters known as Razor Fox. But the failure left an untamable ferocious beast with an extremely short lifespan, and a fraction of that discarded waste was sneaked by Kyungchin. In another small container, he had the smell of a musk that he made the little one sniff, for as the meticulous person he was, he had applied a small amount of the musk on his arrows. Since their prey had caught them in his hands, the smell of the musk had been transferred onto him. The beast let out a shriek to announce that it had discovered the source, and the owner then decided to initiate their hunt. Now, one Kyungchin sought what Yusung was going to do, who calculated that the powerful arrows weren't consecutive. As such, he was positive that the demon was waiting for an apt window to snipe him down, and resolute to handle the new predicament, Yusung tore at the Chiwen foremost. Once again, the clones were formed, in hopes that he could easily dodge the bolts if his clones succeeded. However, Kyungchin commended his talented footwork, since his movements could still be discerned by him. As he fired the next arrow, Yusung stared at the treacherous weapon in disbelief. As it hit home, he choked at the impact it caused to him instead of his clones, and realized his need to reorganize himself before the next one. However, another weapon was hurled at him in succession, and struck his unexpected torso. Yusung eyed the battle axe in utter confusion, while Jin Chung recalled how Kyungchin had asked him to throw the axe right after his shot, and admitted that he indeed was a meticulous one. The demon archer tugged at the terrifying bow once again, before declaring that it was the end for Yusung. The launched arrow tore towards him with a green goblin hue, and as the due collision occurred, the helm of his suit was blasted open. One Kyungchin was elated beyond words at the success, and the green goblin found its new host, for as it cackled loudly, Yusung lay limp and silent on the cold ground below. The demon archer felt rejuvenated after the hunt, but when he urged Master Jin to check on the corpse, the man clarified that he wasn't his subordinate to be ordered round. He switched to a politer tone for the egoistic one, who mentioned their greater topic of concern. The Chiwen's eyes glimmered as it peered at them, and the reciprocating Kyungchin applauded its magnificent look. Jin Chung could tell that it was the rumored dragon from the legends, and now his key to a successful life, if he could hunt it down. Previously, when he was clashing against Yong Chien, he had vowed to settle their score with the bout. However, Yong Chien scoffed at the offer, and remarked at how boring it was. With a bat of his twin dragon spear, he flicked the axe away, and although Jin Chung hurled himself with it perched on his shoulders, his opponent suddenly demanded him to halt. He clarified that they had no actual reason to clash, and readily surrendered his rights to the first hunt in a newly formed fracture, to the Daoryong castle. To him, just having coincided against each other did not qualify as a reason to cause a fight or spill blood. He one-sidedly took his leave to have the second wave, but his eyes glowed hideously when Jin Chung demanded him to stop, before asking using the silent transmission if he really intended to fight. The leader of the Daoryong castle choked at his words, and with a smile across his face, Yong Chien bid him farewell at a positive note. As he watched the distancing backs of the Red Dragon Society, he cursed at how Zhong Chien had always been a step ahead of him. Although the Daoryong Castle and Red Dragon Society were the two rivals in Shanghai, he could feel the disappointment when Yong Chien spread his name worldwide as the second ranker. He could feel how he would be forever coined as the second in command of Shanghai, and his skills would never surpass Yang Yongshin's. Unable to handle such judgments, he sought to battle him many times, but was refused at every instance. He could never learn why Yang Yongqian would not fight him. Now he could sense that if he managed to hunt the dragon towering before them with its humongous size, he could gain the honor of becoming the first dragon hunter and achieve something surpassing Yang Yongqian. As he stood ready with his battle axe, one Kyungqian prepared his next bolt of sharpness to pierce the hide of the Chiwen that was looking at them, as if to judge their hostility. The demon archer felt incredibly lucky for having chanced upon the fortune, and regardless of the annoying nature of Jin Chung, his skills were absolute. He was positive that as long as the said strongest man of Shanghai swung his axe once, he could use his overwhelming strength of his aura to shatter everything. With him in the vanguard position, and Kyungqian with his reinforced bow, were invincible to hunt any living monster. The eyes of the Chiwen glowed as Jin Chung reinforced his body with a blue aura and charged. The demon archer was exhilarated as their plan progressed, since he was positive with his experience in hunting giant-type monsters. He urged the beast to die and released the arrow, and cackled, for its large size was a weakness he chose to exploit. However, the tip of the arrow simply shatters at the impact, leaving him dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Jin Chung was rushing with his battle axe and landed on the head of the beast. Confident that it could no longer dodge, he attempted to burst its head open. He swings his axe enveloped in a vicious aura, and at that moment, something sinister and dark emanated from the beast below. The blade landed, causing an explosive impact, but the surprise a few pieces of metal caused was equally explosive for Jin Chung. He watched in sore disbelief, since the prided weapon of his was laden with cracks and the source of the shattered pieces of metal. He found the hilt of the axe battered in his hands, and the Chiwen still alive and glowing in a shade that was a little familiar to him. Kyungqian voiced his emotions of uncertainty, and Jin Chung understood that the beast was capable of using aura. The broken weapon fell out of his grasps, and he stooped down to deduce that none of his attacks would work henceforth. He took off running haphazardly, realizing that he had no chance at defeating a monster of such a scale, and had to escape by all means. He needed a group, for the monster was evidently out of his caliber, and as he ran through the dusty plains, the Chiwen raised one of its claws to his blatant horror. He grew terrified at how fast it had closed in on him, and blamed himself for having picked a fight with such blasphemy. All he could think of was his desire to win against Yang Yongqian. However, he could now tell that he didn't really intend to fight, but wanted to pretend to fight him. With the Red Dragon Society rivaling their business, he pretended to fight him to obtain a position there. But he understood now that Yongqian had already discerned his act from the very beginning. Now, by the time he realized this fact, the claw of the behemoth was descending upon him, and he forfeited against it, with a last remark at their monstrosity, before the titanic limb landed against the ground. The smoldering eyes glowed continuously as its mouth fumed, and let out a ferocious growl of victory, while Kyungqian watched the entire thing dumbfounded. The lack of either sound or signal induced in him the idea of a ghost, but he assumed that the agile beast only moved when it had to, and hurriedly notched an arrow while cursing at it. Having been cornered, he resorted to the same approach as Yusung, and decided to aim for the rumored weakness of the beast, its eyes. As the dragon rose to its glorious length, he recalled that it was a bad move for a hunter to aim for the eyes when in a dire situation, and instead aim for the area between the prey's eyes to deal with it in one shot. Such were the first lessons imparted to him by his father when he was learning to hunt. One day, he noticed something peculiar and found his father questioning if he was going to the individual named Li Hui Min. He called out to him in affirmation, while he recounted him about how he had warned him against the dangerous choice. The little Kyungqian found that alternative much appeasing than his nomadic life, and was aware that the dangerous one sought to use him in the ever-changing world. He desired the enormous amounts of money his hunted monsters would bring, and use Hui Min instead of being used. Instead of living poorly like his father, he would not let the world laugh at him and rule it. However, his father called out his name one last time, and simply asked of him to take care of himself. The look on Kyungshin's face did not change at that, and he kept walking towards the horizon until he started on his path of success. He rose to the 6th digit of the Elite 10 and became on par with the exploiter named Lee Hui Min. Now, he was concentrating all the energy that he had collected from the past in one single arrow, since he could not afford to die just yet. He unleashed the full potential of his alongside that one single bolt, which pierced its way to the monster's eyes. A bright glow erupted as it struck, and brought a smile across Kyungshin's face. However, the weapon was being engulfed in a huge torrent of flames, and as he continued watching, the arrow imbued with all of his energy started to melt. He cursed at the failure while turning away, and started to sprint as fast as he could to get away. His aim was to somehow make it into the forest ahead, bide his time to run away, for unlike with Jin Chung, he had distanced himself well. Flames escaped the mouth of the lizard, but he was confident that he could escape. The ground shattered as the beam of fire landed across it, and he let out a silent shriek in fear as it approached him. The back of his caring father came to his mind, before he was engulfed in the treacherous beam of vaporizing fire. It lengthened into the canopy behind, and ceasing the eruption from its mouth, the Chiwen let out another howl of monstrous victory. This specific roar jolted Yu-sung back to consciousness, who realized that he had passed out after getting hit by the demon's arrow. However, the paralysis still lingered, and the eyes of the Chiwen now took notice of him. Once again, flames started to well out of its maw, and Yu-sung grew desperate to somehow press the auto-hunting button before him. The head of the monster was bulging with fire, and Yu-sung could tell that he was about to turn into something crisp instead of medium rare. As the flare erupted, Yang Baeyeon appeared by his side with her twin spears, and threw her hand out for him to latch onto, but he was busy exclaiming at her appearance. The flames approached as she held him, and turned to discover the little distance they shared. She darted using the blazing Psy footwork of her clan, and the sinister Chiwen towered over the fire it had kindled. Its eyes gleamed as it spotted the pair huddled on the ground ahead. Although Yang Baeyeon was grateful to have barely survived, her face squinted as a pain vandalized her from a burn on her leg. She could tell that her movements henceforth would be restricted, and Yu-sung affirmed his wellness at her desperate query. She could sense his will to rise despite his injuries, and tried to help him up with her hands. However, when his leg brushed against her own, her eyes closed at the flaring pain from the recent graze. She somehow aided his momentary ascension, and he struggled to thank her with a bleeding forehead. He inquisitively reminded her about his order for her return, and recalling the instructions of his, she apologized, while he thanked her against the odds, considering what might have happened otherwise. Yang Baeyeon claims that her body had moved without a forethought, once she had seen the monster chase him after her paralysis had ended, since her only lingering thought was to somehow save him. Her thoughtfulness surprised Yu-sung, who could feel the same inside himself. However, the Chiwen could not sense either of this. He was horrified as it discovered them, since his paralysis hadn't receded yet. He had to somehow press the auto-hunting button, and Yang Baeyeon's hand came atop his own. As he turned to face her in confusion, she states that she had taken notice of it every time he was about to fight. Recalling the exact same gesture his hand used to make, she led it to the auto-hunting button. It acquired its devilish tinge of red as it activated, and countless plum blossoms bloomed in the air. The Chiwen was startled at this, and found Yu-sung standing against it. Yang Baeyeon was concerned about his injuries, but he requested her to discard her worries, because he would be alright henceforth. The loud creature growled viciously, and as Yang Baeyeon watched from the distance, he picked up one of the twin dragon spears, since his own blade had been rendered useless. he denied the offer to flee the battle, since neither was her leg, nor was his own body capable of it. Furthermore, with a definite method of defeating the beast, he requested her to wait. Flustered, she blurted an agreement, and Yusung decides to begin. He starts sprinting, and rushes the Chuan with the red dragon no longer twin spear. It watches his approach patiently, while Yangbayan watches his departure anxiously. This time, the Chuan recognized the rushing creature, for it was the first one to have induced fear inside it after countless centuries. Instinctually, it launched another volley of flames that the creature evaded with a blinding speed. Multiple of the same creatures now appeared in its fearless view, and raising its wicked claw, it made a futile slash at it. Yusung closed in on its eye, and it recognizes how the agile and tiny creature was relentlessly aiming for its eyes. It was no longer intending to allow it to, and formed a devious barrier of monstrous aura around itself. The wielded spear clashed against it, and Yusung realized that besides aura, it was also capable of utilizing flame ki. The Chuan was confident that its omnipotent fire ki would melt the daring creature, but the creature gleamed at the event, for it was all in accordance with his plans. As the flames started to engulf the dragonic half-brother, it started to consume them because of its attribute. The full brother was bewildered watching its pride disappear, and although inhuman, it could understand the special tendency that Yusung mentioned. The piping hot spear destroyed the veil of flames, and the wielder let out a fierce battle cry. He drove the spear straight towards its hide, and it screeched as its right eye suffered the brutal impact, while Yusung gleamed at the satisfying sound of its monstrous wailing. A golden glow emanated at the collision, and Yusung decided to apply all of it to his queen's embrace. The list included the impaling red dragon spear, as well as the impaled eye of the Chuan, and using the two, he hit combine. The blue characteristic combination glow emanated at his face, and the light forced the beast to wail at the loss of its eye. Previously, when Yusung was briefing himself about the hunt, he had learnt about its weakness, and also deduced its capability to use the aura of the flame ki, because of the pure flame ki it possessed. Although he was confident about piercing its aura using the assault form and surviving the outburst, the problem was the need of a stronger method to pierce its eye, and that was to absorb the flame ki aura into his equipment. As such, the plan to test the extent of the combination's skill was devised by Yusung. Now, he had an exceptional catalyst known as the Red Dragon Spear, making the task of combining extremely doable. The blue light erupted from its eyes as it screeched, and while Yongbalian watched in disbelief, the blue light radiated across the length of Yusung and the twin dragon spearhead, before succeeding in combination and earning the armor a new exclusive red variant. As she exclaimed at the marvelous sight, a dark figure creeped up from behind her. The beast was in utter shock and pain that followed the disappearance of its eye, since the immense precious heat stored in it had been stolen by the creature, like how your high school crush stole your heart. For the very first time, its instincts of fear screamed at it to flee, and although Yusung was tired, he could not miss the opportunity. He raised the dragon spear once again, and thrusted it at the crimson eyes of the stalker, known as Yu in high school. The beast growled at the flaring pain it sent through its body, but tearing past the membranes, Yusung had entered its insides. He treaded through the murky surface and found the core of the Chuan's body. The black heart of the beast was pulsing, and visible to the hunter named Yusung. The owner was aware that the creature had dared to enter its body, and was also resolute to not forgive this sin of his. It decided onto directing all of the fuming heat energy towards the creature inside, and shot it at a blasphemous speed. Yusung tried shielding himself against it, and summoned his aura to form a barrier. The sinister substance was being apprehended by it, and he smiled, for the aura of his armor and eye were working well in unison. Another piercing scream followed suit, since the heart inside was also subjected to the same heat. Its struggle made it impossible for him to stab past all of its defenses, and left Yusung only one way. He started swinging the red dragon spear around himself, and approached the impregnable core, and fired countless bolts of parasitic ki at it. The eyes of the owner flayed at the ongoings, and the bullets pierced its hide throughout its length. While it let out a final bout of its monstrous wailings, the throbbing heart inside displayed to Yusung that it was finally over. The monstrous heart erupted with a monstrous amount of blood, as the owner concluded his screams outside. The screams ceased, and the head lolled backwards, as it fell limp. It started to descend towards the crevasse behind, and fell into the darkness and disappeared, leaving behind an eerie silence on the cliffs. Armored fingers latched onto the edge, while Yusung struggled at the rear end of them. He pulled his successful self past the last hurdle, and exclaimed at his luck, since all of his aura had depleted with the last expense of parasitic ki. Having succeeded in following his original plan, he had hunted the offspring of dragons, the Chiwin. His remaining focus was on to finding Yang Baiyon and heading towards the exit point. But a voice belonging to another someone thought otherwise. He jolted at the sight of the familiar owner, and commending his feat to slay a dragon, appeared Li Hui Min, with his sidekick named Yahello. Behind the pair, his partner lay limp, and as he cursed at the Wicked One, that same someone congratulated him for having achieved such a feat, and wholeheartedly at that. Although startled by his appearance, Yusung considered of him being the possible reason behind Yang Baiyon's unconsciousness. The quartet was at the edge of the cliff, and finding Yahello on the defense for the professor, hinted Yusung to seek an opening to rescue and flee with Yang Baiyon. However, when a loud voice cursed, Yusung heard a familiar someone calling out to Li Hui Min. The sorcerer turns with a grin across his face, and finds Kyung Chien questioning his intentions of using him. While he retaliated, saying that he had simply allowed him to leave freely, he did not falter to claim that he had secretly placed a talisman in his equipment. However, that same talisman of Shukuchi was the reason behind his survival. Now, he connivingly mentions the presence of Yusung, and gritting his teeth amidst his inability to deny, he agrees to sort their friction after dealing with him. Kyung Chien kicked to hold the body of Yang Baiyon, and placed his other foot on her, before claiming to kill her if Yusung took even a single step towards them. He cursed at the demon archer, but Hui Min suggested him to give up instead. His footwork was evidently unable to scale that distance, and the true power of the demon archer resided in his keen eyes. Neither his harmonic arts, nor his clones could ever beat the demonic eyes, and as such, the unfortunate end for Yang Baiyon was entailing. Generously, his simple request was for Yusung to hand over the Eye of the Dragon, and the suit that had mysteriously evolved. In return, he promised to assure the safe return of Yang Baiyon, but not Yusung's. Evidently hostile, the deal was denied at once despite the pinch he was in, and instead, Hui Min proposed that if he agreed to ignore their past, he could guarantee both of their safety if he joined him. Not only Yusung, but also Kyung Chien was baffled at the statement, and was demanded to stop his protests, since Hui Min claimed to be preoccupied in a serious discussion. The domineering tone and look silenced the demon archer, and Hui Min could discern the surprise on Yusung's face, but he had thought about it clearly, after looking past the harm he had brought him. He had suddenly thought about his rapid growth and increase in skills, which were the very reason compelling him to get rid of him, since he always exceeded his calculated predictions with his wondrous growth. Eventually, he considered the thought of him having something unique, unexplained by the likes of Ki. Yusung could already tell that he was referring to auto-hunting, and he confirms, by claiming it to be a longing secret he had been chasing his entire life. He was intrigued by the mystery about the existence of fishes, and betraying his looks, he was a scholar who had conducted multiple experiments to learn about it. Deducing that the answer to it was held by his despicable opponent, he asked if he too was curious about such truths. Yusung repeated the words to himself, and realized how he was simultaneously unaware about the same thing all along. Li Guimin had done everything he could, from learning lost martial arts or spying on Jin Weibok, to discovering young talents like Ha-yuk and Kyung-chien. He was certain that without him, none of their unresearched potentials would have been revealed, and it was none other than Professor Payne who could achieve all of it. As Yu-sung considered his options, he asked if he intended to improvise his talents by joining hands, confident that he was equally interested in the same. However, Yu-sung was surprisingly not. None of the topics caught his interest, and all he found important in the face of truth was his duties as a hunter, since he now understood the words of Suryu from a while ago. The thought of joining hands with him was preposterous, since the old conman wasn't a business partner he would ever work with. Angered, Professor Payne commands him to die. A bolt of green energy grazes his cheek, and Kyung-chien bleams, since he was finally able to kill him because of their momentary agreement. Pulling at the sinister bow once again, he fired 3 consecutive arrows at him, who resorted to speed and evaded all. Hui Min curses at his foolishness for having chosen death, because alongside his CE, his stamina would also be on the verge of depletion soon, and helping him foresee that he would definitely be able to restrain him to death. Kyung-chien laughs frantically, elated at Yu-sung's struggle at evading his demonic bolts. In accordance with Hui Min's words, he could neither distance himself nor approach using spin-and-trit. However, he also had the world's fastest footwork in its stead. Using the flame key that he had just infused in the Queen's embrace, he was certainly capable of using Yang Bayan's dragon-chasing step. His foot set blaze, and he launched himself ahead using the energy as Kyung-chien watched in surprise. Yu-sung had closed in on his side, after disappearing for a split second that his demonic eyes could not spot. Cursing at his impudence to trample on his friend, he hurled a fierce punch at his battered cheek that left him choking on the surging pain. His disappearance was incomprehensible for Kyung-chien, who was now intent on somehow distancing himself from him. However, the second punch was hauled at his torso, and blood started to trickle out of his nose. Another one was hurled at his chin, throwing him in pain and disbelief, since the demon archer Kyung-chien was defeated with such blatant ease. Yu-sung took a brief sigh of relief, and Ha-yuk ill exclaimed at the impossibility. Meanwhile, Li Guimin adjusted his wicked glasses to contemplate the quick defeat of the demon. Yang Bayan groaned as Yu-sung approached her, to find that she was fortunately unconscious. He now redirected his eyes to face the defensive pair at the edge of the cliff. As he turns to face the only remainders, Hui Min silently stares back. Ha-yuk ill was troubled by the situation, since Yu-sung was now gleaming in a strange aura, and they weren't retreating despite their plan's failure. Their foe stated that any attempts at escape would be futile, because he had already altered the camcorders and recorded all of their heinous crimes. As such, if he ever put it to use after his exit, their career as hunters would descend down the cliffs they were on. Ha-yuk ill was terrified at the revelation, but his master started to chuckle. He started clapping his hands alongside his fanatic laughter, amazed at the scene, since as he had expected, Yu-sung had yet again surpassed his expectations and wondered what would happen the next time. However, Yu-sung wasn't intent on meeting them again, since they would be jailed outside after he dealt with them inside. The pair choked at the miscalculated predicament, but since Hui Min did not intend to either flee or go up against him directly yet, he furnished another of his specialized talismans. Multiple others followed suit, and eventually, a huge giant was towering behind him. Despite his dislike towards direct battles, he was prepared to go all out, and even compelled Ha-yuk ill to grow optimistic, for if he failed to kill him this time, he would lose it all. But Yu-sung claims fight to be a word too big and inappropriate for what he would do, because he was intent on hunting them instead. He disappeared from their sight, and Hui Min urges his defender to avoid panicking. The ground before them started to crack, as multiple eruptions across them conveyed that Yusung had gone underground. The scheming professor could discern his intentions of using the route the monster had torn through as a passageway, and Hayuk screams as a red hand grabs his right leg. The thought of being pulled from beneath horrified him to the point where he let out a piercing scream of terror. He slashed against the ground using his blade in an attempt to somehow chase Yusung away. Despite his urges, Hui Min could see him falling prey to the panic and reasoned that creating that tension was just a bait. He could tell that he would implement that as a fake and appear behind him abruptly. He gleamed, sensing a presence behind him, and directed the punch of the giant towards it. He then watched in sore confusion, since the blow had shattered a massive boulder instead. Now, both the hands of Yusung latched onto Hayuk, and as the force of the grip tightened, the pitiful defender wailed at the loss of his legs. Realization now dawned of the fact that it was a double fake, using which Yusung tore through the surface and charged towards the onlooking panicker. Yet another shattering punch was thrown at his face, knocking him out in a single blow and progressing Yusung's task by one. As Yusung watched, the limp body of Hayuk fell, and his mouth foamed as he descended to a state of unconsciousness. He called out to Hui Min, who after the fall of Kyung-Chien was the only one remaining with his towering giant. The professor minus Raquel commended Yusung for breaking Hayuk-il's legs, while sadistically gleaming at how short his expectations fell. Yusung now had become a monster he could no longer handle, and forced him to plan to somehow escape being defeated, but that answer had been laying limp on the ground ahead all along. Simultaneously, Yusung, who was standing beside Hayuk, decided to initiate his counterattack. He darted towards Professor Payne, who could not afford to let him close in on him. The giant reciprocated with a punch at Yusung, who disappeared once inside the trajectory of it. Once again, the ground before them was disrupted, and he brandished yet another stack of talismans. He hurled all of them in the air above, in an attempt to pour out all of his collected spells and knowledge. The giant glowed in an ominous shade before gaining a massive amount of golden ki. It was ordered to destroy the ground and discard Yusung, following which it started to punch vehemently. The blows exploded the rocky terrain, and as all of the ground around them was shattered, Hui Min could tell that despite his efforts, he would not be able to bust the strange armor. However, it was more than enough to hide his true intentions, which included the final Shukochi talisman that he could not use without snatching the videos Yusung had. He activates with a single goal in mind, the fallen Yongbalion that was his only key to victory. After reaching her with a blinding speed, he smiled his wicked one, for it was finally over. Unfortunately, Yusung had expected all of it, and as he turned to face him in a hurry, a brutal kick was lashed at his face. He was thrown into a giant boulder. Before this, Ronaldo explains that he had anticipated his goal from the very beginning. He struggled to breathe after the injury, and Yusung claims that figuring out the habits and patterns of a prey to predict its movements were the basics of being a hunter. The tortuous pain implied to Hui Min that he had failed, and as Yongbalion called out to Yusung, he took notice of her return to consciousness. He asked her to rest since their skirmish was over, but latching onto his shoulder, she claimed how he was bound to let her fight, while the paining professor started to chuckle. Hui Min was then startled to find that Yusung had turned to throw a punch at her stomach, questioning why he had attacked her. He emphasized the need for a hunter to predict the prey's movements once again, and her body started to glow, eventually turning into the body of Hui Min. He fell to the ground on all his fours, before exclaiming at the impossibility, and asking how he had managed to figure it out. Yusung was unfazed, considering how he had tricked his own partner, and had discerned the fake where he used the spell of cognitive imperation to swap himself with the real Yongbalion, who was still unconscious past a veil of smoke. Furthermore, it would be impossible for her to walk up to him like he did, with her injured leg. He had almost fallen for the common's little trick, if not for the little detail, and this level of precise perceptiveness bewildered his foe, who was now seriously troubled at the loss of his ultimate plan. But aside from that, Yusung demanded him to brace himself henceforth. Li Huimin did not want to believe that his absolute plan had been discerned in mere seconds. With his past actions in Tao, and the basics the Chinese hunter books hinted at, all of it was obvious to Yusung, but not to him since he wasn't one to begin with. The scholar shrieked as he started exuding his aura, and requested him to heed his words in hopes of stalling for time. However, the rushing one did not intend to listen, and furiously kicked at the back of his knee, making him scream at the terrible pain from his broken leg. With the intention of ending his boundless chattering, Yusung started to hurl consecutive punches at him, and his lenses flew off while he suffered under the blinding barrage. He coughed up blood and knelt as his knees failed him, before collapsing on the ground face first. Kyung Chien was still unconscious, and Hayuk Il was rendered motionless. As a prided hunter, neither did Yusung intend to kill the lot, nor was he good enough to save the people who tried to kill him and harm the ones he cared for. He planned to reach the exit and inform the others about their coordinates. But their survival in the monstrous world until then was none of his concerns. Hayuk Il was devastated at this revelation, while his guru was already past the realm of consciousness. Departing from the rugged cliffs, Yang Baiyun was laid on a fallen stretcher. Her eyes slowly tried to open as she tried figuring out her whereabouts, and the figure of Yusung appeared requesting someone to convey to Jinwi Baek that he was grateful for the request and would head to another. The thought of their clash against the monster clicked inside her, and she tried rising from the painful slumber. Yusung took notice of her consciousness, while she grew curious about their location, and found myriad other hunters dotting the camp. They were outside the fracture, amidst his contracted rescue group of tens. Although she assured him about the wellness of her body, she was curious about his decision to head to another. He reveals that the request from Jinwi Baek wasn't over yet, and regardless of how rash it sounded considering his exhaustion, she pleaded the company representative to help persuade him. However, when the counterpart starts faltering due to his inability to, Yusung yet again claims it to be his job as a hunter. The look in his eyes was that of undeterred resolution, for she could sense it amidst her disbelief, and realized that the Yusung she knew would never give up. Assuring the safety at the hands of the Tens group, he offers to pay back his debts in the near future. Her desperate voice halts him in his flight, and the keen ears accompanying his widened eyes heed her request for him to keep his promise. Unlike him, she vividly recalled the time he had agreed to go on a date with her after their dive, and smiling at the sudden break in his monotony of exhaustion, he raises his hand in affirmation. She watches it with hopeful eyes, and grows elated at the confirmation. As such, Yusung remained in the fracture, after making the certain promise of his return. 6 entire months passed after his disappearance, and the scene pans out in the Mapo district of Seoul. Strange bipedal creatures resembling Santi-gas screeched, and a hunter desperately tried to attack them. The bolts of energy struck against their faces, and he tried to escape, since their numbers were overwhelming. Now the frequency of fractures had spiked, causing the proportionate increase in the monster's attacks to the point where the already few remaining hunters to defend grew scarce. Despite their attempts to rotate twice or thrice in a day, they were now losing their will against the tiring digits. A sudden bolt of energy struck the hunter's leg, and he immediately knelt to tend to it as the pain grew. He found a trio of the flying monsters ahead of himself, and debated if this was his cornered end, while simultaneously praying for the presence of a certain someone in the apocalyptic world. He had always hoped to someday become a great hunter like Oh Yusung, who was renowned for having clashed against the monsters up until the very end, and remained in the fracture past that. As the hideous creatures took to the offense, he squinted his eyes in acceptance of what his fate had in store for him. But at that very moment, a voice exclaims at the unexpected numbers ahead, and the hunter finds someone towering before himself. As the monsters fell into dilemma of silence, He recognized the familiar back of the man and gleamed at the unrealistic return of the man who pressed a glowing button tinged with blue and commenced its reddish pallor of solo auto hunting. That concludes the manhwa, solo auto hunting, up until the last chapter of 92. This wonderful piece has been written by author Arrow Road, published by the Manhwa Studio, and then venerably worked upon by the Asura scans. Furthermore, huge thanks to my kind audience for making this possible. And subscribe so we can adventure through many more. Keep smiling since you are precious.